Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag, and I want to update you a little bit. We are playing EarthBound tonight, but I have a couple things I want to go into before we start for tonight. Because, first off, I haven't heard back as far as Gemini 96, just to go into that. So he's supposed to be on for tonight. I mean, I have my phone out. If I hear from him, I'll stop the show, or basically I'll pause and go get him specifically. But you're also wondering, like, wait a minute, I'm back in Berglund Park in Tucson. What's going on here? Well, I want to apologize to him, and I want to apologize to all you out there, specifically because while I was doing my audio test today, before he arrived, or fine, I was waiting as far as that, I realized that, fine, when I did that, I said, you know, let me try and load a save state up to try and get another Sword of Kings just for the hell of it. But what I realized was that by doing that, when it comes to the Switch Online, we're using the Switch Online to play this as we did last month, I realized that when you do that and you load a file, it'll take the save files of the game that were there at the time. So for those two save slots down at the bottom, 3 and 4, that was before Gemini 96 and I started EarthBound last month. So what happened with that is I realized, that it actually technically deleted the save file we had because it loaded the save back from when it was, and then I hit a reset, basically going back to before we started the game. Now, save slot 2 over there, that was when he had the glitch showing off as far as Berglund Park, what you can do getting a lot of enemies going around in regards to the bike. And I realized that that was the only save that we have as far as our play. You might think one other thing, since we're running on Switch, I can use the cloud save data to revert back, but I realized that the cloud save data that I had was out of date by about 3 years. The last time it cloud saved for the Switch Online Super Nintendo app, specifically, it saved back in March of 2020. I don't know why that was, because I do have that on specific, but I said, okay, I don't want to totally ruin what we had, and I didn't know that this was the case with this, and actually, it's something I kind of was wondering after we finished Majora's Mask, because I realized, hey, wait a second, the file that the Crusader 64 and I were running, it didn't have that element to it as far as what it was. Wait, we beat the game. But I realized that's what's happening as far as Switch Online for any game that has a save to it. So, yeah, I want to take full responsibility for this. I apologize to all of you out there and also to Gemini 96. So what that means is I'm going to be playing through from where we had the save point. I did do a little bit of play ahead of time. I actually did get a text from him just now. He is outside, so actually I will be right back. In fact, you know what? While I'm right back, I'm going to let you enjoy the Berglund Park music. Just give me about 2 minutes, and I will... Actually, when I edit this specifically, yeah, this will be like nothing happened. So, yeah, we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you. You're probably wondering, where the hell was I? Specifically, well, as I mentioned, I fucked up with the save file, unfortunately. Gemini 96 is here now. So good to see you.
Hello, everyone.
All right, let me move this closer to you. Again, I'm very sorry as far as what I was... We're gonna have to repeat some of what this game was because of my idiocy. Let me just explain to you since you just walked in. Thank you so much for make yourself comfortable. Got water, got everything you need. This one thing I'll show you. I'll tell you how I fucked this up just to let you know, because I'm taking full responsibility on this. I said, you know, when I was doing my audio check before you got here, I said, wait a minute. Let me see if I can get another Sword of Kings. That ended up being a stupid decision, because what happened was that by loading that and then resetting the game, it took the save slots that were on the game at the time we had that. So before we started.
I see.
So you smartly put down that save state when we were going to show off the glitch with the enemies there in Berglund Park. So I took that. I ran a little bit of this as much as I could to kind of get stuff back. I put that way. So basically what will happen is when we finish for the show for tonight, we'll do the save. I'll put save states on both of these so I don't stupidly do that again. And I realized that that's going to be what's going on with Switch Online specific as to why that happened. But basically I went back to Berglund Park. We have the item for, what's his name, Apple Kid, to get the eraser. I said, let me at least do that. So hi, Dolphin, so good to see you again. Sorry for my element in that we're going to have to repeat this. Specifically, if you want me to play the part of this just to, you know, make amends, I will do that. He's at Orange Kid's house. I forgot about that. I talked to him. He's like, yeah, where is Apple Kid? He's in Berglund Park. So, okay. I went to Berglund Park too early. That's also why he's expert. Yeah, feel free to, you know, Going to anything on Earthbound as it is, Gemini 96 to you as well. Sorry as far as,
That's all good. It's all good.
Was this? Feel free to, bring out the big guns as far as your book element, which will be in picture. And where the hell is he here?
I have my textbook.
Okay, yeah, which is the League of, what was it called?
This is Legends of Localization.
Okay.
By Clyde Mandelin. He's a professional translator. He also worked on the fan translation for Mother 3.
Okay.
And this book contains... It's just a treasure trove of information on localization processes in general. And it also goes into great detail on the localization differences in this game.
Well, I'm going to try and get something away. Unfortunately, the way I have it, I got to eat a hamburger specifically for this, but yeah, that's also going to be the case of that because I need the pencil eraser. Yeah, feel free to go into that as is, as we go. Okay, so I need the pencil eraser. Again, I'm sorry for all this. That will not be the case for next part. I promise I will avoid that. But if nothing else, it's at least saying out there, hey, we'll do what we have to do. We'll jump as far as how it is. We'll be adjustable as much on the show. And when I make a mistake, trust me, I will be the first one to take the ownership and try to make things right as is. Because, yeah, I owe that to all of you out there. I owe that to you, Gemini 96. Feel free just to go on anything you got. Elements of the book you brought. The tome, let's put it that way. That's what this is.
Yeah, the nice thing about this is they break it down by area, so we could just like go in order. Like as we're playing, if I notice something, we can...
Or as I stupidly let them hit me in the back. But the good news is that, I'll say this, I did get a little bit of luck when I was doing this before I started the recording, because I ran into the mushrooms on the way out to go get this thing. They spread the spores around. They tried to hit the teddy bear. It hit it twice, so it didn't hit me. I was like, I was always the case when we did our practice over the 5-month period, saying that I'm gonna be the one who's in trouble with, getting mushroomed. So it didn't happen, thankfully. So in that case, it was a little bit of luck as far as it. But yeah, feel free to go into other stuff as far as what it is and anything else. And feel free to, make yourself comfortable and all that.
Sure. So I guess this area here that we're going into is called Peaceful Rest Valley.
Yeah.
In Mother 2, this area was called the Grateful Dead Valley.
Really?
A reference to the band Grateful Dead.
Really? I did not know that.
And the localizers changed it due to concerns about legal complications. But rather than come up with a completely different name, they did try to at least come up with a name that was similar in meaning, and they came up with Peaceful Rest Valley.
Okay. Oh, you're right. Okay, because now I'm thinking about it, the Grateful Dead, and it's also... Wait, I got an item off of that. What'd I get?
I didn't see it.
Let's rewind to see what I got. Croissant. I don't want it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you get a good thing about having the rewind this way, but yeah, we'll leave it behind with its body. Okay. And I guess fitting also, because that was 1995, the game came out... I guess, so they're translating this probably in 1994, about, I would think.
Yeah.
That was probably right before the passing of Jerry Garcia, the lead of the Grateful Dead. I don't know if they thought maybe that would be a question, although then again, because we're talking about Super Mario RPG, as far as that every so often we played it, and also just in general, that there's certain references that they changed from the Japanese version, the other ones they added in, and that remake that's coming out in about 2 weeks, like actually 13 days now. I think they said they're keeping some of those things sort of kind of in. Most of the translations kind of in there, but there's certain things they're changing as is from what they've shown. But I guess with EarthBound, what they're going is, yeah, unfortunately the teddy bear became a pile of fluff, but either way. Yeah, feel free to go into anything else as I catch my breath a little bit. Specifically. Okay. So yeah, I got the pencil eraser again, as is. And so we're going to go back here and erase this so we can get ourselves going. For some weird reason, it's blocking the path, so hit the A button to bring up the menu and run the pencil eraser. Hopefully, at this point, it'll also be after enough of this, I'll be able to quickly do the menu manipulation movements the way you are.
Yeah, interesting thing about the pencil, I think we talked about last time how it was an octopus in the Mother 2 and they changed it, but it was actually not changed until the last minute. It remained an octopus statue until weeks before this was released.
Did they say why they changed it? Or what that might have been as to why?
I'm not sure.
Because
I guess maybe... Well, I think maybe it was like due to the play on words wouldn't have made much sense in English.
Okay.
So they just changed it to a pencil.
Okay.
Pencil eraser, I guess, just made more sense.
Yeah, which I guess is fair to that. I mean, I guess it may also be the case of, I don't know, maybe... Not that this game is ever in any way, shape, or form really, you know, shirking the idea of its wackiness, but I don't know if maybe then they thought, well, that seems like kind of random. But then again, there's aspects of the game that do that, but they also, as I think I've said to you off screen specifically, it seems like they've often made sense that, no, okay, I know better now than to hit me in the damn back. Specific, but I'm nervous about that tree, especially with the way I have my health. So, alright, fine. I'm also doing the thing on RPGs that I'm thinking, which is not running it really, really fast, but thinking the tree is probably going to be the death of me. I don't know if Rockin's going to hit this thing, unfortunately, because I knew there's stuff that's immune to it. Fine, not that... Alright, vacuuming, and my offense is going down. I'm kind of doing what he's doing usually, which is like hitting that L button rapidly, but it's also the case that, yeah, if I try to do that, it might be a problem. I'll also get my power points leached away. Fine, for that reason, I know this thing blows up when I kill it, so I don't want to get myself in a case of that, especially because my something go down. Yeah, blow up, please. Oh, crap. Burst blade, hit that L button, come on. Or A button, because I think it's either or you can do. Alright, so I did survive, amazingly. But I could really use a butterfly right now. Okay, who made the bridge impassable? I guess... Have they ever said why it's impassable, specifically?
I think one of the cultists destroyed it.
Oh, yeah, you're right, they explained that. Yeah, because, like, yeah, it's as if we did this part of the game before, which, yeah, fine. In this case, fine, I'm gonna take the ownership. I'll get off that. Specifically, alright, fine, there's a bomb. I have too much stuff, let's see. I'm trying to remember, well, fine. I picked up a croissant somewhere, so fine, I'll get rid of that and take bomb. Because I know that's gonna be use as we get going. Wait, that's dead end. Okay. At least we get to enjoy the great chillness of the music as is and everything else. Okay, so... Oh yeah, the stuff with the cult members, because actually, I said last time, I'll say this, I guess, before we talk about that element. We said last time, the idea that they were kind of supposed to be like Ku Klux Klan members, but actually I looked at the sprites for the Japanese version, and they still are blue, the same way they are in this one. It's just that, I think you might have mentioned the idea that they had like the paintbrush at the end of it. It was looking more like a torch in the Japanese version. It was kind of slight as far as what it was, but it was one of those cases where, yeah, they did change it a little bit, sort of, and there's a butterfly. Come on back, butterfly, I want to get you. Especially now, I want to have that.
Yeah, the only thing, they added a pom-pom onto the end of the hat.
Right.
And then they removed the letters because they thought they would look like K's.
Okay, and as I said, one thing we'll do for this game eventually is... I've started to play ahead with the Japanese version, basically pretty much watching the play he did, just to get a sense of kind of the play ahead, so at least they'll know what the answers are of, like, questions. Actually, I think the first question you ask... the first responses you have with Buzz when he gets swatted down, maybe it's me, but does it say anything about there being more prompts for that, as I'm gonna potentially die? Uh-oh. Shit. Oh no, I didn't get... Oh, I got smashed. I thought I got mortally hit. Does it say anything about there being more prompts? Because I could have sworn when I was trying to do some of that, it was not... Or it was giving me more when I was kind of selecting the things that I believe were kind of in line with what you had. Also, let me just get another life up running. And stay away also from the tree. Okay, I'm at dead end. I mean, if nothing else, I guess we're seeing an area, but it's also a case of... Look, I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm not the expert of this game, even though I did play through with him, as it is over the periods of it. So I'm going to openly admit, you're not coming here to see me play this game. You're absolutely not, and I'm going to openly take the element of that, because, yeah, this is his game, this is the game he loves, and there's another butterfly, is showing what he mentioned, which is that, hey, they can get respawning cases, which, by the way, they recover health, but do they recover psychic points as well?
They only recover psychic points. Not
they do. Oh, okay. Actually, that's better, because my psychic points are, like, next to nothing, so I kind of am happy that they're just recovering those. Okay, I was gonna say, wait, he was still there. I was like, wait, there's, two things. Speeding Robo. Are they weak to... Fine, I'll give it a shot.
Rockin'...
I don't know if they are.
Might not do so well against the UFO.
Okay, it didn't work on the UFO. The robot, it did. Okay.
Yeah, because that's based on speed, and the UFOs are fast.
Okay. Okay, it's missing the target because it's hidden away from the other one, I guess. But alright, fine. Alright, fine. Yeah, I think you might have mentioned that last time. The idea that the rockin' was based upon that specifically, and unfortunately, I did get sick. I did also look into the dialogue there when he says, as far as the nighttime stuffiness, it was not a specific reference to NyQuil or anything. It was just something that seemed pretty basic as far as what happened. Yeah, you can't help out specific because I recovered. Oh, fine. I'm already colded. Yeah, it's not working. Just keep going. Yeah, I don't think you lose a whole lot of health when it comes to cold. It's just that it's sapping your health every so often. But yeah, he's still missing. Or I'm still missing. Okay, there he's dead.
I don't see anything about more text options when Buzz is dying.
Okay.
But it did change some of his dialogue.
Okay.
So in Mother 2, he says that each of the sanctuary locations are called Omidake no Basho, which means spot that is yours alone.
Okay.
And so they changed that to just say your sanctuary. They thought that was just too long.
Okay.
And then throughout his speech, he also mentions in Mother 2, he mentions death and that he's about to die, but in EarthBound, the references to death were toned down, and he says things like, I'll pass on.
Okay. Which, it goes to something you said, which was... I don't think we went through this line. I think actually, now we're at a Happy Village, we could show this. There's, when we go in there, there's gonna be one of the cult members that says, don't go to heaven.
Yes.
That, from what I looked up, was not different from the Japanese version. It's the same, from what I read, but I don't know if maybe there's something in there that indicates that differently. Because at first they said, like, oh, they're saying go to hell, and they changed it. But apparently not. Also in the counseling office. If you here, visit the Happyism headquarters located in the center. Okay, so that's where we went. Specifically, yeah, car painter as well. Back to mine's like a hypnotist. Does you understand? So explain it to you. When the world's changed to blue, a peaceful country can be established. Yeah, sorry, I don't get that. Don't understand it now, someday you will. Okay. Actually, I don't know if we went in here last time, but either way. I tell your face you're only pretending to understand. You just want something. Well, I don't know if I want... Well, actually, wait, we do want something. We want to save Paula again, as it is. Microphone as it was for the stuff of that. Sorry, yeah. You're saying as far as the don't go to heaven line?
Yes, the one cultist who says, you strange, unmasked fellow, don't go to heaven. For years, fans assumed that this was the localizer's way of avoiding the word hell, but the line is actually the same in Japanese.
Okay. Alright, just already struck by lightning. Shit, okay, I didn't know they were going that crazy as far as that last time. Okay, sorry, we're back in here. Let me just make sure as far as my items. Okay, I have a bomb. I have burgers. I don't completely want to use yet. As you mentioned here, I did look up this to try and see what were they doing with this, but yeah, I think you're saying that some more character sprites, I guess other ones would be what? Part of the
maybe,
background. There's nothing I can find.
I guess that could be the only other thing, part of the background.
Okay. Blue, don't disrupt our meeting. Okay, fine. Unfortunately, we have to disrupt your meeting, or I have to do it. Okay, so there's the insane cultist again with the paint bucket. And then the pom-pom at the end of his hat, and then instead of the fire, as far as on his thing, it's paintbrush. But still... Let's hit him.
I think there's an interesting cultist that I don't think we actually saw last time.
Where's that?
He should be in the north part of this room.
I need to get myself living. I need to get space here, and if I use something like that, he might go too fast. Alright, he went in paint. Actually, I should have probably used the psychic stuff again on this. Is he gonna die? Please let him die. Okay, good, he died. And I'll recover after battle. Yeah, you said, where is he?
Let's see. He should be toward the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we go straight up here.
Oh, this guy? Well, that's the guy we talked to move.
I think, yeah, talk to him. He should move if you talk to him. And
what, I'm blocking you? Okay, I'll move out of your way.
And then if we go talk to that guy there, yeah.
Okay. Armed torpedoes, full speed ahead. I guess it's a takeoff on Damn the Torpedoes, full speed ahead?
Yes. So,
okay. Which yes. I think that's a movie, from a movie of some sort, that's, whose name is escaping me at the moment.
So in Mother 2, he says, "You normal guy who flies into a flame, I'll squish you." This is a rewording of a famous Japanese proverb, like a summer insect that flies into a flame.
Okay.
And so they changed that to this line, which is a rewording of a famous phrase said by Rear Admiral David Farragut during the Civil War. Remember
That
the
was it,
Civil War?
okay. I knew it was something specifically. There was a reference to that. Actually, there's a reference to that in Hydro Thunder on the Dreamcast. Actually, there's an arcade game that was on Dreamcast and most of the systems where they have a boat called Damn the Torpedoes. But in this case, they don't say the Damn the Torpedoes part. And he's got to fight me, so I need to get myself recovered before I start wailing on him. Alright, so, life up. Oh crap, he called for help, so yeah, well fine, it's fair he's calling for help here, because look how many, how many are here, fine. I don't think this is gonna work, because they're faster, so I fucked up using the rocking, because it's not gonna do anything.
It'll work.
Oh, you're right, okay. Okay, it did more on the one on the back, is there a reason for that?
Just random.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing as far as
It
positioning
does,
for that. Alright, smash.
Yeah, it does anywhere between, I think, like 50 and 100.
Gotcha. Okay, at least, okay, fine. I'm maybe playing this game much more recklessly than he does. Fine, and he does in the sense that I'm kind of hanging on the edge of the skin of my teeth on this one, but I do want to also grab this. Okay, fine, yeah, because the item over here is talking to, alright, you. Or you. There we go. I like to be one of us. Give what you're doing and go meet the great Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, we'll do it just a second. I just want to grab the item here. Okay, fine. At this point, I'll take the croissant because it's a health recovery that I'm gonna definitely need. Alright, so there he went. I'll stand somewhere else. Okay, good for you. Lagoon, blue. Oh, wait, I'm hitting... Wait a second. Hold on a second. Let me see something, because I'm facing there. Oh. Wait a sec. So...
I guess you can...
So wait a second. When I'm facing a different direction, but
Well,
there's
I
a
think-
character near me, it walks onto them?
Well, I think it's facing you that way because the one directly above you is not a real NPC.
And the one on the other side isn't either. Okay, gotcha. Although, wait a sec. Okay, there we go. We're saying only capable of walking in place? That's not true. Okay, fine. Green, wait. She's still new at this. Kind of like me in this. Okay, open present, skip sandwich. Okay, actually that goes to something I know we got a comment on the upload of the last video on saying there's a skip that goes with that. I don't know if that's something that can make this potentially go quicker to where we need to go next. But either way. Anti-blue boy, you're getting on my nerves. Okay.
Yeah, another interesting thing about the Happiest is that in the 70s and 80s there was a surge of new religious cults in Japan.
Yeah.
And one of the leaders of one of these cults often wore a blue suit.
Really? Okay, so it's actually a reference maybe to that on top of that, too.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, given, I guess, how in tune, I guess, with the cultural element this game tended to be, that wouldn't necessarily be something that is totally out of keeping. And Jesus Christ, I'm close on that. Okay, I need to recover myself when I get out. Or get a level up. Okay, let's see. Totally went up, luck by 1. Max HP by 12. Okay, that's better. But I still need to use something.
I think there's just one more mandatory fight before Carpenter.
Okay. Then maybe I should hold on. I only have... Okay, I'll add
wait a
2.
second. We don't have the Franklin badge.
Wait, do we... Wait, wait, we didn't get... I didn't get it before I came here, because you can get it before you come in here, is that right?
Well, we have to, because otherwise we can't fight Carpenter.
Okay, so at the very least, I at least got some of that hard part out of the way first, so... And they'll stay fought when I leave, right?
They should, yeah.
Okay, good. Alright, so... Yeah, so I went in there, that's where he is. There's Carpenter... Wait, I gotta fight him, don't I?
No, that's just NPC.
Okay, wait a sec. Okay, so he's fired to deliver messages. Oh, the Mr. Saturns are here.
Yeah, that is a preview of the Mr. Saturns.
Oh, okay, I didn't know they were here. Down in the valley behind Threed. Okay, I did not know they were here. Okay, that's interesting to see. Okay, so nothing else, you're seeing more of Happy Valley, but that being said, okay, and he's in the garden. Hi. Okay, so at least it's explaining, so they give you a little bit of a hint to, fine, in part 1 we showed this already where Pokey was here. He helped him, apparently. He's in the mountain cabin. But, yeah, it's like, forget I said that. Okay, fine. We already knew he said that, technically. There's the blue cow again. Alright, here you go.
Yeah.
Okay, apologies on flying when we to stay here, but if you're interested in learning about it, made an exception. Alright, here's $50. Okay, so we're gonna hear for Paula. Okay, fantastic. Alright, I'm glad you're knowing this, because I'm not gonna lie, as far as this, when I went on to this, I was thinking, okay, I'll have to remember specifically what it was, which was gonna be fine that way. It's like, look, we'll do what I have to, I'll do what I have to do as far as that, when it comes to something with this game, no question. Alright, fine, I've been out here not that long. No, we don't want to take a break. Yeah, I understand your point about the fate of the world being a stake, that's true.
Yeah.
But either way, okay, so I did take a nap. He's... Wait, is he doesn't give me the... Who gives me the Franklin badge? So this really is like
Paula.
us... Oh, what?
We have to get it from Paula.
Oh, and hey, he comes out after I, went to sleep? Oh, fine, it's just random, but...
Yeah, there's random.
But interesting enough, I didn't see anybody, trying to get me in town until I went in there, but either way. Okay, so fine, now I remember where, Paul is. She's at the back, the cave at the back, I believe, and then go over there and get it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, it's also me remembering specifically, because if nothing else, I guess, in a roundabout way, I guess I'm glad this happened only because it is a reflection of what him and I did for 5 months before we, started this play, which was,
It's on the other side.
It's on the other side, okay, which is, I'm playing through this game, not exactly knowing everything about it, but of course, I have probably the best resource I could possibly think of for this game. Clearly. I mean, he came armed with a book this time, particularly as far as what it was, but also someone who, as you mentioned last time, this is your favorite game of all time, and you're showing it specifically because you're saying, like, okay, do this, 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 this. It's like when sometimes we played games, like, wait a sec, how do you know all these things about it? Fine, it's gonna be in 13 days when that Super Mario RPG remake comes out. It's gonna be running like, oh, this, as far as what it is. Go on. Yeah, I think I definitely need to get my levels up, and I also need to hopefully not die to this, because I, okay, fine, you know what, Oh! That was lucky.
Yeah.
Because we talked about that last time, did we not?
Was that a gut save?
I think it was. Thank God I had that. I was going to rewind as far as that because I was in a case of that. I'm going to use this only because I... Wait. Okay, that wasn't. Fine, you know, now I'm rewinding, but wait a second. So then wait, does the item... The item doesn't go first. So I don't know if I can avoid this.
Yeah, I don't think you can get out of this.
Well, actually, I got one way to get out of this. Ow! Fine, in this case, I'm not, and unfortunately, this is a case where I think I'm gonna have to rewind more because, the last time I saved... Let's see when I last saved. This might be going back a ways. Yeah, absolutely was. Fuck this. I'm rewinding completely. Yeah, unfortunately, this is gonna be my element. So fine, we'll come back here. I know this is not professional this way, I get it. But as I said, this is also my punishment for this. So yeah, let's put it this way. Oh, fine, I'm gonna try and kill these guys. Quick. I'll say this. Oh, fine, we'll put it this way. If there's any video that's gonna be uploaded to the YouTube site where I deserve to have a dislike put onto it instantly outside of the fact that every video I upload has a dislike put to it instantly anyway, not that you ever see them, it's gonna be this one, I guarantee it. And not for Gemini 96 here, but for me, clearly. But alright, fine. That's what could have happened, but here's what really happened. It's the clue edit every time. So...
did you get the hard hat in Peaceful West Valley? Because I noticed you're taking a lot of damage.
I don't think I did.
Let me see your goods.
Probably not. I don't think I did. I think I need to start running. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna see if I can run.
Actually, you can't run from these guys because of a glitch.
Oh, did we mention what that was last time?
Yeah, there's one mandatory fight that involves cultists.
Uh-huh.
So whenever you fight a cultist, even if it's not that mandatory fight, the game has that flag set in place where you can't run from the fight.
Okay, so I didn't get it. So hold on, where is it?
Yeah, it's toward the end of Peaceful Rest Valley. Do you have the copper bracelet?
I don't think I have that either. Yeah, so this is why I'm apologizing to you specifically as far as this. Or if you want to say like take over and you know, fix my mistake. I should own this mistake I'm making, yes, but
we can probably go without the copper bracelet, but I'll go back and get the hard hat.
Okay. Again, I'm very sorry about this. This will not be the
good.
case of the next part, I promise.
That's alright.
Well, I thank you for that understanding that way, but as I said, it's also the case that, fine, it is your play, so I'm going to make sure that it's the best play it can be, and fine, if something does go wrong, if nothing else, I'll at least give a indication to it. Which I guess goes to, as you're gonna go as far as this, I guess I'll go, I think I said this last week. I said when we did Castlevania Run of Blood last week, I said, I'll put a lot of prep into the shows we do, particularly as far as the viewer requests and things like that, but even as far as anything, really, to give a sense of, hey, you know, give enough of a perspective as far as so I don't ever regret a show that I do. So like, hey, I could do something else. But I guess then it goes to shows that I do regret, which actually you were in the chat on one of those, and actually it was not a case of me regretting the way the game played, but just so much me not realizing something with the tech. Remember when we played Rez back in June?
Yeah.
We had that issue as far as the buzziness on the audio, and I didn't know it was happening at the time. And it was also something that I looked back and said, man, like, what was this? I made to make sure my stuff was set, the way the cable was connected as far as the microphone and all that. So I felt awful also because that was a case where I was asked for that game. So it's like, I didn't, if nothing else, okay, then fine, that's where I missed it. It was on the way, but I didn't go that way. But either way, so alright, thank you for grabbing that. But it was something that, because as I said, I never ever want to give a sense that, hey, you know, if I'm asked for a game, I'm gonna, you know, half-ass it or anything specific. So, I don't regret the fact that we did that show. I had a great time doing it, but then in the case that when I found out, though, there was the element of the recording, it didn't make me feel bad. Now, I mean, I don't think Lek first indicated this, because he's the one who asked for the game, saying that, hey, you sabotaged the show of mine. Like, I don't think he thinks that. In fact, I know he doesn't think that. But still, it's one of those cases. At least I want to be open to that, because I want this to be a different case as far as what that kind of thing is. Specifically, and in that case, I do want to indicate that to you, just to give you the perspective of it. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we're seeing the expert of the game running it, clearly. But if nothing else, we do have this own. I guess here's the other question, is that I'm trying to remember, were there any skips that we had that, like, you were saying that when we went to, the tent, there was that skip that goes to the end of the game. I got the ribbon, I did get that specific, but I don't know what else I grabbed.
Let's sell this.
It's a baseball cap.
And we can... I think I will buy the combo bracelet too.
Okay. Alright, so in that case, it's basically, to give a perspective, this is pretty much just focus as much as you can on the defense. And in my case, it was also the fact that, fine, I didn't pick up some of the items that were on the way. Fine, okay, at least we got more money in the bank that way. Also, I'll make sure, as I said, as far as this, is that because of this save, I'll put down 2 save states so that then I can load that and it'll have the saves. I mean, I'm glad I found that out. So, fair warning to anybody who has Switch Online for that. If you have a game with a save in it, make sure that you have... You could use this restore points along with it in case you load an old one where it says, hey, it doesn't know where that save is. As I said, I could have feasibly reverted to the one that was the cloud save, but since it was from 3 years ago... Actually, did I tell you that part? Okay, so before you got here, right before you got here, actually, as it was, I said, okay, I could have used the cloud save thing, because it does cloud saves, and you said to do that on Switch, but I didn't have it do. What happened was that it gave... Alright, it showed that there was a mismatch of the time when the last save was between that and what was in the cloud, and then it showed the cloud data that for this app, and only this, the last data I had was on March 30th, 2020. And I don't know why that was, because I've used this since. We used it for the last part of this. But for some reason, that was how it operated. And I said, I could have feasibly downloaded that other one, but I said, that would have been even worse, because that means we would have had to start from the beginning. And I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not taking that chance. I'm not going to make this any worse than I already made it. And there is Pokey saying, like, yeah, let's go join the cultists, please. Was like, no, we're not going to do that. Because as you said, I think so eloquently last time, the idea of Pokey is it seems like he's... I don't know if you said he's a leech specifically, but the idea is that he tends to latch onto people specifically. And in this case, he even said that right there, which is, hey, I'm going with the cult members. You should join them because, hey, they're a good thing. He did that to us at the beginning of the game, saying, like, hey, let's go out get my brother, but he's not willing to fight to that. But at least his brother's going to try and find that as far as Picky's concerned when we get him.
Yeah, I guess the thing with Pokey is he kind of just has no direction of his own.
Uh-huh.
So he follows whatever group he happens to, stumble across. It's like in this instance, it's the cultists, and we'll see later in the game where he joins forces with other villains, and so he just kind of, floats around to, whatever group he finds himself in.
And one thing it does kind of go back to as far as the beginning of the game, because remember, when we brought him home, he was beaten by his father, number one. And then his mother said, nice guys finish last, which makes me wonder, and I don't know if the lore of this game has said this, or has there been discussion about this aspect of it. And trust me, I know where spoilers are going with him, so I'm dancing around that specifically for sure. But based on what we have, is what we've seen with him so far, do they ever say that maybe that is a factor? The fact that he's reacting to his upbringing, perhaps, with some of the things that maybe he's doing, why he might be latching on to, like, the cult members in this case?
There's definitely evidence that points to that. And
or theories that maybe that he said.
Yeah, I would say that's a valid theory.
Mm-hmm.
That he comes from, a broken home, and so he just, joins forces with all these other characters to, I guess, find some kind of belonging.
Yeah, although then again, also the contrast with Picky, who, I guess, of what we see of him, which I don't remember if we see him outside of the beginning of the game. I don't remember if we do.
Picky, we don't. Yeah, he's a minor character. We never really see him.
But, I mean, fine, we don't have a whole lot to that, but I mean, in Picky's case, he's at least willing to go with it, but I don't know if maybe in that case it's a case of, I don't know, maybe a subservience, perhaps? Mm-hmm. But then again, I mean, you said this game is massively open to interpretation, as far as a lot of things. We're going to get to that when we get to the end of this game, trust me on that one. And we'll welcome any element as far as what, Chad, you have to say about this, because there's a lot of things. Even if you haven't played this game before, it's something that I think it helps that way to kind of just look at it. You were saying?
So, this lady here is very rude. She says that we deserve to be struck by lightning.
Yes, and what about...
This was actually toned down in this version.
What did she say?
She said something even worse in Japanese. She says, a kid like you deserves to be killed by a bolt of lightning.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So, alright, so they did sort of tone it down, but I guess the thought is that, A, if you're going to get struck by lightning...
Same idea, but they just chose
the same idea.
Like, softer words.
Okay, I mean, though then again... I mean, I guess the idea of, like, where's the menace in this game? I mean, we kind of have sort of seen it, and we'll definitely see it going on. Okay, wait, do their dialogue change when they come in? Okay, there's the don't go to heaven line.
Yeah. I think it's the same.
Well, no, the other one, because we talked to him and he walked away, so, like, I tried to whistle, like, I'll try over here.
Oh, okay.
I'll look back on the video then, for that, just to see that maybe that changes if you... Well, it's not, I don't think it's random, is it?
I don't think it is.
Okay. Well, fine, yeah, there's the don't go to heaven. Okay, whistling's hard, so we just still say that. Well, okay, we sort of have blue, but we're not completely. But I don't know, maybe it's the thought like they want to dunk us in paint or something. Alright, so now we'll go fight a Carpenter again, and with the, thank you for pointing out as far as the thing with the Franklin badge, because otherwise I would have went in here and like, wait a second, why can't I win? Or getting lightning, but yeah, it's not going to work. And now this battle is... Did you say this is unlosable, or it's just the case that it's not gonna hurt? He won't hurt you much.
You can lose to this fight, but it's very easy because his moves are not random. They're all scripted. So the first time, I believe the order is he'll attack, then he'll heal himself, and then he'll use his. He'll use the lightning first, then heal, and then attack.
Okay, gotcha.
There's lightning, now he'll heal himself. And so you can just plan your moves based on that.
Okay, which is a good thing to indicate. Of course, so as the Franklin badge dictates, whenever there's a lightning attack hit on whoever's wearing it, it's going to reflect back and cause damage to them.
Yeah. And then every other turn, he replaces the life up with a psychic shield.
Okay.
And there it is. So it's a very easy fight.
Yeah. Yeah, although, watch, I would have fucked it up specifically by coming in here that way. But as I said, that's the other reason why he loves this game. He knows that And there's the Mani Mani statue again, specific. But, alright, so go get Paul again. Take the king, go. No problem.
Right, yeah, so that was what we saw in the beginning
Yeah.
at Liar Exaggerate's house, and so now
It's here.
We're seeing that whoever's in possession of the statue seems to be, I guess, hypnotized by it and influenced to perform all of these bad deeds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is interesting to see, and I guess interesting if nothing else, kind of to reflect that as is. And there is Pokey again. Oh, you're right. I mean, you're saying the idea like how he kind of wants to hold on to something because he seems like he doesn't have much to that. He's like pleased to that, but he's like fine. He reflects.
See ya.
He's like, yeah, I lied. See ya.
It's like, whatever.
So, but it's interesting that way, and I think of what we've seen of this game so far, I think it's been kind of interesting to think that for something that maybe on the surface you could think, well, this seems like it's maybe sort of kind of straightforward a little, then you can kind of peel the layers back and realize there's a lot to it, which explains, I think, why it's meant so much to a lot of people. And it's a game that, despite me not showing the skill, that I'm not going to lie to this that way for sure. I mean, you know it, you saw it. But this is a fantastic game, and I'm glad you turned me on to it. And it's not that other people hadn't told me about this game, but I never had access to this until the Wii U port came around. And now with this one as well. So it's something that I got to play it, I got to soak it in, and honestly, he was kind of, he's like the teacher as far as the great order of EarthBound as it is, which is why when I said, when they dropped this, and you so quietly played the idea that this is a fantastic game, you know everything, I said, you need to be on this show if you want to be playing this game, if you're okay with that. And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And here we are. And I said, I'm having a good time as far as it, and I said, not quite, I mean, as I mentioned, we're done with our Halloween block, but we're sort of not done with it in the sense that this is us coming back to the game we started with, which actually is what happened last year when you did Shadow Hearts, where we ended the month with Shadow Hearts, and then we had like one more part, so like, yeah, not quite done with Halloween. I mean, it was Halloween this week. Yeah, but next week we'll have, well, actually, fine, I guess we want to go into that. We sort of have something horror-ish, kind of, sort of, in the sense of what's going on with Mega Man Legends 2, which we're coming back to after about 4 months, specifically, because it was Nocturne's case. She was the one playing that, as far as what it was, but we had to schedule shows around, or kind of, we had to do elements of the schedules, however, as far as she was, and she was on the show a couple weeks ago, and we did the Typing of the Dead, which we had a great time doing, and she's coming back to this for next week, as is. And I did talk to her. It's going to be a 5 p.m. show. We're going out more on the schedule. But yeah, we're going to be going a little earlier for next week as we have the finale of that game.
Alright, so now we can at least stay here for free.
Okay. And you said this is one of the only areas in the game where they give you free hotel or free sleeping. Oh, fine. There in Saturn Valley was another place, I believe.
Yeah, there's a few. There's Frank and Onette. Yeah, Saturn Valley, this place. Yes, there's quite a few later, too. Okay. Alright, so let's see. We have the ribbon for Paula.
I made sure to buy that first because I said, fine. I'm not going to lie. I kind of watched what you did. I said, wait, what did he do as far as this to make sure? Where were we as far as that? Make sure that we were set to that. At least be in as best a situation, I guess, given this. But I said, next month's part, that will not be the case. I promise that. And it's also the case that I'll also keep this in mind as far as Switch Online is concerned, because, I mean, it does make sense, although, you know, I gotta think about this.
Yeah, because I guess when you load it, it's loading, like, the entire game's memory.
Yes.
And then, so then if you reset from that state, it overwrites whatever was before that.
One thing I'm wondering though, and I'll take a look at this. Is that the same on 3DS and Wii U's Virtual Consoles? Not actually. Well, I mean, I have this game on Wii U's Virtual Console. I can put it to the test on that, on this game specifically, because on Wii U it only has one restore point. The Wii was different because the way the Wii did it was that the only way it held a restore point is if you turned off the console for a Virtual Console game while it was playing. I think Actually, I'm trying to remember that. I gotta remember that. I don't know, maybe do you remember that? Whether,
I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not sure what your experience on Virtual Console for the Wii is. If any. And is it nowadays, the only experience you technically can have is if you buy the Kirby's Dream Collection, because those, I believe, are straight ports of the Wii Virtual Console games. And I think I believe the games that are in that are the only games of Wii Virtual Console that have a physical release, I believe. Because Super Mario All-Stars was not on Wii Virtual Consoles, it was on Wii U's either. It's on Switch's setup now. But that was on a disc on the Wii. And then the Virtual Consoles turned off as far as the Wii, and the Wii U and the 3DSs as well. I'll put that to the test, because honestly, I don't have a whole lot of games. I don't have to practice on Mega Man Legends 2. Specifically, honestly, there's not much even we have left to do. We have only one boss to fight. That's the end of the game. And then Nocturne just has to do the stuff with the weapon showcase, grinding out the Zenny, or getting the code to grind the Zenny, because it's insane what they ask you to do with that. So honestly, for the next couple weeks, it's me practicing for the game we're doing in 2 weeks, or two of the games we're doing in 2 weeks. Tetrasphere over there, as you're seeing in my Nintendo 64, and then editing the shows, and that's really going to be about it. And then play ahead on the Japanese version of this, and then, yeah, you know, that maybe I should use that as far as my, find one of my work game cases, which is that. I guess practice a little bit for Strange Horticulture, we'll get to that in December. And then when Super Mario RPG Remake comes out, I mean, that's going to be, I guess, all bets sort of off a little bit, except for the Puzzle Showcase stuff, which is basically just audio tech checks, basically, on all that. And since we got a bunch of games we're going to run on that. That's going to be it. So basically what I'll do is I'll look into the Virtual Console situation just to see if it changes it, because I don't know if it does, but I think you might be right as far as why it's happening on this. And we confirmed that it is happening, because I think I said to you, or I said to the Crusader 64, I said one of these things. I said, after we played Majora's Mask, trying to remember, oh right, after we played it, let me think about how to do this. Right, after I played it, I took the file we had, which I think I did put to a save state, I think. Or I reset the game after we finished it. And I used that to show off one of the glitches of getting the Fierce Deity mask running in town, which I showed in the finale. And then I looked at the save, and I realized, wait a minute, it was before I think it was before we got it. And I said, wait a second, how did that make sense? So I must have done something with that. And that was on Nintendo 64, where I couldn't do a rewind on the game specific. So, I mean, if nothing else, it's also that God, like, hey, you know, if you're going to be doing stuff for save, I mean, I guess it's also if you have a game on any of the Switch Online services that has save on them, because there's games that don't, including, actually all 3 of the games that came out kind of out of nowhere back on Tuesday. I was telling you the other day, which were Castlevania Legends from the Game Boy, Devil World from Famicom, and the mysterious Murasame Castle. Well, fine, Murasame Castle's a save. That one does, so never mind. I was wrong about that one, but the other 2 did not. So in that case, it wouldn't really matter. Yeah, sorry about that. As I said, I'm just getting over a bit of a cough I had last week, but doing okay. I've actually been feeling pretty decent as far as how it's been the past couple days. It's just been pretty much just, you know, going about it. So, I mean, it's the case that maybe, even though I'm not shutting up on this, is that maybe I should probably keep my mouth shut a little bit more on this, which I guess some people probably appreciate. So feel free to go into anything you got, chat, and to you, Gemini96, and anything else on translation specific.
Nothing else at the moment.
Or anything else you got game-wise that you have on your mind. Remember, we're an open book on this show. So feasibly, I guess it might be a case where it might be open mic night until we get back to where it is. Although, given how this is going to go, I'm pretty sure we can at least get back to where we were and get a little bit of progress. As I said, the way this is going to work, I mean, it shouldn't affect as far as the way the parts, although I'll say this. If it does require us to have need more parts of this game, you're getting more parts of this game. I will absolutely take that bullet, no question, and say that, fine, we'll do what we have to do. In that case, if it's something that comes down to my element to it, you know, I'll be fair to that, and that's how we're going to do it. So I think, yeah, we'll get the game playing that way. Although, honestly, I think this is one of the first times it's really happened, so... And I guess with Switch, at least it gives me a sense of, okay, what's a good way to handle this when it comes to something like this console? Because usually when it comes to stuff like PlayStation 2 and things, or PlayStation 1, it's usually, I'll do a save off, especially when other people play, it's like, let me back up save on your case in case something goes wrong. So as far as Switch is concerned, at least I have an idea as far as how to handle it, especially for the stuff on the online services.
Alright, cool. They didn't join.
Yeah, I was surprised looking at that, which I think we kind of had when we were in here last time, where they didn't always come around. But at least there goes the mole with the ice of Paula. Yeah, they're fine. They just walked away. It's like fine. It's like the parting of the Red Sea. Like, yeah, we don't want to be in like they know that we're on a busy schedule. I guess. Fine. The bear is like, no, come play with me. It's like, sorry, bear.
Yeah, I'm not sure what caused that. Sometimes the enemies will just disappear, but other times you'll see enemies like try to join the fight from off screen.
Right. I mean, I think we had that. I think we did show that last month. I think we saw that every so often when we were doing our play, as well. But I mean, I guess it goes to the idea of so many different elements of this, and as far as what that is, okay, it's like, yeah. At first it's like, yeah, she's gonna live, but alas not. But we'll get her back.
We'll be okay.
Alright, fine. This is the second one, but as I said, we did this already, so he knows what to do. With Mondo Mole. Yeah, just paralyze him, and I think that's basically the battle.
Now he's dead, yeah. He can't attack now.
Actually, I noticed one thing. When you got the Psy Caramel, it said they added Paula's stuff. Oh,
yes.
They added Paula's stuff as opposed to gave it to Paula.
Right, yeah, because I guess, like, because she's dead now, so we just have to put it into her inventory instead of her picking it up.
Okay, which is, it's a small thing, but it's something that I looked at, and I was kind of fascinated, just saying that, okay, they cared enough to make the dialogue go that way to get a sense of, fine, we can't give it to her because she's not with us right now, but they did say that, okay, fine, this is usually sometimes when it comes to older games, you think, well, who cares about something like that? It's implied, but in this case, no, clearly they did care.
Yeah. Here we go.
Alright, good job. As far as other stuff, let me just fine. Yeah, let me silence my phone. Usually it's like, hey, I usually have it silenced, but in this case it was just fine. I want to make sure as far as like, hey, you being here and all that. Here we are. It's a nice purifying light. As far as any other notes stuff, as far as I don't have new notes as far as what we did last time. So actually I have the old book out for anything that maybe I missed as far as some of the music references. Or ones we haven't covered yet. Actually, that link list last time was probably the biggest link list of anything I've done because it was so many things as far as the music. So I said, how am I managing this with all the stuff with the sound? But we got it. And actually, wait a second. You used the exit mouse when you were outside there, and it took you to the cave, and then it took you out here.
Yeah, because I guess it counts that area as part of the liquid cave, and so it just transports you back to the beginning.
So I guess then I know there's other areas where you have to go through a bunch of caves to get through. Would it do the same thing on some of those places where it's basically it would take you out like I don't know, like 4 or 5 directions?
Yeah, so like if it's a dungeon where the mouse could be used, it'll take you all the way back to the beginning.
Okay.
It won't just transport you back to the last cave entrance. Like within the dungeon, it'll take you back to the beginning.
I can think of the next place we would be going as far as it from where we were last time, where we stopped last time, that I think that's going to come in use. In fact, I think that was the first time I realized, yeah, the exit mouse is going to be of very high use, honestly. Not that we haven't been getting used to it, but especially there. Alright, so there is the territorial oak again.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was mortal damage, but yeah, if you keep hitting that L or A button, and you can get the dialogue off, you're set. I mean, I think that's the thing. I'm kind of starting to get a sense of, I guess, the wavelength of this game, because I said this last time. I said, usually in RPG, the thought is that you don't necessarily need to be, you don't need to be active in some cases as far as the idea that, hey, you're like doing a button press, or the idea that what do you necessarily need to be fast in, but then in this case, you do, and so I think as you play it more, you do kind of, in my case at least, get more into the rhythm as it happens. So in that case, it's like, uh-oh, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, it's a cool mechanic.
It is, yeah.
And speaking of rhythm, Mother 3's battle system even adds another mechanic that makes the battles even more, I guess, interactive.
Okay.
And forces you to be more active during the fight.
Which is saying something given how active you are in this one. As I mentioned last time, I said he has the hookup as far as that, so if you want to see Mother 3, and I'm going to assume people probably want to see Mother 3, that's on the table. He has a translated cartridge.
Yep.
I have the Game Boy player for the GameCube, which costs a bit of money now. So anything Game Boy Advance, we can run to that, and actually... We still haven't shown anything off on Game Boy Advance on the show. Now I'm realizing this. Because last week we had our debut on PSP, and a couple weeks ago we had our debut of PS5 with Man of Medan, which, by the way, thank you so much for your input on Man of Medan. Oh my god, we had such a great time doing that game just in general, but also your input.
Yeah, that was fun.
I think we both said we didn't know that Gemini 96 had that in him, but we also were very happy that you did, and you clearly added as far as the show as it was, and yeah, we were able to keep everybody alive as far as how it was. But as I was saying, we have technically debuted a couple consoles recently. I guess technically we're debuting NES in a few weeks, in the sense we're using the NES for the first time on the show as far as the actual old box there, the front loader. But yeah, we haven't touched Game Boy Advance yet, so you'll have to figure that. And I did say at some point, I still have to do this because I promised this. I'm going to show the portable Donkey Kong Country games, because I have the third one where they changed a lot, including the music.
Okay.
And I'll always show a little bits of the other three, which were 1 and 2, and then the Game Boy Color version of the first one. I could do swap-offs. But yeah, anything... Actually, wait. I'm trying to think as far as stuff on Game Boy Advance that was asked for, or anything you'd want to see. That's not... Aside from Mother 3. Mother 3 is a given, of course. But, that's right. Actually, Dolphin, she asked me for... I gotta get a copy of this. Dragon Ball Advance Adventure, which was on Game Boy Advance. It's by Dimps, the people who made Sonic Advance and made the Dragon Ball Z Budokai games. And I've heard it's supposed to be really, really good. It costs some money, but it's also one that... It's one of those cases where, yeah, I would want to invest like $100 or so, but even by advanced standards, it's not too bad. I have stuff on the... Go back to Wii U again. I have stuff downloaded off of that was from Natsume that goes for a fortune. I was really shocked when I found out. It was Car Battler Joe, and it was Pocky and Rocky with Becky. Those games are, I think, like $300.
Oh yeah, Pocky and Rocky, that's a cool game.
Oh, you're familiar with that?
Yeah.
What'd you play that on? Like a Super Nintendo?
I've just played it on emulator at Super Nintendo.
Because it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Though there is the remake, Reshrined, that came out. I think it came out this year. Yeah, that's another one. You want to call dibs on Pocky and Rocky? We can do that. I can get Reshrined, or I can try and get the Super Nintendo game, because they've not re-released. Fine, that was the remake they did. That was the most that they got. Yeah, but that was an interesting one when I was talking, because I was asked, I said, hey, what is this? That's the only one I have, which is not seen as one of the most well-liked ones. Because actually, I think it was the people who made RoboPit on the Saturn and the PlayStation who made that. And it plays like the other one as far as like the top-down, sorta shooter, sorta hack and slash, kinda.
Yeah.
As far as what it is. But it didn't have multiplayer. Fine, on Wii U it didn't have multiplayer because the Game Boy Advance ports did not have multiplayer put into them. But the game didn't have multiplayer at all, which I didn't know. I thought, oh wait, it has 2-player, but no, only the other ones did. And also the original arcade game, which was Kiki Kai Kai, which actually, I'm trying to remember. We're playing Taito Legends for Xbox as far as our compilation program next year. I'm trying to remember if it's in that one or if it's in the second one. Let me see that specifically. Because, yeah, we're going to have our element on the Runaway 5 again. Which also, speaking of which, I have to also meet something next month. I still haven't watched the Blues Brothers, and I know I got to fix that. And feel free to go anything else you got on that, because you got in the book. Okay, so hang on. Because Kiki Kai Kai was Taito. Was that in Taito Legends? Fine, because we're gonna play both of those eventually. But I have Taito Legends 1. We're gonna start with because I first wanted to see that. I just want to see if it's in that first one because if it is, we're gonna be showing it actually off sooner rather than later. It's on in May. Let's see. I believe it's in. Okay, I believe it's in the second one. Yeah, I think it is. Let me just confirm that. We're in that great music again, which is awesome. Yeah, it's Taito Legends 2 has it. So Taito Legends 2 has that. It also has the arcade version of what's the game Electra says for this? On the Ball, which is on Super Nintendo. It was originally called Camel Tree, and I owe him that one. He was saying, hey, I want to see that. But with those the arcade version of both of those are in Taito Legends 2, which we're gonna play on the PlayStation 2 when we get to that point because it's on the Xbox in Europe only. Apparently it's region free for Europe, so I've understood, but it's also something that it costs $80, and if it doesn't work, I don't want to take that chance of saying like, hey, I put in my US Xbox, and they say, oh, it's gonna have a region problem. And also for some weird reason, in Taito Legends 2's case, there are 3 games that are exclusive to the PS2 version, and there are 3 games that are exclusive to the Xbox version for some reason, or actually 4. Because the PS2 version is missing. Okay, the Xbox gives you Bubble Symphony, Kadash, Pop and Pop, and Ray Force, and the PlayStation 2, which is the version we would be playing, has Balloon Bomber, G Darius, Ray Storm, and Cybalion. I'm familiar with Ray Storm. In fact, actually, they re-released Ray Storm and G Darius, I believe, on the Switch semi-recently. So, for some reason, they split them up, but then they ported to the PC, and I believe the PC version has both of them. For some reason. I don't know what that was about, as far as why it was. I think they might have said something with an emulation. But I don't know. But fine. Okay, when we get to Taito Legends 2, we'll at least play the arcade version. And if you want to call it Pocky Rocky, I'll make Pocky Rocky happen, damn it. As we're taking our bus ride through over to Threed, through the Ghost Tunnel once more. Also, just out of curiosity, going to Pocky and Rocky thing, I just want to see. Because the second game is like $1,000. Actually, okay, one isn't as bad as I thought. One is about, I'm seeing $130, $150, which by Super Nintendo standards,
It's not too bad, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have a game that's like 400. That's Harvest Moon, and Nocturne is Mega Man X3, which is she has a complete in box in amazing condition. Wow. So it's like almost over 1,000. Yeah, Pocky and Rocky 2. That's over 400.
Wow.
So fine, that's way more expensive because I think we talked about rare games on that. Actually, it's more than this.
Yeah.
This game is like $300, $400, but Pocky Rocky 2 costs more than this. I think Hagane, the Final Conflict is another one. The Final Conflict is another one that costs a lot of money. And then other ones that kind of took me by surprise just how expensive they became. Even stuff I played, I know, actually a lot of the title stuff on that system is surprisingly expensive. In fact, there's one game, I don't know if you were familiar with this, it's called The Jetsons Invasion of the Planet Pirates.
Never, no.
There was a couple title games that based on the Jetsons that or games on the Jetsons that Taito made. There's one on NES, Cogswell's Caper, which is by Natsume, who developed it. That Super Nintendo game actually goes for I think like $200 now. It's actually weirdly enough though, it's a lot like Luigi's Mansion, surprisingly, because the idea is that George Jetson in that game, and I rented this when I was growing up, so that's why I played it. He has this vacuum cleaner. It's a platforming game. You use that vacuum cleaner to suck up enemies and shoot things back at them, but also like climb on walls and things. It's kind of interesting, honestly, as far as what it was. But it is something that, again, it goes for quite a bit of money. More than I would have thought. Or like the game based on SWAT Cats, the Radical Squadron, that's on Super Nintendo. I think it was Hudson Soft who made that, and it's another one that's like $300. Like, really? I'm kind of surprised it took off that much as far as being costly. I mean, this game I get because people really want it, and also, as we mentioned, it didn't sell that great, and I guess because of that, people are like, yeah, they want to hold on to this thing, and I guess they probably didn't do many print runs, I would think.
Probably not.
But then again, it's also something that it is available on Switch for the run of this, at least. And it got people going when Wii U came out, because when those virtual consoles are running, as you said last time, people bought that. I bought it specifically when I got Wii U. I said, I'm buying this game. I've never played it. This is the only way I can get it. And that was where they said, fine, let's bring back Mother 1. Yeah. Although not a Mother 3, and said, we'll see what goes on Mother 3. Fine, if Nintendo's gonna give you Mother 3, we'll give you Mother 3. Or he'll give you Mother 3 as a specific. Okay, so we're back in 3.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a visit here to the hotel.
Yep.
See what's going on.
Yeah, the wacky music. Actually, I didn't realize that last
Yeah,
time.
the music's a bit off key here.
Okay, that goes actually to something of Lunar, which we'll come back to next month, which was that there's a town in that also has music that's off key, at least in the PlayStation version. The PSP version, it's not anymore. But at this point, like, fine, this is another game that does it. As we're left down in the basement. So, in that case, with the door locked, well...
we need help.
Yeah, we need to pray to our God, or fine, we'll pray to, well, fine, we'll pray to Jeff. Fine, if you saw the last part, you know what's going on, specifically, so I'm gonna assume we know what's going on, as it is, and to that as well. Oh, actually, I guess then, as far as this book is concerned, I guess this is pretty much... Does it second sort of as a walkthrough in the sense that it categorizes every change in the order that it happens in the game? Or is it just kind of going in a random case, sort of, kind of?
I guess you could use it as a very, like, high-level guide of which area to go to next, but there's no, there's no, like, strategy or, any sort of, like, gameplay help there.
Okay. So, I mean, it is structured, I guess, in the order of the game.
Right, so in terms of the structure of it, yeah, you could use it as, like, okay, which area do I have to go to next? And use it like that. Sure.
Alright, so yeah, back to the orphanage. There's Jeff again. Fine, this is... They say it's a dorm. I guess this is... No, wait, this is the orphanage? Is that right?
I believe it's a boarding school.
Oh, the boarding school.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Boarding school.
Because I was like, wait a second, he does have father. Or fine, Jeff does, at least.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and there's Tony.
Tony's presence in here.
Okay, so fine, we're opening our gifts again. It's like, yeah, we rewound time inadvertently, and fine, we're gonna open up more as far as it. So yeah, fine, we're taking 3 cookies this time.
I'll take more.
Okay, fine, take them all. I guess as far as how it is, unless the question is that, hey,
we could drop these.
Get rid of the ruler, get rid of the protractor. I'm trying to remember what those were not key items again. Were the things you fixed?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we, in the last part, we just showed them in battle. They gave us some extra text in battle, but they don't have any practical use.
Okay. No, that's good. In this case, so it's fine as far as what that was. Alright, so off to see Andonauts again.
Alright, so we have the key.
Yep. It's like saving the game. Okay. Is there any other interesting factoids as far as anything with translation on this part that that stuck out to you?
Oh yeah. So when we woke up, Jeff prepares to sneak out of the boarding school, but he's stopped by Tony. In Mother 2, he says, if you get caught, you'll get a paddling.
Oh. Okay.
And so here they just said, if you get caught, you'll get punished big time.
Okay. Which is interesting because they didn't change the thing at the beginning of the game when Pokey's father hits them. I don't think between our version and theirs. But in that case, they, I guess they did. I guess they didn't want to say what that was. Or it makes me think of that episode of The Simpsons when Jasper was one of the substitute teachers saying that, talking out of turn, that's a paddling. Paddling without a, or canoeing without a paddle. Well, you better believe that's a paddling. Oh, I don't think I got that right. But I mean, that's the thing. I guess I like the minutiae of this, and since you love this game clearly, the idea that, especially for something like this, there are going to be a lot of differences, but also some things where there's kind of more similarities than you'd think. Because I guess, I don't know what you're like as far as this. I know sometimes it comes to stuff like, anime and things like that, there's the perspective of the argument of subs versus dubs, or watching something subtitled or watching it dubbed, specifically because there's the thought that, hey, if they dub it, either it won't be as good, or they might change meaning or something.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know how that works with gaming either, when sometimes that works, as far as whether it goes for official products, whether it goes for, maybe fan translations. Ask anybody who's familiar with the fan translation of Tales of Phantasia that, from what I understand, I don't think it's familiar. I don't think it's in line with what the original version was, particularly when that came out on Game Boy Advance. It's way more vulgar. It's like an M-rated game. Like, I'm kind of shocked by that, as far as what it was. But that's also not a case where it was official, whereas I guess in this case, they said, okay, they made differences, but I don't know where you stand as far as, like, the differences between, like, an English and a Japanese thing, for a game, or anything, really.
Yeah, I find it interesting just, you know, to research, like, what changed and, you know, the reasoning behind it.
Uh-huh. I guess also the question of when will you take a good reason for changing something, or when will you not? I mean, I guess... Yeah, there's a lot of things, I guess, to take in that.
I guess there are some things that... I guess there are some examples where I wish they kept it the same. You know, like in cases where they tone things down, you know, to like, be more sensitive, I guess.
Like with this game, with this franchise, or other stuff?
Just in general.
Okay. Yeah, I get that as well, because I mean, I guess I was in the opposite element. I don't know, did I talk to you about Yakuza from Sega at any point?
No.
Okay, because the first release of it was on the PlayStation 2 in 2006. It is a mature rated game as far as what it is, because you're working with the Japanese mafia. You're Kazuya as far as that. When they brought it over here, the first one, they gave it an English dub, so it's like Shenmue in the sense that they dubbed it. They had a lot of surprisingly famous people in the game. They had Eliza Dushku from Bring It On, and from a couple other movies like Jane Silent Bob Strike Back. They had Michael Madsen, who actually was in many games at the time. He was in the game based on Reservoir Dogs. He's in the second season of The Walking Dead game that we'll get to eventually. He was in Narc, the remake of that came out about a year before. And in that case, Michael Madsen played the villain in that game. But the idea of how that went is that it was extremely vulgar as far as its language, and the original translation, which was then used for Yakuza Kiwami, which is the remake of it that came out a couple years ago on the PS4 and Xbox One and the PC, it still had that as far as that style itself, so it's definitely a mature rated game. I know the Crusader 64 is a big one into those, and I like it too, but I was very turned off on it when I played it the first time, because I said, this seems like it's pushing, it doesn't seem like it's in keeping with even that aura of itself, and it's not a case of, and somebody's like, well, wait a minute, you played something like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which came out a couple years ago, that's vulgar for sure, although even in that case, I don't know, maybe it felt like it fit more a bit than something like that, although honestly, even with Grand Theft Auto, I sometimes go in and out as far as where do I think it's too much. I think Grand Theft Auto 5, as good a game as it is, I think that game is really pushy with it. 4, I don't think is. Vice City Stories, I think absolutely is, as far as it. So I'm kind of can be mixed on that, but I get what you're saying, the idea of what that can sometimes be, where it's like, where do you wish they maybe changed something or didn't change something. And it's not necessarily me saying that, you know, like with this game, that, hey, you know, they necessarily are wrong for changing something, and sometimes I'll get it, like the thing with the call members, I get that, or something you got here? Oh. As far as what you were going to say, I should say, above anything else.
Let's see.
As we get the nice ride with good old Nessie.
Right, yeah, so here we have a reference to the Loch Ness Monster. So in Mother 2, the lake is known as Lake Tass, and the monster is known as Tassie.
Okay.
And EarthBound, the lake was renamed Lake Tess, and the monster was renamed to Tessie.
Was it because of... Because it is... as far as the Loch Ness Monster concept, do they call the Loch Ness Monster Tessie or Tassie?
Not sure.
You know what, I could do the lazy thing and say I'll have an edit here, but you know what, since I'm not the one controlling this as it is right now, I can say fine, I'll fact check, I'll make the process easier, I'll make it... Fine, if nothing else, you might be seeing the same thing we saw in some cases last month, but it's not going to be the same. I can at least get some of an idea to that. Tessie. Okay, fine. They do call, fine. Tessie as far as Lake Tahoe. The Tahoe Tessie. Okay, that's as far as that. But as far as the Loch Ness Monster is concerned, you said Tassie was what they called for the Japanese version?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fine. Nessie is the Loch Ness Monster.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Right, yeah.
But as far as Tassie, that I'm curious about. I want to see. Well, okay. Tassie is a Scottish word as far as a small cup.
Okay.
But, or also the decorative ring or plug at the end of the barrel of a pen, apparently. Okay. And also, I guess, a miniature tartar pie. Or it's an Australian slang, apparently, for... Oh, okay, for female pubic hair, actually, it is. Yes, this is why it also is a case of, completely open as far as, the idea of, like, this being an improvisational show. I was like, I'm just looking up something like, wait, am I gonna go on that? Like, fine, we're gonna report that specifically, because as I said, if nothing else, it's like, I think I was asked this specifically, like, hey, when are you gonna go as far as something like that? I said, well, when it makes sense. It's not a case where we'll be adult just for the sake of it necessarily. I mean, sometimes we will. Sometimes it's a case like, hey, it might be a case as far as like a timing of a joke or something, or talking about a game. There's gonna be cases where, hey, it'll go. But I'm like, okay, fine, but I don't know if that's the reason why then they call it Map of Tassie, but so that's the element of what that's known, although I must not be in touch with what the cool kids say as far as that, because I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, me neither.
So, I don't, but as I said, and this was 1995, so I don't necessarily know if it was a reason for that exactly. Specifically, and just quickly go back to the Yakuza thing as far as it, after that game came out, they released Yakuza 2 here on the PS2, and then what happened was they said, fine, we're gonna run a Japanese dub, or not a Japanese subtitled version only. And I think they just kept that way, and I don't know, maybe also if it was a cost reason, because although Yakuza was huge in Japan, and is huge in Japan as far as it's way bigger than Shenmue was, which to me is kind of a sad case because I love Shenmue so much. I think you know that. But I don't know, maybe for the US it wasn't necessarily huge, and it was late. It was like right before the PS3 and the Wii came out. And I mean, Sega still brings it here as far as Yakuza, so we have all the games now, but I don't know, maybe they thought, fine, the cost of that maybe wasn't worth it, on top of the fact that a lot of questions about, was the dubbing in line? Because that was the other thing, because I said, fine, when I bought Kiwami, I said, fine, I bought that because it was on sale. The Crusader 64 said, I love these games. I said, you know what, I played the other one, I wasn't huge on the PS2, I was like, let me get this, let me play it. I played it, I did compare and contrast between the PS2 dub we got, and then that one, and then I realized, okay, it's not the same, so they did change it, as far as, like, maybe being more in a case. But then also, as you say, I guess, when you think about this then, another example of a game where it would be the opposite. I guess they wish they would have said more. I don't, I don't know if Final Fantasy IV would count, because I don't necessarily, because it was Ted Woolsey to translate that, we also translated Super Mario RPG. I don't necessarily think they, actually no, fine, I'll give an example actually of the Crusader 64 game, not Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy VI, because in the Pixel Remaster version that came out, there's a scene where, Terra, is it? She's tied up against the wall.
Oh, Celeste.
Celeste, thank you. He's the expert on Final Fantasy VI, and you want to call it, it's yours.
Sure, yeah.
There's the scene when she's tied up and she's hit against the wall, I think, or they hit her.
Yeah.
I think the remaster cut that, am I right?
They did, they completely removed that.
Which is weird then, so that was the opposite.
Yeah, but they still, like, have the same dialogue, and so the scene doesn't really make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, because she's just standing there, and they're not doing anything, and they're like, this is what happens to traitors.
Right, that was it.
You know.
Okay, fine. Maybe that's not a good example, because that was the fact that it was in the Super Nintendo version, which we got, and I do have it. So that's another case as far as that. So in that case, if you want to do Super Nintendo, I have Super Nintendo. We can run that version. It's your pick. But either way, so I guess that's sort of the case. Fine. That was, I guess, them changing it over time then, as opposed to they translated it differently for us because they thought, well, let me think back. feel free to go into anything on this that you can think of as far as an example of this. I'm just trying to think of an example that really sticks out in my mind where they changed it that much another way. Well, I said this is gonna have to be a case I'm gonna have to kind of maybe think deeper into this. Well, actually, okay, fine. This is not exactly the same thing. But we played Dynamite Headdy earlier this year from Treasure. You ever play that?
No.
Okay, that is a fantastic game that's celebrating 30 years of itself next year. When I played it, actually I played that game twice for the show. The first time I played it was, I used the original Sega Genesis version. That was actually 3 years ago. Actually, that is the reason we have our show called Super Bowl Game Saturday. It was Nikki. She was in the chat on that one. She said the show should be called Super Bowl Game Saturday. When I was playing that game, I said, that's it. That's where the name came from. And that has to be the name. She came up with the right one, and that's where we have it. Then I played it again a couple months ago. I ran the Japanese version. There's a lot of story content in the Japanese version that's not in our version. So, even the whole conflict of the game when it comes to Dark Demon, he's... the way we got it, he's an evil being who's taken over Puppet Town. In the Japanese version, well, that's still happening, but the element as far as, Smiley, this little face that's on the front of him, is different. Actually, I realized when Chasm22 and I played Guardian Heroes, there's a reference to that specifically, but actually there's a lot of story content, and actually most of the story content is gone from the version we got. And I don't know why they changed it. It's not necessarily even a case where I thought, well, hey, they would think it was untoward, perhaps. Even the one thing that potentially was a question of that, the way the trip had worked, as far as how it looked, I thought they changed it for our version, they didn't. But as far as the story is completely different. Most of the text boxes are gone, so most of the story dialogue doesn't really explain much. In fact, I'll tell you, one of the cases, one of the last levels, the Fatal Contraption, you have trouble brewing, like, the cat guy who's looking angry in our version, and is a cat in our version as opposed to a bear in the other one. There's dialogue saying he found this great suit or this great piece of armor in the trash, and you climb up this insanely dangerous vertical scrolling section that I somehow got on my first try. I don't know how that happened. But then it comes apart, and he said, like, yeah, I'm gonna savor your death. But then it comes apart and it goes haywire. In our version, there's no text box for that at all, so none of that makes sense. So for us, like, I was like, why did that fall apart? And I played this version, and I looked at the translation. I basically, since there's not an actual translation of that, I said, I'm writing out all of the text for that, which is only like 7 pages. It's not an RPG, so I was able to manage it. I looked and I said, it kind of made me appreciate the game more, because I understand now what that means.
Right, yeah.
And okay, fine, that's a good example, I guess, because it said, I don't know why they changed that. I mean, some of the treasure stuff was sort of kind of like that. In fact, we brought that up, actually, when we played Mischief Makers, which is also a treasure, where I guess it was a question... Actually, we did question a couple things as far as some of the things in the dialogue, and actually, Electros brought up a good point. I don't know if you're familiar with the series Robotech, are you?
No.
Okay, yeah, it was an anime from the 80s and 90s, and actually, we mentioned that last week because Tony Oliver, who voiced Shaft in the PSP version of Rondo Blood that we played, he voices one of the characters from that. Electros brought this up saying, like, hey, some of these things might be lost in translation, because I think, as far as Robotech is concerned, and there's games based on it we can play. There's one on the Game Boy Advance. There's actually a pretty good one on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox called Robotech Battlecry, which actually does have a lot of the original voice actors and actresses from the show. There were characters on that show that were, I think, cousins, but they talk in ways about potentially getting married, even though that's a factor. I think in the Japanese version that they talk the cousin element, but in our dub, it was weird as far as what that comes off as. And fine, it's like the Sailor Moon thing. We mentioned that when we played another story, which was, hey, the way of Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune being lesbian lovers on the show, and also as far as that game is concerned, which we didn't get that game. It never came out here. And basically the fact that, fine, for the US dub, they said they're cousins, but like, wait a second, they had to cut out various elements of episodes saying, like, wait, we can't have this specifically because they make their romance open as far as it for the show. It's like, wait a second, they kind of drove themselves into a corner in a weird way that way. But here we are at in Not Slab once more. And there's the broken pipe. Alright, so yeah, there we go. And there is our instant revitalizer. Okay, so yeah, we'll be set as far as this specifically. Also, good call, by the way. I'll mention one other thing, which is, you're seeing the profile pick up there. That is Gemini 96's choice, and it could be his choice every part. I want to go into that as far as your explanation of your choice on that one.
Yeah, the singing piranha plants from Mario Wonder.
Yeah, which I still haven't played. I gotta buy that. I know. I've heard it's amazing. Like Electra said it's amazing. He bought it last week, or got it last week, as far as when we was talking on the show. As I said, you made the right decision buying that over Sonic Superstars, although even I guess I don't like it. I like it less than a lot of people are, but I'm trying to figure myself on it, but fine. Mario's Time to Shine is going to be that. I'm going to pick that up because I do have my 2D Mario. That game looked awesome. I even said to you openly, I said, I'm going to buy that game. It was like when they previewed some of the elements of it, but fine, alright. The time's going to come on that, as it is. But yeah, good choice as far as what that is, and any part for this, he's going to have that choice. Because unfortunately, when it comes to the pictures on Switch, as far as like the Switch Online options they give you, for that, there's nothing for EarthBound. Please, Nintendo, make this happen, because sometimes we'll say something on the show. Next week they'll do it. I don't know why they'll do it, as we hear won't get fooled again here. Yeah. I don't know, do they say that in the book? Do they go into any of the musical references in that book at all?
Well, we saw the one for the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, okay, that one as far as the dialogue, yes.
Let me see here.
Oh, fine, this is, because I guess this is more based on the fact that we're hearing this background music, and there's the thought that it sounds like this, but we don't know if they intended, I guess, in some cases, but in some cases they said, fine, yes, they do. And also, one other thing, we didn't get copyright stricken on any of this last month when I uploaded. So, good news is that this sounds different enough, or I'm a small enough show that they don't care as far as it, so in that case, we're good. So you're hearing all the wonderful music. And the audio levels are the same we had last month. So in that case, we didn't have much of an audio test that needed to be done on this.
Oh, here's an interesting one. In Mother 2, the Skyrunner was called the Skywalker.
Okay.
And so they changed it to the Skyrunner to avoid potential legal problems with Star Wars franchise.
Okay. I mean, because I guess, let me think about this. With Star Wars, Star Walker, I don't know, were they saying, like, the Imperial Walkers, the thought of that, perhaps? But I don't know if, I'm not sure if they actually call anything Star Walker in that, or Chad, you know.
Well, Skywalker, so like...
Oh, Luke Skywalker. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I should have, how did I miss that one? Okay. Fair enough to that, I guess. And that, fine, I guess that was a point before, I guess it was an easy case of, like, how is Star Wars going to run for, like, a license question. Well, sort of, kind of, I guess, a little bit. There we go, we get our nice boom effect. And with that, there is Jeff again. Hi. Yeah, Skyward took some damage, so alright, we're gonna have to get going. Yeah, he is open as far as what the terms of condition as far as his friendship's gonna be. It was like, you mentioned, is like, he's a great guy. He knows exactly what he's doing as far as fixing stuff. He is a member of our party, a member of our posse, and fine. We got our posse back as far as it, after an hour and a half specifically. As I said, I'm not going to belabor this anymore. This is my last time mentioning this, except maybe at the end of the show. But as I said, I apologize again for that, but at least if nothing else, as I said, I'm going to take the ownership, because as I said, I hope you're not thinking that, hey, I'm doing the case to sabotage anything.
No.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make that clear.
No,
just to make sure.
It's all good.
Okay. Alright, but if nothing else, I guess, fine. I'll tell you, I guess, maybe why I guess I'm kind of going into some of the stuff I'm going into. It's like, fine, I'm not going to... I don't necessarily want to just repeat what we did last month, and we're not. Of course we're not. But just give a sense of, fine, we're going to give you enough of a show, and there is the Deadly Tents. And, oh, okay, I like the look of the dog. There's like, yo, what's this thing?
Alright, let's see here. Let's use our bottle rocket.
Okay. There goes Boogie Tent once more. Which I did look back, going back as far as the edit on last time, looking as far as this saying, like, oh, looks like the boss in the face trying. Well, yes and no. It does, but it also is a case where this thing looks way more menacing Actually, fine. In Link's Awakening, it only gets worse when the face of that boss there starts talking. You realize, oh, wait a second. As far as some of the stuff with story, which I gotta figure when we can do that game, because I...
26.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jeff's got 26 HP points.
Fantastic. Oh yeah, well we got our element of the garbage.
Right, we have the jar of fly honey.
Okay, awesome.
Needing that later.
Alright.
Okay, so now we should be getting a call right about now.
There you go. Hi, Apple Kid. Not sure how we use the zombie paper. Okay. Fantastic. So at least I did that as far as what we got. So you got all the zombies terrorizing the area. Wait, so I guess he knows that we're fine. He knows we're here because he said the police and delivery guy is going to be here, but I guess he knows what's going on in town, I guess. Alright, but if we come up with anything else, I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay.
Alright, so here we are back in the circus tent. Yeah, and he came through the other side once more. Okay, fine. Well, maybe he didn't because he said, well, I was delivering pizza, so fine. He probably was already here.
Yeah.
Maybe this was. Yeah, we'll take that. Okay, thank you. Fine. Yeah, you're saying yes, it's, for, Ness was like, fine, Paul is taking. Like, yeah, okay, fine, I'm Ness. Alright, so there you go, and, yeah, we'll get going.
So now we'll sleep and overnight.
Actually, wait a minute, what are those, did we see those things in the street last time?
I think we, well, I think we saw the other variation of them.
Oh, the Handsome Tom, oh, yeah, we did see Handsome Tom, right?
And Smiling Sam.
Okay, yeah, I don't think we saw Smiling Sam. Are they the same as far as what they might be weak to?
Basically, yeah. I think one just has more HP, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Smiling Sam looks like he has more. Actually, I don't even know if when we did our practice on this, if we even saw Smiling Sam at all.
No, I don't think we did.
Okay. Alright, fine. At least we're showing Smiling Sam. It was like, maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll be the one EarthBound fan saying, like, where's Smiling Sam? I was like, well, okay, there he is. Alright, so let's have a nice rest at the hotel. And here's the one other question I'll go on this, which is, do you have to sleep here in order for this to happen, or any hotel?
Well, right now that's the only hotel you can sleep in.
Oh, right, because you're trapped here.
Yeah, you can't go back to Tucson.
Okay. There goes the zombie dog as well.
Alrighty.
Yeah, wonderful morning. Yeah, good morning from the Beatles. That was the thought of what that was.
We gotta see what the headline is today.
Zombie Herald, okay.
Boogie 10 Falls, young human to blame.
Okay, fine. We saw us. Fine, that's not news to us. We handled that. But yeah, as far as the other thing, that's the idea. Alright, there we go. Getting more money.
I love that music in the hotel when you wake up.
Oh yeah, it's lovely. I mean, then again, the music, as we mentioned, is absolutely fantastic in this game. I'll say the name again just because we may as well. I did take the name. Yeah, yes, I did. It was two people. It was Hirokazu Tanaka and Keiichi Suzuki. Actually, we're gonna hear Hirokazu Tanaka in a couple weeks for the puzzle showcase, actually, because he did the music for Dr. Mario, which we're going to show a version of. I'll even just as to which one, but Dolly Finn Chat knows which one, because I said it's your pick. Because she got into Dr. Mario pretty big semi-recently. And actually, I kind of was getting into it more as far as her. Well, that, and actually also when I first played WarioWare on the Advance. But you can unlock a version of it within that. And in that case, I was playing that a lot. So back to the dusty earth, the zombie goes.
Got a skip sandwich deluxe.
Okay. Actually, I think I mentioned, so now that we're at this, one of the comments on the YouTube video we got for this mentioned the idea that the skip sandwich has a skip for it.
Mm-hmm.
Was it for 3? Do you remember what that was about?
Yes. The cliff skips.
Okay.
There are certain like boundaries in the game that you can bypass by using a skip sandwich and just sort of like glitching through it.
Okay. Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah,
You want water? Yeah. I'm sorry as far as that, but feel free. Okay. So because I guess for the purpose of the speed that it will, I guess then because we saw with the skip sandwich earlier, when you run, when you use that, it increases your speed for a little bit of time. So you basically use that to pretty much, I guess, get through the side of the map.
Yeah. Yeah, we could probably show that in this part.
Yeah, I guess if you want to, or if what does it do? Where does it take us?
Well, I'll save beforehand because we might get stuck. But
Okay.
yeah, you can use it to like bypass certain areas of the game.
Okay.
I know in the any percent speedrun they use it to skip from Tucson straight to 3 instead of going through Happy Village.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you can use it in a couple of areas. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting because I know, as going back to the comment we got, I'll put the name of who left it specifically, but they were liking what they saw as far as the show because they said, hey, it was actually that the glitch we had in Brooklyn Park that we had as far as the thing with the way the game was overhauled in itself. They didn't know specifically as far as what that was, but they said like, hey, what about this one? So, if nothing else, it just gives me one perspective as far as EarthBound that's, I think, interesting, is that the people who know this game really know this game. It's all the idea of, I think, the sharing of some of the things they know or trying to find out. So it seems like, at least of all the experience that I've had with you, with this game off-screen and now for the show, it seems like this game tends to be a case of almost a sharing of a lot of different ideas about certain things that people know as far as things that they can do with it, tactics they might have as far as its interpretations of things on top of that. And it definitely is a fascination. And in that case, I get why it's become the game that it's become as far as its reputation for good reason.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from the speedrunning community for this game. You know, just talking to them on their Discord pages and just sharing, different strategies, RNG manipulation,
right?
All the different things that go into that.
And I think it's been a bit of a gold mine. I think not just myself, but a lot of people that you and I know, because I think we mentioned this. I think specifically, you and I were at a party specifically with people, and I think they were saying the same thing. They were kind of taken aback, saying, "Well, you know this game very well, and all these little things as far as being able to run this very specific." But then also, I think the thought that it was getting people to convert, and the thought also saying like, what would RNG manipulation matter in a game like this as far as an RPG? But then realize, wait, it does matter. Here's how it matters. And even to the point where I know the Crusader 64 is a huge one on RPGs. This is the one he hadn't gotten to specific, but then he said, kind of on the back gave your element to that. He said, yeah, I want to run all these. And Yost was like, yeah, can you help me with the Mother 3 case? Like, yeah, absolutely. So it's one of those things that, it seems as if with this game, it's one of those things that I get the sense that eventually every gamer is going to come to this. And it's also going to be one of those things there, even when it's a question of, hey, does this maybe not potentially have an appeal to me on the outside? Because I've heard that from some people. It's also been a question of sometimes saying, like, I'm curious about, like, Nocturne's a case like that, because she has the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit that has this on it, and Dolly Finn does as well. And they're games that they didn't really think too much of as far as, like, either not knowing them or saying, hey, I'll jump into this right away. But it's also something that I think I said, take a look as far as what was. In fact, I showed her the amazing thing with the Sword of Kings that we had happen, and she was kind of fascinated. She's like, I'm kind of curious to play this. So it seems as if, and honestly, this happens, I think, with a lot of games, but especially with this one, in a unique way with this one. I get the sense that the passion that comes off of this, of a lot of people, yourself included, starting as far as in the circle of people I know, as far as it really being this way, as far as, even in the case of, me being able to play it, because I knew people who loved it, like you did, as far as going back, but I didn't have a way to play it, because it hadn't been released yet here, outside the Super Nintendo game. But in that case, it seems as if it's something that maybe and I guess I tend to be this way, I hear this with other people as well, the passion they might have for something gets me more interested. I don't know if you're the same way.
Yeah, definitely.
Or if that's how, because you said when you came to this game, what brought you to this game specifically, if you remember?
I believe my first exposure to it was watching a Let's Play on YouTube.
Okay.
And then from there, I just started looking into it more, and yeah, I ended up picking it up and playing it.
And so that's what it was. Yeah, because, and that's always the interesting story, because this is also why I'll ask, to the chat and also to all the guests, the best chat on Twitch, the best guests on our show, for sure, I'll always ask, what is your experience with the game? And the reason I'll ask that, just to go into it, is because, well, first of all, we all have a story to tell. We all have a unique story to tell. I think it's worth getting a sense of what those are, because it's going to be unique, and it's going to be, as I said, this is Gemini 96 on the screen, clearly, as far as this game. Now, when I was playing it, but especially when he's playing it, so, kind of understanding, I guess, that background, and also, what can bring you to a game, because sometimes it might be in the case of, hey, somebody tells you, hey, it's great when we play it. Sometimes, as you said, you'll see something as far as other people playing it, as far as like a YouTube video, and say, I want to play it, and then it just clicks. But then it's also, maybe sometimes in other ways that you might not expect. It's actually a game that Nocturne's going to do eventually for the show. Are you familiar with the Nier games?
Yes. Well, not like too much, but I briefly played Nier Automata.
That was the one in her case, because in her case, she hadn't played. It's Platinum Games who developed that. The people made Bayonetta and who made The Wonderful 101, and before that they were Clover Studios, so they made Beautiful Joe and they made Okami for Capcom. And she'd not played many games of theirs before. I think she played a little bit of Okami, because I couldn't stop raving about that game. I'm gonna love when we get to that eventually, when I figure out when can we do it. But it was one of those cases when she came to that game, it actually was not because she was necessarily recommended this game, not that I'd played it even, or that other people she knew about that, or even, as you're saying, like seeing YouTube videos as far as, you know, the play of it, as we're in Saturn Valley once more. She came to it because she heard the music. The music is really, really good in that game. In fact, I believe, actually, I think some of the people who did the music for Tekken 3 were involved in the music, I think, in this game. And so for that reason, she said, hey, I'm curious about this, and she saw it was on sale for cheap, I think like $20 as far as it was. So she picked it up, and she got into it massively. And she said, okay, this is a game where I basically put 100% into this. She was saying that you would love this game based on everything you're saying about it from what I showed you. So she was excited to show me this game. There's other games, obviously, she's that way, like, and other people as well, yourself included. But that's why I realized, okay, that was a unique case in her saying that it was the music of the game that kind of drew her in to it and to the rest of the franchise, because she's played most of the other games as far as the ones that are more modern available, which would be Automata, which I don't know, what'd you play that on? PC. Okay, yeah, because she has it on PlayStation 4. I have it on Xbox One. I bought it on Xbox One on her recommendation, and it is great. Yeah, because it was interesting, the thought of that with her, I guess, as I mentioned, what brought her to it, but then also as far as the rest of the franchise, because of the ones that are modern available, because there's Nier Replicant, there's this massive number I always say as far as what the number is, but, actually, that's another case we're talking about the idea of changes of version, because they made Nier the original for us, and when they released it here, in the Japanese version, the main character is a young boy, like teenager about. For the version we got, which was on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, the first one, it was an older man. And then the Nier Replicant version that they remade it, they then changed it to what the Japanese version was. So that was a case where they did change it for us, and then they went backwards to it as far as it. And I think she said specifically that recent version is the better one, although I'm also going to ask, I also asked her, I said, hey, I have Xbox Series X now. There's backwards compatibility on Nier Original from 360, and it has a 60 FPS boost option for it. So I said, I don't know if there's a better option for running that between the two. But it was the case that, fine, she fell into that specifically. The only element of it I guess she didn't fall into yet was, this is also kind of a weird one. Are you familiar with Drakengard?
No.
Actually, weird enough, Drakengard was the prequel to Nier. There's like a couple of them on the PS2. It was Square published as well. And then there's the third one, which I think is only on the PS3, and the third one it was a late one on the PS3. I think it was 2013, 14, I think. I'm gonna actually just check that specifically. But from what I understand, it's insanely pokey with its frame rate, where it's running, I think, like 15 FPS most of the game. For some reason, I don't know what that was. And yeah, it was only on PS3. It was 2014 is when we got it. It was 2013 for Japan. So, okay, fine. Because Dragon Guard spun off and it became Nier. That's what happened. And so then they released this one. But then, way we got it, it was one of those cases where you can just get the sense the PS3 creaking under the weight of that. Which, I remember I saw stuff like that, I said, that's kind of crazy, but it's also something that, I don't know, maybe as a completion element, might be interesting to show, but unfortunately also it was only on the PS3, so maybe the thought that, hey, you know, they do another one, or another version, but, I would think they would, because I think Automata in particular did really well. I mean, they ported that to the Switch last year, and from what I understand, it's actually a really good port. But still, it's interesting to see like how then you can fall into a franchise. I guess with you, then with EarthBound, then came that, okay, fine, I love this game specifically, and then you saw Mother and Mother 3, and so I guess it snowballed from there, really.
Yeah.
I guess. As you mentioned, also you had an experience with RPGs, so probably, I guess, this would kind of manifest from that on top of it.
Yeah.
As we're going into elements of what we're seeing on back in Saturn Valley.
Yes. So the Mr. Saturn name, if you're wondering where that comes from.
Yeah, I don't know, honestly, myself.
In Mother 2, they were known as Dosai-san.
Okay.
Dosai is the Japanese word for the planet Saturn.
Okay.
And san is a suffix added to names to show politeness, like Mr.
Yeah, okay, so it is almost a direct translation.
Pretty much, yeah.
Which is interesting. So basically, they did directly translate that way and say, like, fine, it's... okay, that's great to know that, specific as far as what it was. But honestly, it's also the case that when you hear the name of it, it's one of those things that I don't... Sometimes you might think, well, I don't know, could you call him something different? But honestly, hearing that, I was like, I don't think I could call him something different. I don't think I either could come up with a name or would want to come up with a name. It seems so, you know, perfectly fitting.
Yeah, and I guess as far as, like, where the original name came from... the only thing I could think of is the Mr. Saturns are kind of like aliens to this world, and so I guess the name Saturn implies that they're, you know, otherworldly or something. Right,
and I think also, as we mentioned last time, the fact that I think they said the thought of how they were named, it was based on something from Kurt Vonnegut, I believe. I'm trying to remember what that was. I do have the note back down on that. It's fine. Right, I think they said it was inspired by the Tralfamadorians, as far as a bunch of books he wrote, and the fact that, because they see, apparently the signification of innocence, and the fact also the writing was based upon the writing, or Shigesade Itoi's daughter, the way that she wrote her handwriting as a young child.
Yeah.
The idea like, hey, it's going to be kind of stylized that way,
yeah,
as far as what that looks like, but also something that you can still kind of get an understanding of what it is. Which was nice at the beginning, as far as this part that I saw them, that they were in Happy Valley, because I actually did not know they were there. But also that idea, like, actually, this is also maybe another great attention to detail this way. The fact that, why are they there? Well, the thought of the innocence of that area that was there before the cult was around, and that was before the, what's the name of the statue? Not Mahi-Mahi.
The Mani-Mani?
Mani-Mani. I was thinking Mahi-Mani. Mahi-Mahi was like Mani-Mani. Okay, so it's... close. I was off by one letter, specific, but okay. So in that case, that was what it was. So, yeah, I guess. Actually, I don't know if they were. No, they locked themselves in, because that's what happened. We walked to the door. They locked themselves in, so they were not corrupted, feasibly, as far as that.
Yeah.
So they stayed out. So I mean, if nothing else, also gives more validity to what you're saying, as far as like the otherworldly being. And maybe also the fact of, what we mentioned, the fact of where the inspiration apparently came from, as far as it, and also the naming element. But you're right, they do look like they're from another world. And oftentimes when it comes to the other games, they reference them in. It usually seems to be that case, because we played one that they did, which was Kirby Superstar. And then with the Super Smash Bros. Game starting with, I think Melee was the first one that had Mr. Saturn's items. I think. Well, fine. Ness was in Super Smash Brothers originally, and I think the ending does show Mr. Saturn as far as it, I believe. Actually, I think there's a detail with the ending picture in Super Smash Brothers on N64 that, if I remember correctly, maybe your book has this, or fine, it goes something. The change of color with, is it with Ness or there's? I'm trying to remember this. I'm trying to remember what this is, because I think they said that the picture of, the victory picture of Ness in Smash Brothers, there's a detail that's on him that is from the Japanese version that they didn't change for our version. I think. I'm trying to remember what that was. I don't know. I'm trying to remember what the thought of that was. There's something. So we have 3 minutes to kill on this, because you do remember you have to stand in front of this for 3 minutes to wait for the door to open. I'm trying to remember what this is. Let me see. I'll look at this. Okay, so fine. That's reverse 3D appearance of him. As far as that first time I knew who he was. Okay, here we go. Okay, it was the Runaway 5. That was what it was. Okay, so the congratulations screen, and I'll find a picture of this and dig it out for the edit and put it in. It's the only one to feature... First off, his congratulations screen win the main mode for single player. It's the only one that has characters who aren't present anywhere else in the game. It features the Runaway 7, who are shown with the Japanese designs. That was what it was. I was looking into something with that. Whereas they have the red and green suits in this one. In this one, they had the black suits. And actually, in Smash Brothers on 64, I guess they forgot that specifically when they brought it over here. Yeah. But nobody, I guess, picked up on it. So it's okay. I don't know necessarily if this book is going in translation elements that go with this franchise overall, or just for this game, or what. But I knew it was something specifically that, because I was looking into, for the research I was looking into something for that with the Runaway 5 for last time. It is an interesting setup you have as far as like the way the book is, as far as what it is.
Take a look at it?
Yeah, I'll take a look for sure as far as what we're dealing with here. As you mentioned, the idea of like some of the things they're saying, boing, zoom, zoomer, and ding, as far as how they're translating it from Japanese. And I guess stuff of what, manga as well down there, as far as like right in front of this?
Yeah, let's see here. During the waterfall wait, to enter the base, Ness and friends need to give a special password by waiting completely still for 3 minutes by waterfall. In other words, the player needs to put down the controller and stop playing. This remain unchanged in the localization. Now, in Japan, waiting 3 minutes is strongly associated with making instant cup noodles.
Oh, okay.
And because of this shared cultural association, some Japanese fans stopped to make cup noodles during this scene.
Okay.
Let's see. Even some of the official Japanese merchandise makes this connection.
Oh, okay. So basically, they made like a manga-like thing as far as showing that.
Yeah. So I guess this was like an advertisement for the game.
Oh.
And they show that scene with the cup of noodles.
Okay, talk about a perfect, like tie-in for your game. So, like, fine, you have 3 minutes to kill. What are you gonna do with the 3 minutes? You can do this, or it's like how they always advertise like minute rice because you have more important things to worry about than the rice. It was like, fine, there you go. As far as that, so that's a great resource, and there you go. So yeah, by this point, your cup of noodles are set, and you may enter the room. Back in the base. As I said, I also did look up as far as you're saying, like, hey, this sounds like Flash from Queen. I didn't see any other indication saying that, hey, this is kind of what that's like. So fine, we found something new.
Yeah.
So we're adding to the ideas of this game, and I appreciate that. All right, so back with them. Actually, in this case, I think we're going to be set better when it comes to this than I thought we were. I thought, like, wait, how much of this was we're going to have to go through again, but maybe not as much.
Yeah, we're almost back to where we were.
Okay, so if nothing else is said, consider the first half of this part to be a little bit of a greatest hits. And also, if nothing else, it'll also be a little bit of a preview to... So I guess I'll talk to you about this, because when we beat this game, which I guess will be probably for the part in January at this rate. Now that fine, if I didn't do that specifically, we might have beaten this game next month. But at the rate we're going. But for this, I guess for January then. So I guess since we're going to have multiple parts of this game, I said if we need a 7th just because of some of this extra stuff, I'll give you a 7th. Don't worry. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna show off differences between the versions, since the Switch Online has Japanese side, which I have, and we'll be able to run both versions. So I guess to that, because this will probably be what's gonna be going on after we finish the game, and then of course the speed run for the final part. So for that, I guess, and we can figure this as we go along, just let me know what parts of the game do we want to show the differences of for the Japanese version.
Yeah.
If then, oh no, not if any. We are going to show that specifically, or which ones stick out to you, and because we got time, don't worry, as far as that, and we'll figure that as far as how the scheduling for the other parts for next year are going to be, and all that. Because there's definitely, as I said, we're just seeing with this book, or understanding, I'll put a link as far as the picture of this book, a resource as far as it's probably something you can probably buy online, I would assume.
Yeah, I bought this from Fangamer.
Okay. So I'll have a link to that as far as if you're liking this, as far as what I can hear what we have to say about it, or what he has to say, as far as to take a look, as he's getting... Okay, what happened to him again?
Ness got solidified.
Okay, wait a second. Did it not show... Is it supposed to be show picture when he gets solidified?
Not for that, no.
Okay. Okay, so there's some statuses that they didn't show as far as what that was. But, yeah, so as I said, I'll have that element, and then we'll figure also what we want to show, what you want to show. Fine, because this is your game. This is your perspective. What do you want to make sure we set to? And the other thing I'll also do, I will handle the save states specifically just to make sure that I'm showing off. I'll have them set up for certain things, because actually, in a way, I'm going to actually have a little bit of a preview of doing this, or I'll be able to have a little bit of practice doing this, because the last part we're going to do with Lunar is actually going to be me doing a greatest hits of the PSP version, showing off differences between it and the PlayStation version we played, and some other stuff. So that's going to be actually not as long a show just for that one, at least. But just to give a sense of, okay, fine, how do I navigate a game just for the purpose of showing certain things? So I'll be able to have all their store points set. I'll have the save points going on as they go to indicate that. Yeah, but just feel free at some point to have to think of it and an itemized list, and I can make that happen specifically for it. And since I have 4 save slots that are going on that one, fine. 3 save slots for the cartridge, 4 for the save state. It'll probably just be the one it's gonna be. I can do that specifically for it.
And this is another example of an enemy that is impossible to run from due to an error in the game's logic where the flag is set.
Yeah, you mentioned that. I'm trying to remember, since they ported this to Game Boy Advance for Japan, I'm trying to remember, I don't think they changed that, did they? Or if they fixed some of the glitches that were in this game, or in the original version.
They might have.
Because, I mean, I looked as far as what the difference is, because I was first saying that, okay, well, because there were a lot of games that ported to Game Boy Advance. So I said, from Super Nintendo especially, so I said, okay, what's the port gonna look like for this? It's pretty faithful as far as a lot of, including the audio, because I was questioning the audio. I said, okay, the audio on the Game Boy Advance is, as I learned growing up, I didn't know this really at the time, it's a much different beast from the Super Nintendo, which is kind of maybe me being a little unfair growing up, thinking like, wait, this doesn't sound like the Super Nintendo game, and then I played stuff like Yoshi's Island where it sort of kind of did. But it's very faithful as far as what that was. Even the way that the fan translation was, it seemed like it was fine. I guess they pretty much just took the translation of this, I would think, and probably injected it into it, I would think, specifically for this one, and I guess with Mother 1, I would think. So, but it was interesting kind of seeing what that was, but I don't know if they necessarily did bug fixes like that, although, honestly, there's not much, I guess. I'll find it. Maybe they would, because I guess the difference between porting console, because I know that happened like with the versions of Super Mario Brothers, where some of the ports they fixed the Minus World glitch, but other ones they didn't. Like actually, in Super Mario Bros. Deluxe on the Game Boy Color, they fixed it in that one, but in the Game Boy Advance port, the classic NES Series one. They didn't because they straight emulated the NES version, whereas in the other one, that was not a straight emulation. So in this case, I'm not sure if maybe they did or they didn't.
Yeah, so we used the fly honey on Belch, and so now he'll just be distracted with that, and we can just finish him off.
Yeah, but Ness is, he's sick?
Yeah, he's nauseous.
Yeah, because I didn't notice the picture there. He has X's for eyes and, like, the upside-down, frowny face there.
It's a pretty nasty status now when you take, like, 30 HP of damage between.
Yeah, in this case, no. I was like, yeah, fine. Ness was, feeling not so hot, but we were able to get through that quick. And yeah, look at that, upgrade on, psychic points.
Alright. And we got healing beta, so now we can,
awesome.
heal that.
And just level 22. Yeah, Jesus Christ, we have gone through this way faster than I thought. Not least of which because of his expert playing in this game. And there we go. With Monty My statues going to force side. We did indicate that last time fighting him. I think we're gonna get there tonight, or we'll get at least close enough. Oh, but okay, fine. He's still. Oh yeah, I didn't know when he's sick. He's doing like the like something else. We're gonna see a little later.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be actually the next place we go to start. After we get that next Soundstone recording, or melody, I should say. Yeah, we do need to have our element of this.
Wash all the dirt off in that place.
Mm-hmm. Wait, does that fix status ailments?
Yeah, this will cure nausea, and it'll cure the mushroom status. It will also revive party members.
Okay. Fantastic.
Alright, so... I'm just gonna go stop at the hotel.
Okay. Yeah, because I know it's coming up, and yeah. Thank God you're doing this. Fine. Thank God you're the one playing this mostly just because... Fine, yeah, unless you want to take a break as far as that, that's fine to it. Just because, look, he knows what he's doing. He absolutely knows what he's doing. Which I guess also is the reason why when it comes to stuff like this, I'll also say that, hey, you know, when someone else is going to play the game, when they know what they're doing, it's like, I'm not going to say, no, I have to control this. Like, it's never a case of that necessarily, especially because it's a case that, fine, I might not be familiar. Oh, actually, same with Nier Automata, just go back to that. That's Nocturne's element. She knows all about that. She's gotten most of the trophies out of that game, and she usually doesn't care about getting the trophies, but she got basically everyone out of that game, as it was for the most part. So in that case, yeah, it's going to be her element. Although actually, in my case, I think with it, since I have my version, I'll have to ask her. I'll ask her next week about this. I'll see if she wants me to play ahead or to be surprised on the plot, because I haven't completely gotten through that game as it was. Actually, I still have to run through my Series X, because, yeah, it ran really well running on Xbox One, and I hear the PC version runs really well, too. But I'll get with her on that one specific.
Alright.
The damn mushrooms.
Yeah, these mushrooms are the issue here.
I know. Oh no, he has like. But wait, hold on. Hold on. If Jeff feels strange, I'm trying to remember. Does that impact your controls if only one player gets hit and it's not Ness?
I think it still affects the controls.
Okay, actually, I think I might have asked that last time, but I'm trying to remember if that happened last time.
We could test it right now.
I guess so, specifically, but fine, you're probably going to want to get rid of that, I guess,
yeah,
unless it's going to be...
I'm going to go back anyway to the hot spring and heal that.
Okay.
So let's see.
Yeah, looks like it... Well... Okay, it's on him. Okay, it is only on him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. So far, it's fine.
And it's random. Well, the time is when that would go off, if it's
Yeah.
gonna go off.
Yeah.
Actually, can it take a really, really long time to go off? As in, like, I don't know, multiple minutes.
I think the limit is maybe 1 minute.
Okay.
After that, it forces it.
Okay.
We can get some equipment from this guy too.
Yeah, the life noodles, Mr. Sand coins, the stag beetle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are. And does being in menu affect that time? Does it still keep going down whilst that's happening?
It might pause it.
Okay. So there's the Mr. Saturn coin again, which is a nice defense buff. A very nice defense buff, my god.
Controls are still fine, so it might only affect the controls when Ness has the mushroom.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's a good thing specifically only because of the idea that, but I guess as far as the effect, that's something you find. It's the, I don't know if it's the line. It's probably between that and Solidify. That's probably the worst status ailment in this game. Probably. Oh, well, that's good to know. Then maybe it didn't happen last time. Because I think I'm trying to remember if I asked that. Even though we did this just a month ago. So I guess it mustn't if it's been this long. It's been well over a minute as far as what it is. But fine, I guess, yeah, let's get the mushroom off you, my friend.
And it also, like, detaches from you when you're...
I do love that. That I remember. Okay, I do remember seeing that. But, okay, so good news, I guess, to that. So fine, as long as Ness is not impacted, or not impacted by that status, you will not have your controls reversed, but then also you'll have to potentially deal with them.
I think I'm just gonna try to, like...
Or, actually, wait a minute, hold on. I was gonna say, will they still... Like, the mushrooms appear only out of the mushroom enemies on screen, or can they appear out of, like, the sprouts?
No, they can't call them for help.
Okay.
Yeah, so if they're not in the battle to begin with, then they won't join.
Okay. Or they're not on screen, I should say.
Yeah.
Fantastic to know. Okay, so that's,
Alright, so
I guess, a good case.
I'll take this fight.
You take the two Ranboobs out.
I'll just try to, like, despawn any mushrooms.
Yeah, because you find you showed specifically just how horrible that can be. And fine, if it was me, I would have gotten this game over already. I mean, technically, I sort of did at the beginning as far as this, but alright. Well, I think we're set. But with the, I guess with the Ranboobs, you don't have to worry about them too much, except the fact that I guess they are kind of hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like the soldiers in this area with the, I guess the stalk there. Like, yeah, that's gonna go on with that. Yeah, but just burn them and they should be going away.
There we go.
Alright, there you go. So we win once more.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, one. Yeah, and that is a good strategy. I've learned that because of him, specifically, which is if there's an enemy around that you don't want to fight, try and inch off screen so they're not there and the game doesn't remember that they're there, and it might give you another element where you can just avoid it completely. I hate the Sanctuary spot, probably one of the worst ones of the game. Hi, Mr. Punkit, I haven't seen you before. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I have Gemini 96 with me for EarthBound for Super Nintendo.
Hello.
Sounds like you're a fan of this game. Feel free to let us know any memories or any thoughts you also have on EarthBound. Actually, I'm going to let you know a little secret. We technically did this on last month's part. I fucked up with the save as far as how it was, so we had to kind of retrace your steps. But we actually are pretty much back to where we were, so you're actually in good time. So at this point, yeah, we'll take care of this. Yeah, we know what he knows in particular what to do. I know what to do because of him as far as getting them off screen. There we go. It's so good to have you tonight for sure. Welcome to the show. I hope hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. Since you are, I think, first time seeing you here, welcome. We're very happy to have you. And it is a show we do every week at varying times, usually on Saturday at 7 p.m. Sometimes changes. Next week will be 5 for the show we're doing. But we'll have a schedule going on Twitch here. And yeah, we just come here, have a relaxing time at the end of the week, play games that mean a lot to us, or maybe don't. Take viewer requests, of course, anything you want to see for the show that maybe we haven't done yet on our YouTube site, which is linked over there somewhere. We'll take your requests, we'll play the games for you, for sure. And obviously, of course, I have your involvement. That's what we do on our program, and it's so good to have you. Glad to be here. Do you all do speedrunning? It's funny you say that, because finale of this game, Gemini 96 here, who's the expert of EarthBound, he is going to speedrun this game.
Yes.
Yeah, because he knows exactly what he's doing as far as the game itself, but also from it. Actually, in fact, you were saying to me specifically, you do have registered speedrun as far as this game so far, but we might be able to make it even better as far as how it is, also because you have as much experience on this game as you do. But yeah, we do that. It's actually kind of... Sorry, you guys go on to that?
No.
Actually, I probably should also say, like, hey, anytime chat says something, your guest on the show, you have a first crack. In fact, that'll be next time chat says specifically for that. But yeah, we kind of done it a little bit. Actually, I sort of did when we played World of Illusion last year. I did speedrun the Mickey Mouse portion of the game, doing it like under 20 minutes. Which isn't the best speed time you could get, but still is a case of it. We'll have some elements to that, but yeah, we will definitely do that. If you want to see a case of speedrunning of games, sure, we can try that too as well. Even if it's a game we play before, that might be a good excuse to come back to certain games we might have played as we're fighting the boss here.
Trillion-inch sprout.
Good old trillion-inch sprouts. Yeah, just to take him down. Yeah, but he can hurt. With that Rockin' Beta, it'll at least help out as far as getting some of those tough mobile sprouts out of the way. But yeah, we will definitely do speedrun in case for that. Just for it. Actually, you know, some things I might want to come back to that for the purpose, just to see what that's going to be. But yeah, he's got the element as far as EarthBound, so we're going to be doing that. That's going to be a couple months. We come back to this game, get the long-form games to do every month until we finish it. We'll probably be doing that either in March or April, depending on how the schedule's going to go, because we're coming back to this game every month, just to give an indication. For sure.
Alright. Luckily, he's not using his instant death attack, where he diamondizes a character.
I was gonna say that happened. I think we saw that happen last month, but
it did happen, yeah.
But in this case, thankfully, we got that set. Although I don't know, are you? Because you know how the RNG manipulation of this game works. Do you know maybe how to avoid that?
Well.
Or is it just coming out on luck?
Yeah, you just have to get lucky. Hope it doesn't happen.
Okay.
Oh, he's got a second shield up. And there it is. Okay, luckily he didn't.
I missed. Okay, so just gotta get rid of him quick. Well, I love this game regardless. I'm a bit of completionist myself, but that's just me. Yeah, you want to take that specifically. I mean, as far as the reaction to it. Or, however that is.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a completionist myself, too.
Go on.
Yeah. Just anytime I could just, you know, do everything in the game, I'll try to do everything I can.
Especially a game you'll love like this one,
yeah.
For sure. And it's worth pointing out one thing, when it comes to the way we'll play a game, we will run completion for the purpose to show everything we can often. Good job getting that, and avoiding diamondization except for Jeff, but either way, we're set. Is it because, well, at least if nothing else, we want to show the games off specifically as much as we can, because sometimes it's also the case that, hey, sometimes something interesting happens as far as what it is, because we've had that happen for this show as it's been for the game we've been playing, and they're actually, did we show them being diamondized out of battle yet? I don't know if we did, but alright, fine. There he is diamondized. We'll take care of him that way. Yeah, well, in fact, we'll take care of that right now. We'll definitely go complete as far as that, as far as the stuff we do, and we've had a couple stuff we've done that with before. Actually, most of the stuff we tend to do that with.
Yeah, we'll be getting all the photos. We'll be showing one. Well, we'll be showing some of the rare items you can get, the rare drops.
We showed off screen one of them, and unfortunately, my greed got us into a case of having to do some of this again. Is that I won't make that mistake for next time. But we did have that happen. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to say this if we end up getting one of those on the show when we get to that point again. Specifically, go back to the edit we did on part 1, which is on the YouTube site, because we do have the video of it here, which is there for about 2 months, as it is the way I have the stuff set up. But the edit we have the off-screen. He came in for the audio test. First audio test, we got that. We got the Sword of Kings. So I was like, oh my god, I couldn't believe that. It's still one of the best moments we've had on the show this year, and that's saying a lot, because we've had many, many good ones. And many more good ones we will make, no question, with this game and other ones. And we do go into the schedule, by the way, at the end of the show, so we have other stuff going on as far as what we have on the docket, and of course, anything else that you want to see, we'll figure as far as making them happen for you, no problem, for sure. Consider our thanks for the purpose of stopping by, because you have a lot of options of what you can watch game-wise, or anything really-wise on a Saturday night. So you come to our little independent program, and we'll make it worth your while. We'll say, like, yeah, you're part of the Super Bowl Game Saturday family, being in chat or on the show, so we'll show off whatever you want to see, as it is. In that case, also, in my case, when I have to play the game, I'll prepare it for sure. So yeah, you're going to get the best experience possible. I'll give you the best experience to show off everything, like we did with Castlevania Rondo of Blood last week, as it was. Okay, so now we did get everything set here, and now after only about 2 hours and 15 minutes,
Yeah, we are right back to where we.
Okay, so not as much of a loss of that as I had, but as I said, what I'll do is, what happens to give you a sense, Mr. Punk Kid, since you just jumped on, I was doing the audio test. We're using running the Switch Online port of this, by the way. Just going to that. I loaded a save state up and reset it without realizing that that actually loads up the saves that were there. But he took a save state from last time. It was actually showing off a glitch we had, or that he knew how to run at Berglund Park in Tucson. And so I used that. We basically rebuilt from that, or I kind of took it upon myself to get that set. And he took to that, and now we're off to our next destination as we have the Roach Angry shaking his fist at us. Alright, so yeah, now that we did get all that stuff set, and we do show, by the way, even with this element, we showed off everything that happened here. We did show Coffee Break off last time, specifically. Actually, question, since we're not showing off right now, if you go back and talk to him, can you still see it after certain pointers go away?
You can, yeah. You can see it again.
Okay. So yeah, if you do, in that case, then for this, if you ever want to get in case of, you know, revel in the coffee break again, feel free to do it. Alright, so yeah, we'll see where we're gonna get to next. Yeah, try to, quickly step out of the way. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we don't. I guess we don't want to fight the roach anymore.
Alright, so we're gonna make our way back to Threed here. Now that we have defeated the leader of the zombies, all should be restored there.
Okay. So it'll definitely be interesting to see that, because when we saw for the last part and also for the earlier on this part, we did see it kind of in the night sky a little bit. Fine, we saw the night sky, we saw the fact that there's zombies still around, but now at this point it's going to be purified, and then we'll go on to our next destination. Which I think I have an idea of where it was. Well, actually, weirdly enough, I had to look up, saying, like, wait a second, where are we going next? Even though I know that we played through this whole game a couple months ago. Because him and I worked together, as I've mentioned on part 1. So we basically said, like, when I knew he loved this game, he said, do you want to do this for the show? Do you want to give dibs on it? He's like, yes, please. We basically said we're going to practice the game every week for 5 months on our work lunch break. And that was a glorious time, and now we are at the case of running the whole game. Run the whole game this way, and with more, as we mentioned. We'll do the speedrun at the end of the play in a couple months, and also we'll show off differences with the Japanese version. And he has a nice tome over here. What's it called again? The name of the book?
Legends of Localization.
Okay, yes, and that's, you know, so we'll go into stuff as far as, yeah, we're giving our full love in on EarthBound and any game that you want to see, or that we've already shown as is, for sure. So you talk about being the completionist. There you go. We'll be completionists as much as we can for a game, and also if it's the case where maybe I don't mention something on a game we play, eventually I might probably just bring it up later on a show, because actually going back to that Super Mario RPG remake that's coming out in a couple weeks, there are things I realized I didn't talk about when I played the first one, so fine, we'll play the remake eventually, so at that point I'll go into them then, or if I got a sense of that. But alright, fine, here's Threed.
Alright, so we've saved the town.
Awesome. And the ghost of the tunnel disappeared. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because we needed to use the bus of the Runaway 5 to get through that before, but now we just make our walk through, pretty much.
Yeah, now we can take the regular bus through.
Okay.
So now, there is a bit of a side quest we can do here.
Alright.
Oh, first we have a photo.
Okay. I'm trying to remember this, since I had to start back as far as where we're in Tucson. I'm trying to remember if there's any photos there that maybe the way the save went was missing. I mean, we can look back on the video and I can take a look at what they are. Yeah. And I guess then in that case we can just go, well, look, we're going to have a way to get back to certain places quicker. We can always take an inventory. So in that case, fine, I'll get to that. We'll get to that and we'll figure that specifically. And there's Nocturne, by the way. Hi, Nocturne. Good to see you. She's playing Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. It's just running on Switch. That doesn't mean that anybody of my friends is going to be there. So, yeah. That's it. You played Xenoblade Chronicles?
Yes.
I hear it's amazing. Am I right about that?
It is, yeah.
I gotta play that game still because I've been recommended that by multiple people and I have not. Actually, Life First also bought it last week, or got it last week he mentioned on the show. I have to play that, I really do. So, and that's that idea. And you played it Switch as well?
Yeah, well, I played the Wii version and the Switch version of the first game.
Okay.
And I have played some of the second game.
Okay. Because I know Nocturne, her and I were talking this off screen a couple weeks ago. She was saying she has the Wii version, but she's barely played it, but she has the Switch version. And I think there's questions on elements of the controls between the two. Which like better either on Switch or maybe on the Wii, or something they made better in 2, I think, with something with the targeting, I think. But either way.
Alright, so in this drawer in the hospital we have an insignificant item.
Okay.
Alright, so we'll take that. Alright, so let's see here. So it doesn't look like it would do much of anything, but it could be significant to someone.
Okay.
And that someone is back in Tucson.
Okay. I'm trying to remember if when we practiced if you showed this.
I think we did.
Okay. Because I know there's the is it Tucson, the area on the side by the water that we didn't show? We did show that for this part, or for part 1, I should say. All right, so fine. We can go to Tucson. It's $6. Okay, yeah, there we go. We can get there quickly with the Super Sitters Fair. $9. This one's on me. But that took too long. How come we had to transfer to Atlanta twice? I just wish we paid the extra $250 to get a bus to the restrooms.
Well,
I don't deserve one, but thank you.
yeah.
All right, this break in the play brought you by Milky Way. Thank you.
There you go.
All right, thank you. I usually don't need as far as show, but it's like fine. I'll get it again. Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, feel free to get a case of that. That's the other thing, hanging out with friends, family, playing games, having a nice time, having drinks, having candy particularly. Yeah, hey, it's still Halloween, sort of, kind of. But either way. Okay, so back in Tucson. The bus does the backup. I do love that attention to detail. Alright, so we have to find out who this insignificant item would be significant to.
So we're going to go back up to the hospital here.
Mm-hmm.
And return this to the owner.
Okay. Alright, so he's not feeling completely 100%, but...
Alright, so we give him the item. You made me so happy. After my life, this is the second most important thing to me.
Okay.
Because you're so kind, I want to give you this magic truffle.
Okay.
Souvenir from Scarava.
Yeah, the magic truffles, what do these do?
So there is a limited amount of these in the game. They restore, I believe, 80 PP.
Okay.
So it's a very, very useful item. You're going to want to hang on to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we picked up a PSI caramel back in the Lilliput Steppes. That heals 20 PP.
Mm-hmm. Any bit of that tends to help, because I get the sense that Psychic Point recovery is not easy to come by in this game as far as items, necessarily, unless I guess you get lucky with drops from enemies, perhaps, that might drop them. Yeah. I don't know if they do.
Yeah, there is a point later in the game where you can buy some PP restoring items, but it's much later.
Okay. So having it this early is going to be a boon, no question.
Alright, so now we can start making our way to Fourside.
Okay.
So first we'll have to go through the desert to get there.
Okay. Here's the question, as far as the bus stops, does where they go depend on where you call the bus stop from? So since we're in Tucson, does it take you... Okay, because you said we came from 3 to Tucson. We're going to 3 again, or we have to go through the desert now? Or we are going through the desert. I don't know which one is it.
Yeah, so we're going So this will take us straight to the desert.
Okay.
We'll still see 3'd, but it'll ask you if you want to stop here or continue.
Oh, right. Okay, now I remember.
Oh, actually, you know what? I should actually go back to Tucson.
Why is that?
So I want to show the skip sandwich glitch.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go back there.
You do get to hear the great bus music.
That was weird.
What's up?
Like, it didn't like turn there. It just kind of moved diagonally. Yeah, let me just get off here, and then we'll go back.
And here's the other question: if you hit the bus stop down there below, does that take you to Foreside then, or is there a difference between that?
Yeah. So the one that's nearest to me here will take you forward to Foreside. If you check the other one, it'll take you back to Tucson.
Okay. So basically, it'll tell you as far as that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. I see what you're saying as far as the way the bus is shifting. I guess because it has to sort of lock into the road a little bit, kind of, sort of. I was trying to remember if there's something on the music, because that's the other thing. We're also going, Mr. Pumpkin, just going on this. We're also going to every single music reference that we think this game has, either that other people said or that we come up with, specific. And we haven't gotten copyright stricken as far as the YouTube uploads or Twitch either. So that's a good sense. I think there might have been one I forgot, but I want to see if I did. Hang on. Which I guess is good as far as this. Well, okay, fine. Apparently, there was the music for the Chaos Theater. I don't think I said this. I think it was supposed to be like Robert Johnson's Sweet Home Chicago. That's actually one I didn't mention as far as what it was. And the... Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten there yet either. Let me think. That's later. We didn't go to Foreside yet. There's one in Foreside. Let's see. Talked about the unit, trumpet player. I talked about the Saturn Valley one, which was Wild Honey Pie by the Beatles. Let's see. I mean, we traveled with the Runaway 5 before, where it was a takeoff on the Blues Brothers cover of, Henry Mancini's Peter Gunn. There's another one. Is there another piece of music that because I know there's another case I think we travel with them. Is there another piece of music that plays aside from the one we heard? Do you remember?
I don't think so.
Okay, then I guess maybe I did miss this one. It was a take on that, but also apparently there's a riff in there of, Hey Hey My My by Neil Young, I think, from what I've understood. I'll take a look at that, and as mentioned, Mr. Pumpkin, just to go on this one, we do the show now, but in a couple days I'll upload to the YouTube site with the edited version, so it's be feasibly a little cleaner for certain things, or if we like have editing fodder or something, we'll put that in, like we had with the Sword of Kings thing before we did last part, and other stuff. So in that case, I'll have link lists that goes into references of this, links as far as like YouTube videos of like the music that goes, links to the book he's mentioning as far as that, pictures of stuff that goes to some of the weird stuff that might come out of my mouth usually, or any of the insights we might have, or that chat you might have. So in that case, I'll have that. Yeah, I think that's about it as far as what it was that I talked about. I think, but there's other ones we'll see later, and we'll go on them.
All right, let me.
Oh, you need to do save on.
Yeah. Oops. All right, so we will.
You can create over any one of these. Probably that one because we saved there.
Do that one. Okay.
All right, so yeah, what is the glitch here?
All right, so at certain spots here, so we have this cliffside here. Now, in this certain configuration where we have this sort of divot going down,
We got a phone call
First
from
we have Dad. He doesn't want us to do this because it's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, no, Dad, we're fine. We're grown
good.
up now. We'll be okay. Yeah, we planned this show. I swear to God, that's another through line. This stuff just happens. That's what happens when you do a show completely unscripted and completely improvisational. Okay, so fine. As you were saying before, Dad calls, like, yeah, Dad, we'll see you later.
So I'm gonna use a skip sandwich.
Yes.
And try to wedge myself in here. And if I can do it correctly. Oh, I did.
Oh, you got it.
Wow, I did not expect it to do that fast.
Feat compilation that's going to be in there. Okay, so
as you can see, I am in an area that I'm not supposed to be in right now.
Cool.
So what happened there was the increased speed essentially forced me through that boundary.
Okay.
And so now we're up here, and as you can hear, this is the 3 music.
Okay. So, alright.
Now, if I can do this, get through there.
And you don't need the skip sandwich to do that?
So for some of them you don't.
Okay.
This one I might need one.
And it can be any skip sandwich. Use the skip sandwich deluxe, but does the regular one do it too?
Yeah, it could be anyone.
Okay.
There we go.
Awesome.
So now
Okay.
we're over here, and if we go through this tunnel...
Yeah, just running fast as far as that. Okay, there we go. So I guess this is basically... Oh, I see. This is going to be...
This should take us right to 3.
Perfect.
And there we are. And so, like in a speed run, you could do that when you first get to Tucson, and just go straight to 3.
Okay, awesome. So wait a second. Okay, so hold on. What happened if we kept walking after we went through that? There was just nothing if we kept going to the right and didn't go through the tunnel?
Yeah, if you're still on the cliffside, yeah, there's gonna be nothing over there.
Okay, but then when you went to the road where the tunnel was, what happens if you go to the right of that?
We could continue there and walk to the desert.
Oh, right. But for reasons I know, I don't think we want to do that. But
yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So, all right, glad to have been able to see that. I guess it also gives usages of the skip sandwiches, because I guess you said you tend not to use them that much because it doesn't last long for the extra walking speed. But fine, there you go. So there is the case of that. Good job.
Alrighty.
Yeah, shows he's absolutely the expert and the person who knows this game as is. I guess here's the other thing is, since you're saying that you can use that feasibly, I guess can you use that before you get to 3'd? So you can basically bypass the ghosts completely.
Yes. You can you bypass Happy Village, the Runaway 5, all that stuff.
Okay, yeah, the speedrun of this is going to be pretty interesting to watch. I'm not going to lie about that. Okay, so fine. With that, good job, by the way. We're going to Forsyth. Well, I guess, because we have I think we have a different cinematic based on the bus here, so would that change if we just walked? Would it not happen? Would it not trigger it? Unless I'm thinking something else. Let me see, hang on. Assuming I remember this correctly.
So wait, if what triggered?
Well, hold on, I'll see this. Maybe I'm... Okay, fine. Would we still run in the case of the traffic here if we walked?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'd basically just be walking here, but you'd also have... Yeah, the reason to be nervous out here, and I'm nervous when I walk out here.
Alright, so let's see what we got here. Some new equipment for the desert.
Probably a lot of money also as well. Okay, awesome. Alright, so what do we want to run here?
This for this. Some 46.
Okay.
Deluxe fried pan, corn slumber. Yeah, that for Ness.
I'm trying to remember, what's the corn slumber do?
That will increase your defense, and I think it may also increase your luck.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, the deluxe fry pan for her. Okay, yeah, 10-point buff.
Alright. This guy should have, I think, some healing items, maybe.
Okay.
I think we have enough, though.
I don't know, do we want to be, Well, fine. The one with the wet towel. I think I know what that does. That's the sunstroke thing.
That'll heal sunstroke. We could heal that though with healing alpha, so we should.
Okay,
be fine.
fantastic. Okay, because yeah. Well, fine. I guess I jumped the gun as far as what we got to be what I often get worried about here, and oftentimes happens also on a random interval, from what I've noticed. Yeah, you did work hard, especially getting up onto the ledge that way. It's like, yeah.
Now, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No. It's of this thing with sunstroke, I guess.
Yeah, so when you're walking around the desert, you'll be sweating, and at certain intervals you'll get sunstroke. Now the thing is though, after riding a bus, it's impossible to get sunstroke.
Even after we went to the drugstore.
Yes. The only thing that will reset that so that you so that you can possibly get sunstroke is to get into a fight.
Okay.
And as you can see, we have this little mole here.
Yeah.
So now, it's thought that this mole was put here to fix that glitch. Because this mole is like kind of out of place. It's from an early dungeon.
Right, that's a good point.
And it's right at the entrance to the desert.
Okay.
So, but you could also, if you can bypass it with the stutter step technique. And so if you were to like go through this desert without getting into any fights, you would be free from sunstroke.
That's awesome. Okay, actually, when we did our off-screen thing for that, we did not, I did not know that. Okay, so fine. Unfortunately, since we did run to the Crested Buka, that means that,
So now the glitch has been fixed, essentially.
Okay, so, so that's good to know. So it's when you come off of the bus anytime, or only during that time we just saw?
I think it might just... I think it's any time you ride a bus into the desert.
Okay, so feasibly in that case then, that means, I guess, that you could feasibly take the bus back to Threed and then take it here and be dropped off before the traffic was, or fine, at the bus stop as far as that. What was that?
What?
It looked like the way the flashing was. You saw that, right? It looked like it kind of melded in more than it usually does. It looked like it did. Okay. But basically, in that case, you could pretty much just keep going back, I guess, and just avoid the sunstroke altogether. Okay. Fine. I get the idea that, hey, it is a glitch. It shouldn't be doing that, because usually it is like, it's like the mushroom thing with changing the controls, and that it happens on an interval, at a random interval, as far as when it'll take effect.
Yeah, these guys are sunbathing out here.
I didn't see this before. We sleep in the deserts are often mistaken for corpses. Okay, I guess I never saw that.
They're gonna become corpses if they stay here.
Yeah, those are wear a bathing suit. Stop their taillights. Go away. Annoying kids with a group of brats. Scat, you little monsters. I like. Okay, fine. The enemies are coming. It's like that might become corpses if we don't do something with the smiling sphere.
Yeah, there's another enemy that'll explode when you defeat it.
Okay, so they probably will die from this. The way that we positioned that. Okay, fine. They just had to say something. Like, we didn't plan this. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll just jump on the grenade or something, and then I don't know. We'll shield it. I don't know. Let's laugh maniacally. What does that work? What happens if that works?
That's just a wasted turn.
Oh, we said like it missed Jeff, or it just doesn't do anything. Okay.
Or it might have a small chance of maybe solidifying.
Okay. Blew it up. Boom. Yeah, those explosion things hurt. Yeah, I mean, Jeff was gonna die on that, but then again, thankfully his health was so high. Yeah, you're seeing that, right?
Yeah, that did look weird, yeah.
Actually, I don't know if we saw that when we did this. Okay, now you got sunstroke, and you can tell that because there's gonna be a little bit of a flash case. Also, I usually get flashlight warnings when it comes to this game. I gave a lot last time. I probably should have mentioned them in that case. Whenever there's a smash attack, there's gonna be a flashlight warning. Whenever there's I guess the little thing with the sunstroke. I'm trying to think what other cases are flash. The only reason I say that is like, hey, because they didn't tone them down. Not that I said, oh, they should tone them down, but I'll give an indication if it's a massive case. Go back to our Midway or Contributors 2 play, or hell, any of the the compilation program shows we've done, including the one we're doing next year for Taito Legends, where I realized there's a massive flashing light on each of those. For the first one, we did Midway Treasures 1, there's the Defender, where it has a massive flashing light. It's like, whoa, that's strong. Not that I have a thing as far as being really sensitive to that, but it was really strong. I said, I better put a warning on this. And then we played Wizard of War in Midway Treasures 2. The flash on that was so insanely strong, I said, uh-oh, I gotta put something else in this, and basically put, like, every warning. It's like, be careful, don't watch this. This is the kind of thing I could feasibly kill you if you watch this. Specifically, as far as how it was. And then actually last year when we did, actually at the end of the show, I said, oh, we don't have any flashing lights in any of the Namco Museum virtual arcade games we played. There's like the lightning thing in Sky Kid Deluxe, the last game we played. It's like, oh, it's there. And actually for the Taito Legends collection we're gonna do, yeah, why'd you talk to a black sesame like me? Pause with the white sesame that I heard before. Can we find her?
Yes, she is here in the desert.
Okay. We got another photo. Actually, just to go quickly back to that for Taito Legends, we're going to have that because they have Operation Wolf in that. And actually, it's a game where, I don't know if you ever saw the Angry Video Game Nerds look at the Taito collections. He did a video based upon that.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I'll put a link in the link list for that. But he said specifically with Operation Wolf, the flashing light is so strong, I'm not even going to show it to you. I'm gonna show that, but I will put a million flashlight warnings on that. And the reason for that is, you ever play Operation Wolf? It is an arcade game from Taito. It's a light gun game. It does what a lot of light gun games do. It does a flash for it because it has to detect where you're aiming the gun at and where the flash is gonna go. And it doesn't have light gun support, and it wouldn't work on a HD television like this anyway for that. So actually, any of our light gun stuff, we're gonna have to run the Wii for the purpose of that, or Wii U. But yeah, in that case, it does that, I think, a lot, so I'll have to take a look at that. I gotta pull that game out and just start looking as far as how that's gonna go. Because when we do those compilation shows, we show every game in it, just as far as, like, a whole overview. And we get to Taito Legends too, as I mentioned, Kiki Kaikai, the arcade version of, or the arcade predecessor to Pocky Rocky's in that. I'll figure out Pocky Rocky itself, or I'll get reshrined.
Check this sign here. It says, I lost a pair of contact lenses here in the Dusty Dunes Desert.
Okay.
They were a memento for my grandma and very important to me. Find them, bring them to me, and I'll give you a reward. Intella Giovanni. Find me at a Forsyth Bakery, 2nd floor.
Okay, so I think we're gonna find that.
And sure enough,
there it is.
There we go. A set of contact lenses.
I think we didn't step on it. Specifically, okay,
maybe
so
like
Paul
in,
took.
Thousand Year Door.
Oh, right, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, it's another one. We'll have to get to that eventually. As far as I don't think anybody called dibs on that. Crusader 64 called dibs on Paper Mario Original. So if you want to call it 1000 Year Door, you can do it. And also your choice if you want to run the GameCube version or when the remake comes out. Gauge if you want to show the remake instead.
Yeah.
It's your pick. If you want to call dibs on that one, because I know you love that game. I'm mixed on it to some degree, sort of, kind of, but I also, there's things about that game that are absolutely brilliant, especially the way it ends. The ending of that game absolutely is brilliant. It might be the best ending of any of the Mario RPGs. I will say that. And I'll tell you above anything else, I will not give it away for anybody who hasn't played it. There's one line in the ending, I think you might know what it is, that I think puts into perspective all of the elements I had as far as me kind of going back and forth of saying that the parts of that game that frustrated me as far as what it was, but there's the... I'll dance on this very specifically. You know the last line that Goombella has, which is the last line she says to Mario.
I don't remember it.
I will tell you off screen what it is.
Okay.
That line, that stuck with me. I said, you know what, you're right. And even though I have the things... I mean, fine, my issues with that game were pacing, and initially I thought it was too much like Paper Mario on N64, but the more I thought about that, that line hit me. And it made me realize that put it all in perspective. It's like, fine, I can have my elements as far as where I'm thinking on this, but honestly, that said so much. And I'll tell you, it's one of those great moments in a game that... In fact, there's the other, there's the White Sesame. Please tell him I still love him. You've seen him, was he okay? Let's see. Can you talk to him again and they'll change something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he has one more dialogue.
Okay. Alright, yeah, I'll quickly end on this thing specific, but it's one of those things that, in some ways, it kind of changed my perspective on the game and everything that I went through on it. And I gotta say, it's rare I've seen that happen in a game where I might have either positive or negative feeling on a game, or mixture as it is. Mostly positive in that game. I'm not gonna say no, it's a bad game, it's a good game. But it's also something that, it's rare I've had a case where the ending of a game, we did to stick the landing so well to make me really rethink some of the things I had going to it, or do the opposite, saying like, hey, it completely trashes everything that I liked. Which honestly, not much I can think of that does. The only one case I can think of off the top of my head that does it the other way is actually the ending of The Simpsons Hit and Run, because there's something about it that's surprisingly callous. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, but she still loves me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
We reunited them.
Reunited the sesame seeds.
That's beautiful. Speaking of things that are beautiful, the same way I'm saying on Thousand Year Door's ending specific, or that line in particular that I'm thinking. I'll tell you off screen specifically to it. But, yeah. So that's interesting. Okay, so fine, here we are in the desert. Sorry, I feel free to talk about the desert as we are, because we have not been here yet. This is a new area.
Yeah, we're almost done here.
And doing good avoiding the sunstroke, or, I don't know, have you gotten it a lot? It seems like you haven't.
Yeah, I got it, I think twice now.
Okay. Because I remember, like, the first time I went here, in fact, we did one of the tests. I think I walked in here the first time I walked on the sand, I got it. Like, okay, fine. I had the terrible luck when it came to that. Yeah, but the scorpion has poisoned you, but you'll handle that. And there's the desert wolf. I do like the attention to detail of the desert wolf there with the like the saliva there. So I guess I don't know if he's maybe he's rabbit, I guess. They just pretty much want to rock these dudes.
Yeah. Yeah, Freeze works on a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, honestly, I think we were saying off screen to this, I think you were saying like Freeze tends to be something you're using a lot, especially later on. It seems like a lot of things are weak to it. It kind of was the way I tended to run stuff as well when I learned that. I said, fine. Basically, I said, what are this weak to? You said, use the freeze. Like, okay, fine, run the freeze.
Yeah, because generally, like, you know, because like there's no magic defense, so you just have your freeze abilities. They'll do, you know, 180, 360. And so, I mean, there are some enemies have resistances and weaknesses to certain spells, but there's no like, you know, like base magic defense.
And I don't think there usually is a tell except for the damage that they output.
Yeah, and you can tell if an enemy resists a spell, because like if you use freeze, it'll do like 10 damage. Alright, so here's the headquarters for the miners.
Alright, yeah, I remember this part for sure.
We heal up here.
Fantastic. And there's a phone call. Oh, there's a phone there if you need to use it for saving.
Yeah, so this guy down here, we give him some food so he can. Oh, he's not here anymore. Okay. Well, we'll see him later.
Wait, what happened? What were you expecting to see?
Well, he was standing out here earlier. He was asking for some food, and in order to trigger the next event, you have to give him some.
Okay, so wait a sec. Why was he not here? Did you already give him food?
Yeah, I gave him food already.
Okay.
So he just disappears. I thought he would be down there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the last thing I want to show in the desert is over here.
Okay.
And over here we have a human slot machine.
Actually, yeah, I don't think that we saw this when we did our test. Okay.
Big Brother Poncho. We got Kid Brother Pincho. And Thomas Jefferson.
Okay, there you go. Oh, awesome. Okay, so what happens here with them?
Alright, so we have a broken slot machine, but the Sanchez brothers and their friend are a very cheerful trio. They will make you happy. Let's insert a buck.
Okay.
Let's see what we got.
Okay, so what happens if you win?
So I think you can get like some items, like healing items from this. I forget what happens if you get 777s.
Okay.
You might get like. It might be just prize money.
So what are the name? They're the Sanchez brothers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find out now just to get a sense. So at least we'll have an answer to what this is. I take it, have you ever won whatever the... Actually, here's the other question. Does it stop on its own, or can you manipulate it? Alright, you did win something, I guess.
So we got won a very big jackpot.
What happened? Oh.
Oh, shoot.
Your payoff took the day off. Jeez. Oh, so if you don't have a...
Alright, then. I guess you gotta make sure you have room in your inventory.
Let's find... Okay, so fine. What he should have won was... let's see. Hang on. Hold on, what does it say? It says here... If all three match win an item, depending on which icons you get, would include either... It's saying in terms of north, south, west, and east. I don't know why it's saying that. It's saying a chick, Psy Caramel, can of fruit juice, or skip sandwich. Let me look at that again, because I just want to make sure that's set. Oh, I see. Oh, based on direction he's facing. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay, so fine. Then in that case, okay, that explains it then. So if they face straight ahead of you, that would be the south prize. That's a Psy Caramel. If they face north the way they did with the yellow, or to the back, you would have won a chick.
Okay.
And then, if they face to the right, you win a skip sandwich. And if they face to the left, you get a can of fruit juice. So fine. The right is the equal sign. The equal sign? I guess. So the lucky 7 was what I'm looking forward. So fine. Psy Caramel is...
That's the 7.
That's the lucky 7.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, so I guess the side caramel will be the only thing really worth going for.
Okay, so then yeah, so fine. If they're all facing straight, so fine. Okay, so in that case they, based on how they turn, they show it as okay. So it's the 7, it's the lemon, I guess, the lime, I guess, and then the equal sign. But fine, they indicate it as either front, back, left, or right, or north, south, east, and west. Okay. Or fine, as this Game Facts post about this is also saying, I'd rather stay from from Boney City Writer, quote, I'd rather stay away from anything that involves luck, seriously go to hell, Sword of Kings. Except for us, where we got it during the audio tests. So fine, well fine, it's also because we know we needed to show that. I said, we should show this probably. That's also how Mr. Punk had to go in this. We'll show this. I mean, when we played Parasite Eve, I said to Maddox before we did that show, I said, I think we should do the Chrysler building. He said, yeah, I think so. Specifically, we did do that, and yeah, that was another case where I think it really enriched that. It's like, I'm glad we showed that. So fine, maybe I don't know if other plays of certain games, even something like this one, would show something like that or not. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. But either way, I think it helps to that, just to kind of show something with it. And fine, it's like how I did with Super Mario RPG, and how I'll do with that remake as well, eventually. But I'm not going to touch that remake until probably 2026. I think I'm going to try and time that to the 30th anniversary of the game, of the original, I think. But based on what I'm seeing in that remake, oh my god, it looks amazing. As we were in Forsyth.
We have made it to the big city.
Yeah.
Alright.
This is quite a place, and the Runaway 5 is here as well.
So we'll see them again here in the Top Lift Theater.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, lots of places to see in the town. And actually, this place, I do believe the music... Yeah, the music here is supposed to have a parallel of sorts. Another Beatles parallel, because yeah, they love Beatles as far as how it is for this game. It's supposed to sound like Dr. Robert. Honestly, I'm not as familiar with Dr. Robert as far as the Beatles stuff. So yeah, they're kind of deep cutting some of these things as well. So, but as I said, I'll have link lists as far as what that is, as far as the songs I mentioned. But yeah, there you go. So, yeah, I'll be curious to look at it. Actually, doing the dig outs for the link list last time was interesting, kind of hearing the song's back to it's like, yeah, I'm kind of hearing an echo of some of this stuff. But enough, I guess, that it wasn't creating a question. All right, here's the Forsyth Bakery.
Alright. So let's return these contacts.
To, this guy looks a little bit Mr. T. Or Mr. T, I should say, sorry. Taiwan morning every minute. Yeah, my friend, just to keep things forever. Okay.
And he gives us his socks.
Okay.
Only for special occasions. He's worn these socks for just 5 years.
Straight.
There are no holes. They've only been worn once since the last washing.
I'm gonna say, I don't know if you're this way, Gemini 96, but I don't know if I can get through a month with socks not having holes in them.
Yeah.
So that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
They stink a little, but they're still good. Yeah, we're not gonna refuse him.
Alright.
Got a pair of dirty socks. Okay, so he has one more sniff for the element. Smells like, fine. Smells like parting is such sweet sorrow. He's in battle. The enemy gets so nauseous from it. Wait, so it inflicts the nauseousness on enemy.
No, it's solidification.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Fantastic. Okay.
Alright, so let's see what the Runaway 5 are up to.
Alright, let's do that. I'll buy a ticket, $30. Actually, also I realized the hotel in Tucson, not the hotel, the department store, you can actually try and buy tickets there. It was like, oh no, they're sold out. I was like, no, maybe the boxies. Wait, no, those are sold out too. Fine, we did get our tickets this way, and we have a much bigger theater that is more of a theater as opposed to the other one where it was basically a, like a dance restaurant-like place.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Ness arrives, please come in.
Alright.
And we're here.
Let's see what we got.
Yeah, we do have our hookup. Oh, but they apparently got cheated again.
We learned that they are once again stuck in debt.
Okay.
There's some foreshadowing there. Saying that we'll need their help later.
Okay. You'll see we don't handle money or women.
Alright.
Okay, so yeah, we gotta help them. I guess they didn't look at the dotted line on the contract before they signed it.
Yep.
But yeah, they're still gonna be forced to go out for another night, I guess. Alright, yeah, let's hear their next performance. Yeah, great performance by them, and also a great show as far as even the idea like how the saxophone player is kind of coming up ahead specifically.
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice performance for sure. And show, and it also did remind me one thing as well. Also, is like, yeah, remember your choice on thumbnail every part. That's a good choice, but of course it is your call. So any case that you also did a very good call on thumbnail for part 1, as it was for the YouTube site at least. Anyway, all right, fine. They owe me $1 million. Wait, how'd they owe them $1 million?
They are somehow in debt for $1 million.
They break the contract in deep due to the police.
You have to find buried gold, or you would never be able to pay such a huge sum. Alright.
Feasibly. Alright, so... Yeah, she's, I guess, loving that perspective, but alright, fine. We'll help them.
Turns out that she is correct. We're gonna have to find some buried treasure to pay that off.
I think we have to go back to the desert for them, alright?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, back we go. Well, I guess that's what they meant to say, like, money and women, because, yeah, I guess it's a woman owner of the place, in this case, I think, yes?
Yeah.
Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so yeah, back in the desert. And also, I love the great attention to detail here, because I didn't actually notice that we played before. In fact, you can kind of see the sides of the bridge, as far as, like, the railings that way, reflecting on the water.
Yeah.
It's kind of a small thing, and I actually didn't notice until I just looked at it when we were driving past. Like, wow, that's actually just really nice to just behold. Alright, so back in the desert.
So let's go check with the miners, see if we can find some gold here, and we can see that they have made quite a bit of progress.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, they did good excavating art. Hi, Mr. Foreman. Alright, so there are 5 big moles. Me, the monster, continue on. But yeah, you've got 3 children who know how to fight.
Got this.
Alright. I do love the atmosphere in here in particular, just because of the fact that it is a little bit of a deeper brown for the way they color this, so it does look really nice. Alright, so this is Master of the Hall.
Alright, so there are 5 masters, all moles. I believe I'm the 3rd strongest among us. Alright.
Okay, so let's see that.
There's number 3.
Yeah, so in that case, he is advertising himself.
Okay, so these guys have physical power shields, so they'll reflect any physical damage back at you. So I usually just use freeze with Paula, and I preemptively heal her just in case she takes a mortal blow, because she's going to be the main source of damage.
Okay.
And 2 freeze beta should be enough to take them out.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. I got paralysis, Omega.
Let's see, IQ capsule. Give that to Jeff. I'm waiting on him to fix that air gun here. It's a good weapon.
Oh yeah. That I do remember. And usually, pretty much any time you get an IQ capsule, probably give it to Jeff, I think, because it'll increase the chance that he'll fix. Yeah, so yeah, we have a walking noose that's gonna try and get us. But it's just gonna hit us, not gonna try and hang us, although there's nowhere really for him to hang us specifically. Like, if you burn the rope, yeah, it'll go away. Or just beat on it, that'll work too. On top of the burning. Oh, wait a second, like, okay, I didn't even notice, fine, when you came up here, I didn't even see the duck was over there. So wait, I guess he appeared after the battle?
Well, he spawned up there when I walked up here.
Okay, I'll be curious looking back on the video when I edit just to see that. Although I guess it probably disappeared because it seemed like well, fine, maybe just for a brief second he was there.
When I touched the noose, man, he disappeared.
Okay, that must have been what it was. Okay.
Alright, got more snakes here. These are the thirsty coil snakes.
Okay.
These guys can poison you. Let's see here.
Actually, I think that's what happened was we were at the part of practicing this. I think I was going through here and I was like, yeah, I was the one getting poisoned a lot specifically. Although it's not when they attack that they'll poison you, is it?
They have 2 separate attacks. They just have a normal bite, and then sometimes it'll say that he took a bite using his poisonous fangs, and that's when it'll poison you.
I was gonna say I don't think there's attacks in this game that it'll be an attack and then it won't do damage and do a status on you, will it? I'm trying to remember. Have we seen something that does that like that? You know what I'm talking about? The idea that, hey, it'll do an attack, but then it'll also have a status on it on top of the attack that goes with it. Mm-hmm. I don't know if this game has something like that. It must. Well, it might. I don't know. Not it must. It might. I don't think like Pokemon, where sometimes you do certain attacks and they'll have like a chance for paralysis or burn or something like that on top of the attack itself.
Yeah, usually it's pretty like obvious. It'll tell you like if you're getting poisoned, but like, yeah, I don't think there are any cases where there's just a normal attack that has a chance of inflicting something. Usually it just tells you like, you know, the enemy's poisoning you or something.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay.
Alright, second mole should be right down here.
Okay. Yeah, really the third strongest master.
Alright, so this guy here also claims to be the third strongest. So we'll take him out the same way.
Alright, so yeah, that's the clawing. Basically, the strategy's gonna be the same. Basically, just keep Paul alive to freeze him.
Yep.
There you go. She leveled up and got
It's that shield Sigma.
awesome coin defense.
I don't think that's better than Mr. Saturn coin. No, it's not.
Okay.
So I'll give that to maybe Jeff. Coin of Slumber. It does increase your luck too.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, that's better for him at least. But now we're seeing the gigant. Okay, we've seen the ants before, but not like this.
Yeah, so we have a palette swap of the Titanic ant.
That was
the
it, okay.
first sanctuary boss. Now we have gigantic ants.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense they're cases where they have strong defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, and ice is your favorite case to run this. Fantastic. Yeah, we're getting level ups, well, A, really fast, and B, it seems like we're at a pretty high level for only being...
Yeah, we're 30. Oh no, and that's just homesick.
Yeah, I'm glad that came up because I can explain what's going on. I think I explained to you after I did the edit on part 1. It's based on level.
Yeah.
Actually, as far as when he'll get homesick and what's the likelihood. We don't know if it's the most likely, I think, when you're at level... I had this official numbers when we did part 1, when I edited part 1. But if you're between, I think, levels 1 and 16, I think, it'll never happen. Okay. 99 to, or 70 something to 99, it'll never happen. And then in between, it's more likely to happen. I think like 12 or so % chance. here and there. But actually, I think if this juncture is where you are, it is the most likely. But it's not going to happen that much. But we did see... Fine, we saw it happen last time. We also seen it happen this time. So I'm glad I was able to find that, because I know it was kind of a question, like, wait, what was that about?
Yeah.
But that was what it was.
Yeah.
Actually, I can also get the official numbers then, since you're doing this. Because I made the edit already as far as it, so I may as well just have the official answer here. So... and it's only Ness who's affected by this. It's worth pointing out, despite the fact that we have Paula and Jeff who have cases of that, which is... Okay, so... From level 1 to 15 and levels 76 to 99, it never happens. You were just a level 30. That is actually the highest chance of it happening between 16 and 30, where it's 1.17%.
Okay.
Or 3 and 256. And then level 31 up to 75, it's even less. It's 2 and 256, so it's 0.78%. And the way to fix that, as you mentioned last time, is you make a phone call to you. You make a phone call to your mom specifically to get rid of it. But it's worth pointing out also is that... okay, we didn't see this. Is there a case where the receiver or she can call on the receiver?
No.
Okay, then fine. They might be wrong. Because I know first there was a rumor saying that if you use a chick we cured it, it doesn't do that.
Right.
But then it says this is the EarthBound wiki that's saying this. Ness's mother will call Ness on his receiver phone shortly after he begins to feel homesick, reminding you should contact her. But despite the fact they speak, it doesn't cure his homesickness. But I don't know if we've seen that.
Maybe after, like, if you have it for a really long time, she might call you.
Maybe. Okay.
Because I always cure it as soon as possible.
I would think so, because that causes you to potentially miss in battles, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll spend his turns reminiscing about Homer. You mentioned his favorite food of steak. And I also was going to bring up, I said, fine, that sounds like the Sword of Kings drop, and the answer is, yeah, the level 31 to 75 drop is actually apparently identical to that, specifically, because it is, actually it's the same, because it's, fine, it's 2 in 256 or 1 in 128. So it is the 0.78% chance that we got on that audio test we did. That is the chance of seeing that thing. So that's why they said, hey, it's insane to get that thing. Or to get homesick, technically, too. So I guess then in that case, you know... Okay, so that'll probably be the idea of what that is. Okay, but yeah, just make a phone call. Hi. Oh, you sound sad. Okay. Mama said there'd be days like this. Okay, that's a reference to a song I believe by Diana Ross, whose name escapes you at the moment as far as the song, but I'll indicate it. Although technically it's also a reference to what is it? The Other Side by Aerosmith, because they also reference that song in it.
I'm gonna store a few things here.
Okay.
Clear up the inventory.
Yeah, honestly, the only things I stored before we started for tonight, as far as it were, the map and the bike.
Okay.
Alright, so yeah, what are you gonna have to take this time?
Let's go for the backstage pass. Jar fly honey. And that might be it. Bubble gum.
Okay.
That's good.
Actually, the one other thing I guess about homesickness I'm curious about, I'll take another look at this because I think it's after... yeah, it's randomly happening after you win a battle. Okay. Because, I mean, we did see it last month. We saw it here. I was trying to remember what determined... Well, fine. What determined when it happened, I should say. The chance is low, but you'll sometimes run into the case where you will be in a case like that. There we are at the ants again, but yeah, you know exactly what to do on them. Yes, basically just pretty much going through this, finding the other moles as it is. They just said there's 5 of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Tried it on the teddy bear.
Oh. He said that's what happened right before I started the show tonight when I was making a walk back to Berkland Park, what's it called?
Yeah, Berkland Park.
Berkland Park, okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure I got that right. Yeah, where it was tossing the spores out for the mushrooms. Like, oh, thank God it's hitting the teddy bear.
I got one up here.
Okay. So we'll do 2nd and 4th. Want to test them? Yeah, I guess so. We'll do that. Ooh. Alright, fine. The teddy bear got knocked, but either way. Fine. The bear was the worthy sacrifice here to take care of the number 3 mole again. Okay.
Let's get that to Ness. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, with Guts capsules, that usually in case you want to hold it on a certain character, or there, in case you might want to vary that too.
Yeah, you can use it on anyone. I like to put it on Ness just to like build up his critical hit chance.
Yeah, and oftentimes we've been seeing him get critical hits all the time anyway, so that makes sense. I don't know, does he naturally have a higher Guts stat than the other characters, just in general?
Yes.
Okay. Because I was thinking, like, hey, for the IQ capsule, you usually want to run on Jeff, because A, he has high, and also because you're running repairs of items. But I guess then that makes sense as far as Nest, where you want to focus that way. Alright, and there you go, the Nooseman down in a row like that.
Let's see. We have one over here.
Okay. Yeah, first let's deal with you guys. Now, so let's see what this next one's like. Hi. Truly the 3rd strongest master of this hall. Alright.
Okay then.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, you do love seeing that, so in that case, yeah, you won't hurt anybody. Alright, so there goes number 3. Fence down Alpha.
Speed by 3, vitality.
Max HP by 9, okay. Alright, Side Caramel. Yeah, I noticed when we fought the last one, there were a lot of enemies that spawned too. Is that fine? It's just a case where it's gonna be just We're just having that happen just by happenstance,
Yeah.
not because it's scripted to happen.
Right, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because I was gonna say when we did our playthrough, I don't remember seeing that happen a lot. Even in cases where I was getting bad luck with stuff, I wasn't necessarily seeing that.
You can prevent it by not going for the present, because by walking over to the present, we scrolled the screen off enough so that the spawn plates had a chance to reset. But if you were to just turn around immediately after defeating the mole, there would have been no enemies there.
Gotcha. But either way, I guess it's probably good to get some experience run. And a carton of cream.
Carton of cream.
Have you ever gotten out of these enemies before?
No, that must be a rare drop from them.
Let's find out what the rare drop is. What does the carton of cream do?
You could use it in conjunction with some healing items to increase the health you get from them.
Okay, let's find out what that is. Okay, let's see. It was off of... Alright. Okay, it's a 16 128 chance off of the Nooseman, so that would be... Let me take a look at that just specifically. Yeah, so... Yes, 1628, 128, but that's fine. I'm thinking in the math case of saying, like, no, that's not an even enough fraction. I'm surprised they're kind of indicating stuff like that, but, it's 12.5. Is that right? 12.5%? Maybe it. Fine. It divides out to 0.125, so I think so. Okay. Either way, we're seeing that happen specific. And I guess it's also okay, because this is gonna go back to the Sword of Kings thing. We'll revisit that when we get to the point where that you can potentially get that. But when we were doing that, when it comes to any item drop that an enemy can have in this game, it changes the likelihood of them dropping based on if there are other enemies in the battle with them. Isn't that right? Because I know in the case of the Sword of Kings, that was the case.
Yeah.
In the case of the Nooseman here, they could drop the carton of cream. But here's the thing, we ran into 4 of those and one of the Mad Ducks.
Right, so there's a greater chance that the game first selected one of the ducks.
Okay.
To determine if an item would drop.
Okay, well, it would, wait, more likely the duck because there's only one, or more likely the nooses because there's 5, or were 5, I should say. But in this case, it would be the ducks because there's more of them.
Yeah. So
okay.
It'd be more likely that the game selected one of the ducks.
So by that standard, going back to the Sword of Kings thing just briefly, as we're seeing, fine, the strongest master of the hold, the second strongest, fourth strongest, and the weakest. He's truly the third strongest master. Yeah, you're probably noticing a pattern. But that being said, going back to the Sword of Kings thing, as we fight the real number 3, that means if we were to get multiple Starman Supers for that, and then I guess fine, we'll get one of the crystals there. The likelihood would be because there's more of that type of enemy that would be more likely to pull for that if we was going to pull anything.
Yes.
Okay, so that explains then, because just to give a little bit of a background before we get there, I ran into cases where we'd have the regular Starmen, the Starman Super, and then the crystals appear, but oftentimes just like one or the other. So it's basically pretty much at that point a coin flip of determining what item or what enemy will pull to determine is there an item coming off of them, and then the likelihood of 1 in 128 for the Sword of Kings off of the Starman Super specific. So okay, that makes more sense now. Just thinking about that as we get the stuff there. All right, Platinum Band. Oh yeah.
All right, so we defeated all the moles, so we can get out of here now.
All right. Oh yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, there you go. So it took you there. Okay, so we got another photo coming in. Wait, I'm trying to remember. We didn't get the photo coming in, did we?
No, this only triggers after you defeat all the moles.
Awesome, okay. Alright, so yeah, let's take a photo of our element here. Actually, I guess it means you can't avoid that one.
Right, that's one of the unavoidable photos.
Okay.
First one was right before the waterfall.
Okay.
This one here, and then there's one more that's unavoidable.
Okay.
Alright. So now he will continue digging, and he'll let us know when he finds something.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, so in the meantime, yeah, we need to rest on the bed with the coil sticking out of it. Oh, but of course...
Perfect.
Yeah, actually, have we shown him repairing anything yet?
Yeah, he fixed the spray can back in Winners.
Okay.
Let's see. 62 to 66. Alright, I'll take that.
Okay, fantastic. And with a higher IQ, and it's based on IQ, and it's based on level. What determines that again, as far as his likelihood to get a fix of an item?
If he has the required IQ, I think it's a 25% chance every time you rest at a hotel.
Okay.
But then sometimes it changes. I think so. Then after you fix something, I know at some point, sometimes there's a 100% chance, but then at certain points it drops down to 25.
Uh-huh. General Montague's brother. Alright, so they did find something.
Alright, so we got the diamond.
Alright.
So maybe we can give this to the manager and get the Runaway 5 off the hook?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, is it worth $1 billion is the question.
Okay, so going back to the item fixing algorithm, I think it's 100% the first time you try to fix an item, and then from there on out it's 25.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Gotcha. Okay, actually, I think you might have mentioned that to me off screen specifically, because that's the idea. Just to go on this as well, as far as chat's concerned, we got some new faces tonight. Well, figures, stuff like that, and also that's also how I'll do the edits. I realize sometimes I'll say things that are totally wrong, so like, fine, that's not right. Let me put it in here. I can fix my mistake that way. Or also the case that, hey, if we don't know, we'll get an answer. Sometimes, as we mentioned, it's come down to cases where we've had... I've actually realized with certain games, I don't know if this is a case of a game like that. Maybe for certain things it has been for certain things, but we'll figure as we go along with it. There's actually stuff that we found out about some of these games that there's no recorded evidence of any indication aside from our show. Actually, it's two of the RPGs are that way, which were Shadow Hearts. There's something with an item laying out as far as something in the Clyde Mental Hospital, and actually something with Lunar that Protorova found out when we did the last part of it. Okay, so yeah, what about this diamond?
You want to pay with that? Okay, I'll rip up this contract.
Okay, fantastic.
Go. Don't tell anyone about the diamond. Now that Running 5 are free. You should thank me. Diamond's worth maybe $50.
$50 and she took it anyway. Yeah, it gave me quite a bargain.
Yeah.
Oh, but she's fine with it. Oh, wait. Oh, fine. She's lying to us as far as how much it's
saying,
worth. Okay, hi. Yeah, won't take gold anymore. Our fans are waiting, baby. Alright.
On that show. Alright.
What does the saxophonist say? Money is what I want, money is what's hot, money is what I want. It's what we ain't got except freedom, freedom, freedom is what we really sought. I'm trying to remember if that's a reference to the song. Or maybe it's just the fact that he's singing his song.
Isn't that part of a Beatles song?
Probably. Knowing this game, it probably is. I'll look into it, I'll have an answer. Maybe there's no answer. Maybe that's one of the cases where nobody knows. Like, we'll dig out. Fine. Actually, tell me we found something. Nobody said the... on this game already. Nobody said the flash thing from where we were. Alright, fine. Performance time. So one more show before we hit the road.
Brought the bus on stage and everything.
Yeah, but wait a second. They went and they left without their band.
Drove out the side of the building.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's how you know the show is hardcore, because they're like, fine, let's drive the bus onto the... Actually, wait, where did it go? It probably went out the back way.
Busted out the back or something.
I guess so. Okay. Awesome. Alright. Yeah, there you go. That's how you know the show is hardcore.
Alright, so now, the department store will be open.
Alright. So, yeah, we'll probably want to grab something in here. Alright, so...
I'm going to stock up on some things here, because we got a pretty difficult part coming up.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I remember in particular.
Alright, so we got the arms dealer here. Let's, first I'll sell a few things.
Okay.
Silver.
Had you question, does he give you more money for some of this stuff than the store would?
No, it's all the same.
It's all the same, okay. It does give you a decent amount for the coin of slumber. Alright, so what does he have that we want?
Have the hyper beam. Get that for Jeff. Yeah, so the Magnum air gun was short-lived. If we had fixed it earlier, we would have got more use out of it, but that's okay.
That's quite a jump.
Super bombs are good. I'll get a few of these.
Okay. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this place sells platinum bands. I'll try to buy some of those if I can.
Okay. There's silver gold bracelets.
I'll buy a gold one for Nest then.
Okay.
Just sell that first, because he has no room.
And just a question, I'm trying to remember, when you buy an item, do you have to have room for it even if it's something that'll sell it off? Or it's just like, that's like, hey, you sell it?
Yes. Yeah, so even though I just essentially exchanged the silver bracelet for the gold, I wouldn't have been able to buy it because I had no room.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. I just was trying to remember if that was right or not. There you go.
Okay, so if we try to leave...
Yeah, we go dark. Oh, we got stolen. Or Paula got stolen. Yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, okay. This is the part I remember. Now I remember this. It's like, wait, hold on.
Did you please, customer from Onet, please proceed to the office on the 4th floor.
All right, so fine. What kind of department store is this? They're stealing our friends.
I'm gonna try to avoid these guys if I can.
Yeah, avoid the deadly presence. Like, fine, those are the items we didn't buy. He's like, no, you gotta buy us now. I was like, no, we're not buying you. We got what we needed. We're going. Heard Paula. Yeah, we're going as fast as we can.
Up the escalator.
Yeah, fine, the presents, we could avoid these.
Physical record. Okay. This is good. It's the guitars that I'm worried about.
Okay.
They can put you to sleep and then they'll just, you know, destroy you.
Alright, there you go. So yeah, there was a record of something deadly. I don't know.
Yeah. Slip down here. Just kind of use the environment to block the enemies.
Yeah, smart.
Okay. Alright, so that wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, this is gonna be our grave.
You'll be gone and you'll be burning in. Well, you go to heaven.
I don't know, is that also something that they, as far as the translation, is that also something they kept the same as we get the department store spook guy? Yeah, he looks like an alien. Yeah, just let him sort of hypnotize you with a nice background.
Let's see. A grotesque alien awaits the boys on top floor. Before challenging them to battle in Mother 2, the creature says, die and go to hell.
Oh, so that is the one they did.
Well, but then he says, no, go to heaven.
Oh.
And so then here, the mention of hell was removed. And the line rephrased as, you'll be gone and burning in, well, you'll go to heaven.
Okay, so, alright, so that's interesting then, because the one that we said, oh, don't go to heaven, that's the same. This one isn't. And there you go with the alien dude, which fine. I'm thinking to be showing you Alien Storm yesterday. You're probably wondering, what the fuck is this? It was like, that's what everybody says when I say that, from Sega. As far as yeah, I'm not gonna necessarily defend that, but it was like, fine, I could quick burst it for like 5 minutes before actual work time. Alright, fine, how would we deal with this guy?
We're gonna use a big bottle rocket.
Alright.
One round here if we can. 447. Alright. Let's just go with those. Finish them with super bombs.
That's probably why you bought these, right?
Yeah. There we go.
These want to get rid of him, I guess, as quick as possible because of the fact that he's running the scythe stuff.
Yeah, he could hit both of them with fire. He could freeze you.
Okay.
Mr. Gygus will avenge me.
Yeah, right. Gygus is in the game. We haven't mentioned him tonight.
Yeah.
Should be Monotoli.
Alright. So that's our clue. We need to go to the Monotoli building next.
Okay. Yeah, that kid over there looks like us.
Okay.
Oh no, he is that. I was like, the game was cut off. Wasting my money. So fine, yeah, the arcade game, I guess it was not plugged in. Fine. No problem, he is there. Fine, well, yeah, we survived the deadly department store. Yeah, get ourselves for the robot and the elephant and the, I guess it's like a mouse. Or stuffed teddy bear. Okay, so yeah, now we can get our way out, but we got to find out where Paula is. You mentioned the Monotoli building.
Yeah.
Actually, who was it we saw before who was mentioning him, right? Wasn't who was it mentioned them before? Mentioned that name before, Monotoli. Somebody mentioned that earlier when we were playing, about half an hour ago. But either way, we'll get there now. In fact, there it is, right there. So yeah, where's Paula? We want her back. Master Pokey's used. Okay,
so
wait
here.
a sec.
So we have cross paths. We're going cross paths with Pokey here again.
Yeah. We're not trying to stare your hips. We're trying to, like, yeah, get us up there. We want to find out where Paul is. Yeah, we are a friend. We'll say that. Fine, we said no, he's not, but at the beginning of the game, but yeah, we'll play that.
Alright, so let's see here. And there he is.
Alright. Pig's butt, no, Ness. You gonna beg me some money? Ah, no, we're rich. You see our bank account?
So he's now Monotoli's partner.
Okay, gives him political and economic advice. Looking for Mr. Monotoli, was that you? Well, yeah, because he is guilty for kidnapping. And so he's trying to give us the Back to the Future 2 perspective as far as the building. But I was like, yeah, fine, I guess we're getting dragged out.
Yep.
You show your face around him.
And over here, you can see that his father's roped into this now.
Oh, okay, Alright, you haven't changed much. Okay, so this is Aloysius Mitch. Aloysius, there you go. Do it's the son success and now life of the life of a rich man. Okay, so then this also explains a little bit, which is that, fine, I guess he's fine. He was kind of taking elements as far as being on the outs, but now when his son is successful, he's kind of doing what his son's doing,
Basically, yeah.
a little bit, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so, but the point is not getting us closer to Paul. So yeah, since we can't slip the guards $50 or beat the ever hell out of Pokey, so like, where the hell is Monotoli? We want to find him because he's guilty of kidnapping, and we're gonna make him pay the bill. I do like attention to detail where the screen kind of is scrolling in or sliding downwards and upwards for the elevator.
Alright, well, we can't get much further in the building because it's all blocked off.
Yeah.
So now...
Yeah, I know there's something that's coming up semi-soon. I don't know when it's coming up, or maybe it's coming up now, but... To go to the cafe, maybe they'll know.
Let's see what we got here. No information.
Do the atmosphere. By the way, I'll quiz you, okay?
There are 5 apples. If you eat one, how many are left? 5 minus 1 is 4, so 4 is left.
How funny. Here's another one. Lectures made to order. Puns aren't funny either.
Okay.
Okay, so fine. He's giving us a quiz, but giving us the answer. Fine. Technically, he is right. So that was his maid. Basically, we saw it in the elevator.
Well, there's another maid that we'll see later.
Oh, I was gonna say, because she was the one saying, like, yeah, don't look at my hips, please.
And this guy here says drinking his sorrows away.
Okay. No, oh!
Caffeine buzz.
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, that's not a... Oh, hold on, keep going. You had to get to bed fast, not in the wall instead of the restroom door.
Yeah, so that kind of doesn't make sense, but it makes more sense in the Japanese version
because
this was actually a bar, not a cafe.
Okay. Oh, fine. The caffeine buzz line, I'm thinking of the song Deadbeat Club by the B-52s. Which that's where I started. I was like, wait, I was hearing Deadbeat Club I was driving home from work the other day. So I was like, okay. Because it came up on my iPod case. Oh, fine. Fitting, I guess, for Pokey. I'm thinking like the intro of that song where he says, huh? Get a job? What for? I'm trying to think. And I'll link to that in the link list. It's all about deep cuts of a song. Okay, so someone asked, who is it? So fine, he's drunk, basically, what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And did they change the dialogue or that, or did they just keep it the same in this, and just, that's the idea?
Yeah, they kept it the same.
Okay. So, he lost his house and land. Now he's homeless. Monotoli didn't used to be so powerful. I'll find a secret, so I'm spending my time here to see if he ever drops in. Okay.
Who's outside?
They take you out to the ball game. Wait, this is like a baseball stadium in town. Alright. Gildigari, Monotoli, come here. Well, time to get up. Can never happen. Well, actually, not true.
Jukebox, just for decoration.
Uh-huh. That seems... Yeah, what kind of a bar is this? Oh.
Alright, so we come out here.
The people in the streets. He doesn't look like a nice man. Oh, they were killed. Oh, fine, he's lying in the ground. I always see a corpse around here.
He's breathing. Don't cut in front. You give me something on my spot.
What do you gotta give him?
We can give him any consumable item. I should give him the socks.
Oh, is it what? I don't know. Do you want to give him that?
Yeah, I never use the socks.
Fine,
Sometimes it doesn't even work on the enemy.
Fine, then give him the socks.
Here you go. Here you go, man. Are you sure?
Yes, we're sure.
He's so taken aback by our...
Wait, does he usually ask that if you give...
He always asks that.
Oh, he does, okay.
Are you sure you want to part with these socks?
Yes, I think so.
All right.
There you go.
All right, use them well. All right, so we have Everdread here. He's looking a bit in rough shape.
Oh, yeah.
Can't see.
Yeah, Everdread from Berglund Park. The carpenter was hiding something strange. Stolen thought was still in the big city.
Alright. So he stole the Manny Manny statue.
Oh, okay. And then Ma totally took it. He gets his evil power from that, which I guess it goes to Carpenter as well. So, alright.
So at the cafe, check behind the counter.
That's haiku poem, okay.
And on your way out, be sure that you say goodbye and lock the door tight. Door tight.
Okay.
So long.
Alright, so he did live through that feasibly, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. He also pushed the women shoppers out of the way.
Let's see here. So we have some stuff here on that haiku.
Yeah. Feel free to hit us with it.
Alright, so Ness and Jeff find Everdread nearly dead in an alley. Telskis check. Okay. So on Mother 2, he recites a haiku filled with personal advice.
Okay.
Haikus are sometimes a challenge to translate, but the localizers were able to handle this one just fine while retaining the same meaning.
Okay.
So let's see. In Mother 2, it goes, when leaving your house, say out loud that you're leaving and then lock the door.
Okay, so not
So essentially
similar.
the same.
So yeah, not dissimilar. Which is good, which is an interesting thing. We were talking about that as far as like the idea of the translation, saying that there's how's the meaning going to be held, and also sometimes it's a difficult thing to like to do that kind of a translation. But yeah, okay, so it didn't necessarily go off unknown or unnoticed, I should say.
Yeah. So I guess that was the case where they just had to play around with it a bit just to get the syllables right for English.
Sure. Which fits that way. Okay, so fine. They said go to the cafe and look behind the counter. I'm thinking Pokemon Generation 1 going to the game corner.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, they did make that game eventually, so fair enough. So yeah, there's the button behind the poster or on the wood over there.
Let's see what we got. And we are transported into this alternate dimension.
I love the way this looks. Oh my
Yeah.
god, the color here. Or it almost looks like a ZX Spectrum game as far as how some of those things looked.
And I love how in the book they actually change the background of the pages.
Yeah, you're right. As we're fighting a gas...
We're fighting a pump here.
Yeah, robo pump inside of a bar. I don't know. Is this the case where they're like getting beer out of that thing now?
Let's see here. I'll just attack him. This guy will just count down from 3, and when he gets to 0, then he'll start attacking. Oh wait, am I?
Oh yeah, you were homesick.
I'm homesick again. Wow.
Yeah, because he said specifically the thing of steak. So I'm glad we showed that, just because you'll get a dialogue saying he'll think about that. I said, fine. I want some steak. I'm so mad about it. I'm gonna smash that robo pump down so I can get some. And he bangs on the table. Okay.
Yes, that's wrong.
I'm the hostess. Okay. Foreside. Okay, so this is not Foreside anymore. We're in Moonside.
This is now Moonside. So yes is no and no is yes here. Makes perfect sense in Moonside.
Also, it's worth pointing out the music here. The Moonside swing. I guess it's, I don't know, is it everywhere in here or is it in just this area? or just this bar?
Yeah, this plays throughout the whole area.
Okay, if you're familiar with Rick Ocasek, the late guy, I believe the vocalist for the Cars, I think. He did a song "Keep on Laughing." That's what it's supposed to be an indication to, as they're fighting the evil painting. I find the abstract art, yeah, because it is like a moon man with a moon up there, with a I don't know, a snowman over there, specifically talking. I do love the way this looks as far as the color. Fine, it stopped moving. It's like, yeah, go be abstract somewhere else. As Jeff hit level 30, and got an IQ boost of 2. Alright, so yeah, here we are in Moonside. It looks really, really nice as far as how the colors are. Very neon.
Yeah.
It took me back when I first saw this.
And if we talk to some of these characters, they'll just teleport us through to different parts of the area.
Yep.
Alright, so there we can see the Man-Made statue down there.
But we can't get there right away.
So this guy wants to see someone whose eyebrows are connected and who also has a gold tooth.
Okay, so what do we do for that?
We are gonna have to find them. Parking meters. Yeah, people just say random stuff here that just makes no sense.
I'm curious then, how does the Japanese version do that? Is it still, I guess, random? Or how is it random, I guess, if it is? Because I would think there'd probably be a lot of stuff that... Alright, hypnosis, so Jeff is asleep. Glad he woke up. That was a quick wake-up as it was on his part.
Yeah, there are several distinct aspects to Moonside's speech in Mother 2, and the localizers worked hard to preserve them as much as possible.
Okay.
First aspect is the gradual descent in syllabic nonsense. For instance, in Mother 2, a character greets Ness by saying, "Yokoso Moonsaido," welcome to Moonside. Then he continues, and the localizers took this unique speech pattern and definitely emulated it in English.
I guess that's the guy we just talked to, the one who says, "Welcome to Moonside."
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the guy. Okay. Alright, so, yeah, so it is interesting to go into that with the translation, which, by the way, I mean, I did take the names down last time, may as well just give the indication, because it was about only 10% of the translation that was involved with this for Dan Allison, who wrote for Nintendo Power, and then the other name was Marcus Lindblom. So in that case, yeah, they're the names you thank as far as the translation. You keep talking to the people as far as saying hello and goodbye, and you tell that as far as what they look like?
Yeah, so it's only these, the blonde guys with the sunglasses.
Okay.
They're the ones who will teleport you around.
Okay. And you keep talking to them to find the people you need to find?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the secret herb. I think this guy will also teleport you.
Oh, he asks.
Yeah. If you say yes. And there's that...
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's another one. Okay, so there's a couple characters that do that. Okay, so yeah, that's the monosyllabic perspective right there more than the other one.
Alright. So we're in this room.
Okay.
We have this shadow figure here.
Yeah, you see me?
No. You can't.
Yeah, as you probably tell, it's opposite day here in Moonside. So any discussion, if you're going to be told yes or no, basically say no if you're going to say yes. Is that correct?
Yeah. Okay, so now we have the invisible man following us.
Okay. It's just, okay, I was just saying.
Phone calls.
Fantastic. I was gonna say, we can still take phone calls. I wasn't sure about that.
Let's fix that homesickness.
Yeah, we feel, I don't know if we're sad or like, what the hell is this? But then it was like, fine, we want some steak. Yeah, I guess we feel better now. In the middle of my ironing. Okay. Got
My
over.
phone's just constantly ringing.
Here's a gold tooth like mine.
Alright, so he has a gold tooth. Does he have connected eyebrows?
Perfect. So basically, you have to find the invisible man and then bring him back to that guy.
Yeah. I would like to show that one enemy here.
Go ahead, absolutely.
There he is.
That okay? I don't think we saw this when we did our test on this. Fine, I've never. Oh wait, no.
Dolly's clock.
No, you're right. I have seen this. Sorry.
Yeah, and then he can freeze time and the music stops.
I love that
Start it
detail.
again.
That's a great detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's defeated. All right, so bye-bye.
Pretty cool.
It's great, and it is a little thing. Like, fine, one enemy, but it really makes an impact, and yeah, something worth showing off. Yeah, feel free to show whatever you want off on this game, as just to indicate that.
One more painting.
All right. Yeah, just smash the painting out of the way. Yeah, fine. Ness, art critic. As we get shield Vita. So hi.
Alright.
I see he sees him. How we dump this kid and get something to drink. Okay, yeah, fine. Now they'll go have a nice time at the bar. But now we gotta go and get that statue.
Okay, let's see. That's running to me.
Not Montoli. It seems like the sleep is not too much of a factor, because it seems like every time you get put to sleep, you just wake up the next turn, or it's just been a luck case, I guess, about Jeff waking up that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we did see the statue, but we've got to fight it.
Alright, so now we actually fight the Manny statue. Get a super on there.
Yeah, what you usually just want to hit it as hard as you can.
Yeah, 'cause the thing with this guy is he can paralyze you. And he also has an instant death attack, but
Oh, he does?
you do find the night pendant here, so as long as you have that equipped on one character, one character will be safe from that.
Okay. What is that insta-kill attack?
It's flash.
Flash. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Did we see that when we practiced this over the 5 months we did? I don't remember if we did.
I don't think he used it on us.
Okay.
Let's see. See, we have flash of our own, but it's not strong enough to inflict the instant death. Right now, this can only like cause crying.
Okay.
But yeah, as we gain later levels, we'll be able to do that as well.
Oh, right.
Okay, we got him.
Alright, good job. Yeah, because they did say, yeah, there's something about the power of that statue that's causing people to go haywire. Alright, so it was devised to create illusions.
Okay. Alright, so the whole time in Moonside, we were just wandering around in this room.
Okay. Were you daydreaming? Yeah, I guess that's one way of putting it. Here's Apple Kid again. Called the Gourmet Yogurt Machine. Oh yeah, I remember this. Unfortunately, right now, my only ability for this is to make it flavored like trout, so ew. Neglected class, okay. Oh, I got some problems, gotta go by. And they say that all is one word, which I love.
Yeah. Monkey here.
Tolerama just finished fasting. Want to meet you at the Dusty Dunes.
Okay. Alright, here's the neglected class.
Okay. So he said he's connected to Escargot Express, but he's just, what? He's in neglected, so he's like what? Like an intern or something?
Yeah, maybe like a part-time worker or something.
I guess so. Okay, so monkey with a lot of orangutans. Okay. Yeah, it was a machine to make trial flavored yogurt, right? Oh, but unfortunately he dropped it, so we gotta go
get
get
it. He doesn't even have it for us. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, you go get it. All right, fine.
Oh yeah, that's neglected class.
Neglected us at first, because first I thought I was like, no, they're neglecting him, but it's like, no, he's saying like, no. It's like, yeah, you get a package, but you have to go and get it yourself. All right, so she's connected to Montali, and I want to give special guest that. Yeah, it's in the desert.
Okay. Alright, so we'll be going back to the desert now.
Alright.
Yeah, we won't be doing much fighting in the next area, so we should be fine.
Yeah, because I think, if I remember correctly, I think it was a case where we ran. Okay, so there's an annoying reveler. Yes, punch him in the face. It's like, okay, fine, back to normal with yous. Or fine, no, batting him, because we have a bat. Okay, so fine, we'll take the bus. Okay, so it's $2 a head. Okay, that's okay. I was kind of curious about that a little bit. Or I noticed, hey, it was $6 when we had Paula, and now it's $4 because we do not. Yeah, because you do need to find where she went. It's worth pointing out there is a bus stop before the, in this case, end of the desert. It'll say, yeah, if you want to stop here, you can jump off. So you do have the bus stops connected, so later on when you want to just go from places quickly that way, then you can just use the bus and say, like, hey, just keep going that way, and then each stop will go along. Okay, so where are we going in the desert for this?
Alright, so we need to go see the monkeys.
Okay, yeah, I remember this part. Hey, the underground rooms. Yeah, yeah, he wants item space on this. I remember this part vividly.
We're gonna need. Okay, we got the skip sandwich. I'm gonna need a picnic lunch.
Yeah, you know, just actually, question. You said the glitch for avoiding battles after you come off of a bus. Does it count if you do an instant win like that? If you get into a battle that way?
Yeah, that works the same way.
Okay.
That'll fix the glitch.
Gotcha. Okay.
This will get us started here with this
Right.
whole trading sequence.
Yeah. Actually, wait. That's the guy who delivered that from us.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So he works at the drugstore, I guess. So fine, they came by. Fine, that's even more of an annoyance that way. More of an insult. She's like, fine, he's in the desert. He's like, I'm not gonna go get it, even though I'm down here. Fine, he doesn't want to get hit by the sunstroke, I guess. But either way, fine, it's not gonna matter because we're going to the cave. Alright, so yeah, feel free to talk about this part.
Let's see here.
Anything with it, yeah, because we have the little monkeys here, and as you mentioned, it's a little bit of a trading element.
Let's see, skip sandwich.
Alright, so you have to give them specific items that they'll tell you what they are to get past. Sometimes you have to leave in order to get stuff, I believe. Or if I'm trying to remember. Fine, for this stuff you would need to come in with certain things, but later on.
Yeah, once you get past these two, everything else you can find within the cave.
Right, because in my case, when I was playing through this, I remember this vividly when it came to our play, as you get a pizza. I remember getting a sense and saying, like, wait, I don't have enough item space. So yeah, if you don't have enough item space, that's going to be a problem, potentially. With wet towel, though, yeah, there you go. So basically, pretty much, find where all of the monkeys are and give them the items that you get. Alright, so yeah. They have varied tastes, I should say, because of what's there. But I guess a lot of them like pizzas, as it is. Okay, Dragonite. I guess a precursor to Pokemon, specifically.
Fresh egg.
If you're not, just come back and I'll give you as many as you want.
Alright.
Okay. Now, under normal circumstances for item usage, what does the fresh egg do?
That will heal some HP, but if you keep it in your inventory long enough, it will hatch into a chicken.
Right.
And you can sell the chicken for $110. At this point in the game, it's really not that much.
Yeah, we're killing so many things, we're getting tons of money in the bank account, so it doesn't really matter too much. So there you go, there's the wet towel. Right, she wants
I think I have one of those. Oh no, Paula had that. Okay. There should be another one here.
So he wants pizza, but... Alright, there you go, pizza time. So he gets the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles perspective, feasibly. Okay, there's the protein drink. So it's basically pretty much juggling where you're going to get the items that you need. Okay, Mankey Man.
He wants the King Banana.
Yeah, Tightwad, we're not giving him anything, because we don't have what he needs. And if you give him something they don't want, it's like, no, we don't want this.
Alright, let me see if I can get to this one monkey in time, because there's one monkey that wants a fresh egg.
But that's gonna hatch too quickly.
So you gotta get there fast.
Is that also an interval when it happens, as far as when it'll hatch?
I'm pretty sure it's fixed. I think it's maybe 2 minutes or so.
Okay.
It's this guy.
Perfect.
If he moves, there we go. Okay.
Well, fine. In that case, just go around, technically.
Okay, here we have the neutralizer. That is a very good item for Jeff. That will completely reset any stat changes that have taken place in the battle, and it will also remove any shields that have been put up.
Awesome.
So it affects everyone, including your own party members. So, yeah, if you do use it, it's best to use it at the beginning of a fight to disable any enemy shields, and then you can go from there.
Right, because I guess what you're saying then is that if you use shield and later you use it, it'll disable, it'll get rid of their shields if they have one up, and also yours.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Alright, she has an element of measuring, so yeah. You have a ruler. Yeah, but the Sprouts don't want to fight in here. That's the thing. I guess because we're so high level in connection with them.
Alright, so I think now we have to go back to the wet towel guy. Get the other items we need.
Okay. I mean, admittedly, it's not too hard to kind of go through this. It's just the question of, wait, go back to the monkey you didn't talk to and didn't give the item to. I mean, it's small enough that it's not going to be too much of a question going through that, but still, that's that idea. That's what I noticed when I first ran this. But then when I did, it was all golden. Alright, so there's another hamburger, and there is the roller. Okay. Alright, they both love burgers, and you got both of them as we went, so yeah, just give them both. Okay.
Alright, I'll give that. I'll give that to Jeff, actually.
What's the flame pendant do?
That'll protect against fire, and that'll give him some extra defense as well.
Awesome. Yeah, because we saw a couple of battles before, they were hitting us with fire then, so I get the sense that some enemies are going to be hitting us with more of those going forward. Yeah, it is a nice jump. And the resistance for fire is also very nice to have. Alright, so there's the broken tube. Okay, I was gonna say that, yeah, fine, if you're gonna fight them, specifically just hit them in the back, but fine, they disappear. They're like, yeah, we don't want to be around here either.
Alright, so the ruler monkey should be right here.
Yeah, there she is. Alright, she wants to measure her tail. I do love how you're going through the doors when they're standing in front, at least. Alright, so one of my friends used teleporting. Alright, yeah, because we did see the monkey that showed that, and there's the King Banana that we need to give the perspective of it. Alright, so there's the King Banana. I don't know if that's the last thing we need, but it's getting close.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't eat it. And so yeah, you give it to Manky Man here, and you'll be set.
Monkey out. And we should find one more burger for that guy.
Okay. So there you go, and then also in the other box. He's just saying like, yeah, let's cut the crap here and just give me the burger. That's all I want.
And there's the Dragonite.
All right.
Alright, so if you use that, you will deal about 600 points of damage to every enemy on the screen.
Uh-huh. I don't remember, that case basically saved. That's at the end of the game, I would think. Or...
Yeah. Yeah, there's a point later where they become very useful.
Actually, I got a question for you. The pencil eraser can't go into Paula, can it? Because I would think, wouldn't you... Do you have to use it here?
If it was in Paula's inventory when she was kidnapped, then we would have gotten a call from Escargot Express saying, we have an important item and we're going to deliver it to you, and then the game would put it in your inventory. Okay.
I was going to say, because I don't know, since you need to get it to get in here to see him.
Yeah. Alright, so here's Talarama. The truth of space and time moves through the universe like a wave. Truth speaks through space and matter and makes itself known to human beings.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting for you when you came. This was destined to happen. In truth, all is predetermined. When these four powers gather, twisted space will bring back peace to the world. Alright.
Okay. Go in search of this. It's all left behind in this hall.
And there's our yogurt dispenser.
Okay, fantastic. The visualize head will be easy, so here's a skill.
Okay. Waiting for lunch. Very nice. We're gonna want that. Let's go this way. Yeah, so he'll teach us teleportation. Get that.
That's a couple life noodles, so yeah, that's gonna be useful. Okay, so... Yeah, because we did see the monkey before do that Fine. He walked away. He's like, you heard that sound. Like, what was that? Well, we're gonna find out. Yeah, the way mushrooms, we have something more important. And what do you? What's
Here's
up?
an interesting dialogue change. If you were to come here earlier, one of the entrance would have been blocked, and one of the monkeys would have said that Talarama is now fasting and practicing silent meditation, and he's also abstaining from anything that would make him sick. In Mother 2, the Japanese version, they say that Talarama is currently fasting and abstaining from speaking, drinking alcohol, and smoking.
Okay.
So there you go.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Now, you need to see that, the idea that, fine, okay, so he's taking his vows of stuff. Alright, so yeah, he's gonna tell us how to do the transporting. So
he went the foresight and returned.
Okay.
Yeah, so generally you need a lot of room to do this, but you could also turn while you're teleporting if you're in a cramped area.
You can.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm trying to remember because there's a part, we'll see this maybe next month, where we tried to see, can we make that run? We couldn't, but I try and remember if I tried to curve on that, and either I couldn't or we just still didn't have enough room to maneuver for that. But yeah, this is the teleport. You want to tell them about this?
Yeah, so generally, it's like this is the perfect area for it, just running a straight line. But if you have to, you could just like turn like this.
Oh.
And just kind of, figure something out there.
But if you do hit the side, it's not going to work.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, I'm curious about one thing. If you hit the side and you use it, do you still lose your psychic points?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically use it to go back to any town you've been to before. So, okay, now that we got what we needed, as far as the yogurt dispenser, let's take care of that. Okay. Yeah, before you can answer yes or no, yeah, there you go. We can make trial flavor yogurt for my guests. So come to the 48th floor, please. Okay. Yeah, it took us to the 47th floor, but...
Now we have access to this elevator.
Alright, this is Electra. Only I can go up. Only we can go up, I should say.
Alright, see here, we got some robots.
Take code in 10 seconds. You find the robots there, like, unfortunately sending another one. Oh wait, they can shoot bottle rockets too.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I think, are they the only enemies in the game that can do that?
I think so, yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't remember seeing this when we did our play. Maybe we killed him too fast. He's saying TikTok. I was like, yeah, fine. For you, specifically. But you got rid of him. Alright. Yeah, there are bathrooms up here, but yeah, we can't, there's no time for that.
You can actually bypass this guy by squeezing through here. I'm not gonna bother with him.
Okay. What was in there aside from the robot?
I think it was just a sudden guts capsule.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, the call didn't help. I dropped the big bottle rocket.
Alright. Nice.
Is that a rare drop on them?
Yeah, I think that's pretty rare.
Okay. Maybe we should find out how rare. Because I know there's useful ones. There's a vital capsule. I think we want to hold on to that.
Yeah.
It's basically pretty much what? A maze as far as where you want to go. Well, to find where her room is.
Yeah.
Right, here's your yogurt, sir. Yeah, it's a 2 in 120 a chance.
Wow, so we're getting some lucky drops here.
I know we are. As I said last time, you're the lucky element on this game for the sort of King's deal. Watch, we get another one of those when we get to that point. I'm gonna be amazed on that. Hey, it's at least being recorded. Okay, so apparently it's a hot cuisine case. I don't know, chat, do you know if this is a hot cuisine case? You do get some health for using it, but not much.
Alright, let's see here. Alright, so then we got this guy. This is the clumsy robot. Let's see, so bottle rockets probably won't work on this guy because bottle rockets, similar to rockin', are affected by your speed stat.
Okay.
Relative to the enemy.
What do you want to do to him then?
Yes, I think we're just gonna go with regular physical attacks.
Okay. Yeah, because he might be clumsy, but he can solidify you.
Yeah, and
And
it'll say that he'll recover health, but the thing about this fight is that he really doesn't have any HP. You just have to deal a certain amount of damage in order to trigger something.
Okay.
And then that'll end the fight.
Alright.
So the total amount of damage that you have to do is not affected by him healing.
Okay. So basically just don't worry about that. But just kind of get you on your toes again. It says that, wait, if he's recovering. Ouch, Jesus.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he's clumsy, but damn, he can hurt.
Let's see if I can get this in time. Yeah.
Good job. Yeah, that is also the benefit of being able to survive a mortal blow. I was like to touch saying he's eating a bologna sandwich, so yeah, the robot is, but he gets something out of that, and they want to go to the store and get some batteries, I don't know. So he's wobbly, but he also seems like he's kind of, I don't know if absent-minded is the case. Fine, he is absent-minded, I guess. Which is the case, like, fine, he wants to go get batteries, he wants to eat a bologna sandwich. Oh, Christ. Ooh, that was awesome. That was great timing on that. Okay, that missed, thank God.
Alright, so we got him.
There we go. Some
All
guys
of a
rushing
sudden-
the room. Oh, hi!
Fucking quickly dash behind the robot. I flipped the switch and it stopped.
Too easy to stop.
There you go.
Quick thinking. Good job. Hey, stop moving. Awesome.
32,000.
Uh-huh. Oh, baby. Offense went up by 7.
Vitality by 2, IQ.
Sweet.
Wow.
Max HP 39 and psychic points by 8. Yeah, that was a good level up on
Nice.
his part. Even though Jeff didn't get out alive. Alright, so yeah, they're gonna help us bust in. Hey. So yeah, there's Montoli. Give us back that. Okay, fine. It recovers him instantly. Finally made it. I'm fine. I believe you'd come. Of course. He's not a bad person. Okay, she's just sticking up for him. So why? She
Alright,
must have her reasons.
so let's see what we got here.
Okay. So he took her because of the Mani Mani statue.
Right.
So it corrupted him, basically.
Yeah. But once we destroyed it, he came to his senses.
Fantastic. Okay. I'll tell you everything. Okay. Creates a delusion. We saw. Granting evil spirits and weakening your heart. Gave me so much I hated the warehouse Jackie's Cafe. Went there to pray to it. Good words appear to me while I was in the illusion, and your name appeared there. Don't let them go to Summers and stop Ness and make sure nothing of the pyramid. Okay. Someone doesn't want you going there. And okay, so there we go. It was Gygas talking through that statue.
Yep.
Specific. And also, yeah, she said like, yeah, dangerous to go there, but you need to go there. We know we got to go there because we have to stop specifically what's going on as far as Gygas is concerned. I guess it's also going to the other thing of maybe the thought of like the worshipping of a false idol that way. It seems like that's been the theme we've been seeing so far with the cult leader. So in that case, I guess it's good we showed that again. And then also with Montoli here, and then also with we saw somebody else who was worshiping that thing. Who else was it? Was there a third person
Or
entity?
liar well, he found it. Liar
Well,
exaggerate.
fine, he found it. Okay, that was who it was. Okay. All right, so yeah, we're yeah, he blocked the door with the bear statue, so we're gonna go out this way. All right, so good to have you back, Paula. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get our way out.
Alright, so he told us to take the helicopter to Summers, but as we can see, someone beat us here.
Also, we don't know how to fly a helicopter. Okay, apparently Pokey does. Yeah, so he took it and left. Since he's become Play on Man again, I have no more use for him. Okay, so fine. He knows when to jump ship, feasibly. Alright.
Okay.
Alright, so fine. Now we have to get our way out the other way. Yeah, but he is still hoping he's okay, which says a lot, I guess, about Montoli, because it is interesting this way. They built up Montoli so much as far as this villain, and they kind of twisted a little bit, saying that, okay, wait a minute, no, he was in the sense that he took her, but then also what that was about, and now that he's realizing this, saying like, fine, you know, even all the things we could say about Pokey we know so far,
Yeah.
he's still saying like, fine, he's going to forgive him, which there's something to be said about that, while also Paul is having a little bit of a vision.
Alright, so Paul is sensing that we have to go back to Threed.
Yeah, can we get there, please?
Alright, they'll take us in their bus.
Fantastic. I mean, they do realize that, hey, we've been helpful to them. They say, hey, they're going to help us. And I love the fact that this game will have characters like that. It seemed like they might be a one-off case, and they kind of keep coming back and keep adding something really interesting. The fact that, hey, they're going to be really... I really get the sense, I think we mentioned this, that every character in this plot, no matter how big or small, really does satisfy purpose in the plot, and it is something that, when it all comes together, is terrific. All right, but here's Applicate again. Okay. So he found what's going on as far as Gygus. And we have to get the phase distorter.
Alright, so he's going to team up with Andonuts to try and create that.
Okay. So, right there, as far as Apple Kids, this thought like, hey, just give him something and he'll give you something nice in one place, but that's that idea. And he keeps coming back, but it is adding to this story as it goes along. And it is the nice uncoiling of it. Alright, so yeah, let's get going. Yeah, don't stand behind me and stare at my hips. Alright, so now that we're set that way, we can get ourselves going. Hi. Alright, hop on. Fine, we'll just go right through the grill. I like that. So there we go. We've gone through all these places now as far as it. So it is nice they also giving you the perspective, you know, the way the bus is going, because you're saying like, oh yeah, look at all these interesting places we went, all these interesting memories we've made. But we're getting a phone call on the bus as it's go. I didn't. Have you ever seen it happen when you're riding the bus?
Yeah, I've seen this.
Okay, fine. Like, yeah, they have to drive the bus, Dad. We can't stop now. Fine, but I don't know. Is it going to be the case of the Runaway 5 doing that? Alright, fine. All right. No, now we have to deal that. And they have to, yeah, they have to keep driving. Okay, that's awesome to see that. Alright, and back to 3 we go. Alright, we made it.
Okay.
So I do more. Remember though, we're on your side. I'm having a tough time. Think of a song as Imagine My 5 singing somewhere far, far away. Why do you need to come back? Must have forgotten something important. Close. Well. Alright, take care, my friends. Okay, so now we're in 3 again.
Alright, so we said we might have a gadget here that we need, and he's pretty close.
Okay.
So if you remember, Jeff crashed here in the Skyrunner.
Right.
So let's see if maybe we can fix that. And we see that someone else has already fixed it.
Hey. Okay. Paint over the damaged parts when I start this. Well, I say if you can't, well, thanks for every little thing. Okay, so thank you for repairing this thing. But alright, here's the problem. One other thing.
Alright.
Alright, with a nice drill, we'll be set, and we can go back to Winters. And then we can modify it to go to Summers. But if he's not there, I'll manage it. Alright.
Alright, now we get the great Skyrunner music again.
Yeah, it is great music, and it's interesting if I had not really known the thing as far as, what was it? The Won't Get Fooled Again case, or the other case, because it wasn't just that, it was something else they indicated, potentially. What was it? Alright, the I Love the Bloody Beetroots by the Bloody Beetroots. And I did listen to the way it sounded, it kind of could get it, although fine, That organ sound of Won't Get Fooled Again, that is maybe distinct, or I don't know if you've ever seen CSI Miami, because they had that as the theme song. And always over the credits, they would always play the dee 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 dee. And that's how I know that part of the song in particular, like near the end of it. Specifically. Alright, but yeah, we do have our nice flyover. So yeah, we'll go over to winter. So yeah, we had our heat element going on as far as the desert, and go back here. It's gonna take us over Forsyth here. Now Vermont Toys building and that devilish department store. But we got through that, and there we go. We are going on our nice journey. Yeah, going well so far as how it is. I'm glad we were able to get somewhere specifically as far as getting back to this so we can make progress.
Yeah, we're making good progress.
We are definitely are. Like, that's also because of you, and thank you, Gemini96, of course, for everything when it comes to this game. And everything has come to everything you've done for the show.
Of course.
As is. But alright, so we're back, and hey, monkeys. Oh yeah, the monkeys. Remember we met them as far as the one who ran away. Yeah, they got married.
Alright.
You don't just stand your mouth up and say hello. That's hi. Yeah, so by Stonehenge, there's the cave. I want to go over there, huh? Alright, so yeah, they're going off on their monkey honeymoon, so... Good seeing you. Take care. Okay, I love the random thing is like, by the way, Jeff Witt's is bed. Like, okay, you're next. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the bald monkey said there's a cave north of Stonehenge, so we're gonna go there. And I'll remodel the Skyrunner while we're away. Oh, right, he has a new worker, Bigfoot. So basically, he got one of the Bigfoots out there and has him come by. Alright, what does he do? Oh, he's a shop.
Alright. Some healing items there, if you need them. Okay.
Alright, so Ness is gonna level up pretty soon, as is.
Alright, so the first time we came through here, we only had Jeff.
Yes, we did.
So he was unable to absorb the power from the sanctuary. So now that we have Ness here, we can do that.
Also, there's that pencil eraser thing we couldn't get past as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so here we go. Here's the, 4th tier sanctuary location. Alright, what do we want to do to Shroom?
Shroom. Alright.
Probably burn him, I'm assuming, or ice him.
Yeah, we can... I'll try freeze first to try and solidify him. Because that could prevent his, the mushroom status that he'll try to inflict.
Oh, right. Okay, I forgot he does that.
So we'll try to freeze him there. And we'll use a big bottle rocket.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay, that did tons of damage. Uh-oh.
Okay, that's fine. As long as it didn't hit Paula, that's fine, because she's going to be dealing fire. And if that hits, that could hit the whole party if she got the mushroom status.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so Jeff, I think you just defend. Rocket in there.
Maybe just keep Jeff down pretty much. What's this disrupting of senses?
That could have confused me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting the sense.
Yeah.
There you go, perfect.
32.
Yeah, it's gonna be helpful for sure.
Good. There's flash beta. Freeze gamma.
And psych points by 9.
Alright.
Fantastic. Okay.
Alright, I just want to check that flash move. So.
Let's.
Alright, so alpha can cause crying and in some circumstances feel strange. Okay.
Okay.
And beta, crying and feel strange, numb, or even destroy. Okay, so even here with beta, this is when it can start instantly killing enemies.
Okay. And as it goes along, it probably has a higher chance with the lighter ones.
Yeah.
Okay. But we did get through. We got the next, your sanctuary location.
Alright.
And bye-bye mushroom. Okay, so caught a whiff of steak, but just for a second. Yeah, he's been homesick a couple times, getting a sense that, hey, I want my steak, but now he's getting it, as far as a little bit of a taste. Alright, so there we go. I'm trying to remember, have we seen these guys yet?
No, not this version. Let's see.
I think you mentioned basically ice is going to be how anything runs. I was initially thinking when I first saw this, hey, it's going to be fire, but honestly, then I realized, oh, the ice is just going to be that much better. Yeah, because look at that. That's 330 points right there.
Alright, so let's see how Andonis is doing on that Skyrunner.
Okay.
And he tells us this
He
again.
keeps saying that. It's like, yeah, we're not going to forget it.
Jeez.
Alright, so he finished doing it. We can go to Summers. Okay.
Shouldn't break, maybe. Alright.
Well, we'll see. So off to Summers we go. Alright, take care, everybody. See you later. Yeah, so the Skyrunner is getting a lot of play tonight, I'm seeing, which is a good case of it. Alright, well, unfortunately it did crash land
Looked like it was starting to come to a slow landing there, but
a little bit,
Blew
but
up
alas,
on-
no. But here we are in summer. Summers?
Summers. Yeah.
Summers, okay, plural. Yeah, the beach town. I believe, I'm trying to remember if there's a music case on this place. Not that I am seeing here. But I do love the music here for sure, as we have another, okay, perfect place to take a photo on the beach in front of the, like the ice salesman over there. Actually, well, positioned right there as far as your whole party. Alright, great job as far as your photograph. Okay, awesome.
Okay. Let's see here. We have the slot machine guy here.
I got you a lot of the resorts. Alright, so yeah, what's about Summers that's of interest here?
Summers, they have some really good equipment for sale here, but it's very expensive. We could check that out. At the museum, we'll be visiting that later.
That guy with the sign.
Oh, yeah, there's the hint man.
Okay. Great hit for just $150. Made a reservation for phone to go to the Stoic Club. Someone in Toto, the port town nearby, should know it.
Alright.
So basically, in that case, you talk to him, you pay him money, he'll tell you, is it just for this one case? You keep coming back here to tell you where to go next, or how's that work?
Yeah, he's in he's in most areas, and so whenever you reach a point in the game, well, if you were to advance the game to the next point, then you can go back to him and get a new hint.
Okay. Was there other towns he's in before? Because I don't remember seeing him.
He was in Onett and Tucson.
Okay, then maybe I missed where he was.
Alright, we got 31,000.
Yeah, pretty much gonna run all of it.
Alright, so we got some good stuff here. Diamond Band, as you can see, very expensive. 10,000 for that.
Yeah, we probably want to run that on a couple characters.
But some of the stuff we can buy for a cheaper price in the next area, so if we do hold off, we could save some money there.
Okay. How do you usually handle this? There's certain things you probably want here, or other things you want to hold off, or you balance it, or what do you usually want to do for that?
Yeah, I think we can wait, because there's really not that many fights between this and the next area.
Okay.
So I think it's worth it to just wait.
Okay. Now, so most of the fights that happen around here are things you kind of run into in the streets.
Yeah.
What I've usually seen.
So here in the restaurant, they have some pretty good healing items for sale. We could check those out.
Okay.
Let's see here. Chef Special. Royal Iced Tea. I'm pretty sure the Kraken Soup will heal everyone.
Okay.
And we'll get a Royal Tea. That's a good one.
Yeah, they see most of the Kraken lives in the shores here. Spends a sizable power boost is guaranteed.
Okay.
So I guess what, an attack upgrade?
I don't think it increases any of your stats.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Whitedar. Was that right?
I think so. Todar, yeah.
He just boost 60 HP. Okay. Actually, I'm curious then on that Kraken Soup thing. We take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. It recovers all of the HP for Ness, Paula, or Jeff.
Okay.
There's one other detail where it doesn't recover much. I'll put a pin in that for later.
Oh. And he lands right on the table.
Yeah, and the person who's sitting at the table is not saying like, "Hey, get off here." Alright, great photo.
Okay. Alright, so at this point, just like the Hintman said, we need to get into the Stoic Club.
Okay.
And so we need to get the number from the guy in the next town over.
Okay. This is not the Stoic Club. Okay, except it says out there.
It's right up there.
Or it's the Klub Stoic. I don't know. It's like maybe that's the idea. But fine, as you mentioned, we gotta get the number to get in there. You just have to go over to Toto, which is over here.
Phone down here.
I do like the way this is looking as far as the seaside town with the boats around. And it gives, fine, as I said, this game gives every area you go to a nice identity for sure.
Yeah.
I'll give you the number, but it's a strange place.
Okay. And we got a call from Tony.
Okay. Yeah, good to hear you again. Collect players' names for school project. You know, players like you, huh?
Okay.
Okay, you're the one holding the controller. Register your name. Don't spell it wrong, by the way. Okay, so yeah, what do you want to put into this?
Alright. Let's see. We could just like Sogs.
Whatever you want, fine. You take your pick as far as what you want to do. It's your play as far as if you want to call it something else. It's your decision. And just because it's holding a lot of letters, I'm noticing.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, fine, I usually put that in because it's usually, that's what you want to do, it's like, I don't know how far it goes. Put in whatever you want. It's your choice. I'll take whatever you want to say.
We could change it later, so if I think of something, we could change it.
Okay, yeah, fair enough to that. Because what happens? You just call, actually, here's the question, how do you change that?
Well, there's a point later in the game where they'll ask you again if this is the name you want to use.
Okay.
So
fine, Sogs will be a placeholder for the
Yeah.
time being. But, yeah, we'll change it later. If you want to. Alright, thanks, game player. Alright, appreciate that. So, yeah, we'll help him with his school project, so thank you. Apologies for any trouble with college. Don't put Jeff in any dangerous situations. Oh, wait Tony's saying that. No, it's fine. We got him. He's fine. Hey, he's helping out. Hoping to see you again when you're feeling up to it. From Tony. Alright, see you later.
Alright.
Okay, so... Yeah, let's get that number. Because at first, I forgot that happens there. Because at first I said, wait, we're gonna get the numbers. This is a weird place. But I was like, wait, no, that's not right.
Alright, so there's a phone. Should be a phone in here.
Alright.
And we'll just call from here. There we go.
Yeah, I can make a reservation. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause you have to call and make a reservation before they even let you in the building.
Didactically speaking, some evidence seems to explain the fact that your repudiation of entropy supports my theory of space-time synthesis. Alright.
Oh, so yeah, they're using,
So these, it's just like one of those places where people just use all these big words to sound smart.
I think it's fine. It's a complicated issue, that's that case. Oh, sorry, I was sleeping. Can't envision the final collapse of capitalism. Okay, that's a little more straightforward than that guy. There's the hail everybody's talking about. Is that a case that they'd probably change that translation?
Maybe. Let me see here.
I don't either, but I try to be patient with the customers. Yeah, as you said, the idea that they'll speak in... they'll speak in the big word case like that.
Let's see. In Mother 2, a Stoic Club member laments the fact that a fellow member has stopped making delicious cakes. He says she constantly visits this club now, so she never makes any anymore.
Okay.
And then, oh, the absolute conflict of self-identity this plagues me with. What a pickle. Okay, so then in EarthBound, his dialogue leaves out an important detail and misses the point of his final lines.
Okay.
He says in English, she's hanging out in this club, and then, anyway, the absolute irony in self-identification is blah blah blah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's the guy at the table down there, the mustache.
Yeah.
Alright, they serve water here if you want. Okay, here you go. Wanting some magic cake. A mysterious work of art. I can't get it off of my mind as long as one can make magic cake. Hanging out in this club. Over the entrance, but the irony of study of self-identification is... Yeah, blah, 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 as you mentioned. I don't know what to do. So, yeah, in the Japanese version, then what? It's the idea that he's connecting the fact that she's known for her cake, and he wants to get it.
He says the absolute conflict of self-identity this plagues me with. What a pickle this puts me in.
I'm surprised they didn't keep that only because I'm thinking, well, wait, the one guy we talked to, is kind of talking in that intellectual perspective, that maybe that would kind of fit with this guy too. Show.
He stares at the stone and philosophizes.
Okay, so fine, that's what's happening, I guess. The fact they're looking at that, and then they start using big words. They'll call us stare at the real me, the true self, and burn the pressure of my super ego. My id is telling me magic cake. Can outside to meet my magic cake. Yeah, I guess so. Stop by the card out on the beach. Alright, fine, we'll do that. Okay, fine, yeah, the deadly taxi and the deadly parking meters. Oh, fine, the speed limit sign is speed limit is 40. Also, wait a second, is that saying... Fine, oh fine, it's H-I, but I'm looking at the O's looking like Ohio. It was like, I don't know if that's what this is intended as. Fine, that's the mad taxi, not the crazy taxi, that's something else, but... Actually, it almost looks like, Benny the Cab from, Who Framed Roger Rabbit a little bit. I'll picture that when I edit, just because, for that. Fine, in that case, he's trying to run us over, but fine, just, punch him in the grill and he's fine. Yeah, back on the beach. Over here, at least, she's like, yeah, I don't know who told you. Oh, that guy told me. Maybe that's career. So dig in. Use all leftover materials. Ooh, yeah, definitely our magic cake. I don't know, is it supposed to be like the laced brownies or something like that? I don't know, is it, maybe that's the intention? Although, actually, if this is going where I think it is. Okay, so we had a dream. I was gonna say, I think you picked a perfect place to get close to end of show for this. Actually, one of the most creative parts of this game in Dalam.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost looks like the Taj Mahal out here, specifically. Yeah, the Palace of Pooh, the Crown Prince. So, yeah, take us away on this one.
Alright, so we finally got to see the final member, Prince Pooh.
Yeah, we did hear a name as far as that Monotoli mentioned him. I didn't indicate specifically, but alright. Yeah, he's undergoing his training. And I mistakenly, when we did our off-screen element, actually, when we saw the Sword of Kings thing with part 1, he was named Kato, and I didn't know that wasn't his name. I probably should have realized that, but I went through the set names, but Kato's the next one on the list. But his actual name is Pooh, and here he is. Yeah. Feel free to tell us all about him as much as you want, and show us this great part. This is an amazing element of this game, no question.
Okay, so here we have the Brainstone. That's a good item for Pooh to have. As long as that is in his inventory, he will not suffer from any status ailments that prevent him from using psychic powers.
Awesome.
So this essentially just allows him to always focus his psychic powers.
Yep. You can't concentrate, you can't use psychic, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and then the Brain Food Lunch is really good healing item that'll heal, I think 300 HP and 100 PP maybe? 300 HP and 50 PP. There you go. Alright. And then of course we have the human telephone here.
Yeah, I do love that. Hello? That you, Ness? Like, no, we're not Ness.
Alright.
And Pooh's saying, wait, what?
Well, we can still save.
Fair enough to that. Alright, so yeah, you did say in part 1 he was a great warrior, so yeah, feel free to go into that as we go.
Yes. Alright, so Pooh needs to complete his training, and so we're going to head down to the meditation spot.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Actually, I'll tell you, when I think, fine, you witnessed when I first saw this part of the game. That was quite an element for me. Probably for you, looking at this, I'm like, yeah, he's realizing this for the first time.
Yeah.
This totally took me back, and if you've never played this game before, stay tuned. You're gonna absolutely want to see this.
Yes,
Alright,
This is the place of nothingness. People who train here must first clear everything from their mind. If you can make your mind blank and learn the true meaning of new, you'll pass through. You is new.
Alright. Yes, take us away on this one.
Alright. So we start meditating. This lady comes over and says, I'm a messenger from your master. He sent me to tell you that you must stop your meditation immediately. Prince Pooh, you must come back with me instead of staying in a place such as this. Your master wishes it. You must go through this trial for now. Believe what I say, it is the truth. Well, our master told us that we have to focus and meditate, and so that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Can't be distracted by anything. And now, we're visited by a spirit.
I love the background of this. I love how they set this up.
Prince Pooh, I am the spirit of your ancient lineage. To complete your trial, I am going to break your legs. You will lose the use of them. Do you accept this? Yes.
Yeah, this was like, I was like, wait, what? But, wait, keep waiting.
So you cannot walk as your legs are broken. Next, I will tear your arms off. I shall then take your arms and feed them to the crows. The taking of your arms. Do you accept this? Yes. Prince Pooh, without legs and arms, you can only lie there. Now I'll cut your ears off. You do not mind my taking your hearing away, do you? Do you accept this? Yes. And the music completely cuts out.
I love that effect so much. I love what's going on here, and by the way, you do have to say yes to those couple things we just saw.
Yes, you're forced to say yes.
But, yeah, I mean, talk about pulling the rug out from under you. I was like, when I first saw this, you have a smile on your face right now as far as this. It really took me aback, and I said, wow, this is one of those cases where, for a game that I think I knew everything eventually, or kind of had its number, it kept surprising me.
So no legs, no arms, and no sound. By floating words through the air, I must ask you, do you care if I take your eyes? Do you want to live in eternal darkness? I shall steal your sight. So now I can only communicate directly with your mind. Your mind is all you have left. In the end, I will take your mind. Though you probably don't want to allow that, do you? So you can't answer. You can't even move. Are you sad or are you lonely? If you lose your mind, you also lose any feelings of sadness. Do you accept this? I will take your mind, Prince Pooh. Know that I will possess it. Here we go.
Yeah, the training. That is maybe one of the best parts of the game. As far as how it handles its story, how it handles all these things, and kind of really surprised you saying that it is, as you mentioned, you said we have to focus.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I probably should have at this point taken it seriously, saying like when they say focus, they mean focus. But it's one of those things that when I realized that, I said, okay, that in some ways that is one of the great moments in gaming, maybe period, just because of how surprising it is and how I don't think I've ever seen anything that's quite like that. And even just the way they set up, even the small details of saying, fine, we take your eyes, the picture goes out mostly, and then also the thing with the ears, all the sound effects and everything you're hearing is no longer playing. It's brilliant. I'm just gonna say that right now.
And as far as the localization goes, that scene was left as is, so it's exactly the same as it was in the Japanese version. And that whole training sequence there was inspired by a Chinese tale about an unhappy man named Toshishin who travels with a hermit to a sacred mountain. Toshishin is told to remain silent as a test. He sits quietly as he endures gruesome trials and has his body ripped apart. He only breaks his silence when apparitions of his parents are brutally beaten. So that was the story that part was based on.
And there's something to be said also about the fact that A, they kept that as it was, and also the fact that, as you mentioned before, the fact that when it comes to the battles, they describe in just dialogue what some of the enemies might be doing. Mm-hmm. The idea of how they're basically describing all these things for it, and that it's happening, but it's also happening kind of off-screen as far as us not seeing it. I think that adds to kind of that feel and reflects very well on that legend. I did not know that there was an element that went to that specifically. But by doing our training, yeah, we do know that we learned about what's going on with Paula, Ness, and Jeff, and now we have to be joining them as well.
Alright, so we gain some levels here. Teleport. And teleport beta. Alright, so teleport beta will allow you to teleport in areas where you don't have much room. So you can just use that to use that ability.
Awesome. In fact, here he is. Here's our party.
Alright. I will obey Ness. Okay, so all the heroes have been united.
There you go. There is our full party. And look how they are. I mean, talk about a great team as far as how it is, and also how everybody seems to go really well together and bounce off each other really, really well. Yeah, there they are. There are our team, and yeah, it's so good to see everybody as far as that. Okay, so yeah, there you go.
Alright, I'll save it there.
Okay, so I don't know, is there, what else, is that, that's where you're gonna stop for this?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so feel free to create save points on either one of those, and I'll remember, or actually both of those feasibly. And I'll remember next time, I'll tell you what to do, because, actually with Pooh, the thing with the Sword of Kings, I made 2 of those. That does go to him specific, and I guess it'll make a little bit of sense specifically to that as well. And feel free to go wherever you want as far as music playing in background and any of that. For sure.
We'll end on the beach.
Go to the beach. Okay, fantastic.
Alright.
It is great to hear that. Thank you so much for everything for tonight. Thank you also for covering up for my mistake again. I'm sorry, everybody, as far as the element of that, but I'm glad that we were able to make stuff go of it, that you were able to help as far as that was. Thank you for understanding that. As I said, I understand that it is. We have both of those save states down. I will not make the mistake I made as far as this going forward, because yeah, we've had a great adventure as it's been going on. We have our full team. We have that guy on the beach that way. But yeah, we've had quite a journey so far just for part 2. And thank you again, Gemini96, for everything for this. Thank you for bringing all the knowledge as far as the game as it's been, and also the wonderful tome, as I said. We'll have a link to that.
Thank you.
In the link list. Thank you so much as far as it. Okay, I'm glad. I'm feeling better as far as this, because when this was happening, I wasn't necessarily feeling completely distraught, but I was also saying I felt bad. I'm honest about that. I was like, look, I wouldn't be doing something as far as that specifically, but now that I get it, I understand that I will be protecting this like hawk, and for sure for that. So I'm glad I learned of that. I'm glad we were able to, get something specific to it. You helping out with that for sure. I appreciate that. And yeah, I said we'll definitely make it up to you for next month, because next month is going to be coming from this point, and we will not have a case of anything going wrong with this, I promise. But all right, so next part of the game is going to be in December. It's going to be on December 2nd at 7 p.m. Still, you were okay as far as 7?
Yeah.
As far as that. All right, so thank you so much for that as far as it. I thank you everybody out there. Okay, so final order of business is going to be scheduled for the next couple of weeks, months of show. Next week, as I mentioned, Nocturne's coming back. Good night, everyone. So Dolly Finn saying, good to see you tonight. Good to see you, Mr. Pumpkin. Welcome to the Super Bowl Against Saturday family. Hope you had a good time with the show tonight, and everybody else out there in chat land and YouTube land, as it is specifically when this uploads. All right, let's talk schedule. Next week, Nocturne's coming back. We're going a little earlier next week. We're going to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time per her request for the finale of Mega Man Legends 2. For that one, all we have left is we have to go into the final room, which has Sarah, who's the character as far as the plot of that game. We're talking about this game, saying, hey, there's some twists as far as how the story's going. Part 4, which we did a couple months ago, back in July, actually, that had a lot of twists that I didn't see coming either, because in her case, I said, do you want me to go in this blind? She said, yeah, as far as the plot do. I was also in a case of being totally gobsmacked by it and really impressed. So we only have that one thing to do, but despite that, We do have one other thing that she's going to do. There's other side quests we didn't show off yet. She's going to show them off. I need to grab another bottle of water, specifically. So we're going to show those off. She's going to have the Game Shark code on hand for this PlayStation 1 game, because we were running off the PlayStation 1 for that. With her disc, to make sure that she gets all of the money that we need for getting all the upgrades for the weapons, because they cost a fortune. And in either the sub quests or side quests, I should say, that she's not shown off yet. That we have, as far as she will show them all off. We're starting earlier, depending on what time it is, because I talked to her yesterday as far as this to confirm the time and all that. She said, "Hey, if we have enough time as far as how it is, she might have a surprise extra for us, perhaps. I'll see what that is. I don't know what it is. So she's playing it close to the chest. It will have to be, I'll say to her this way, if it has to come to changing a game or something like we've done on other shows, we're going to have to record that using the RetroTink 5X and not the Hyperkin HDMI cable that she's been using on her PS2 to play this for every part except the first one. But yeah, we're going to have our finale of that. It's been a while coming because she was feeling sick specifically for a while, but I think we're set to that to come back to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next week. Week after that, we are going to be debuting the Nintendo Entertainment System in its actual glory over there for it. And actually, I will show you a little bit, flipping up, well, fine, up that way, of what we're sort of playing. One game in there is, actually, no, you're not seeing it. Let me pop this up. I'll just show that actually give a noise enough to so that, yeah, actually, it's over there. That is Adventures of the Magic Kingdom. That is from Capcom for the NES. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it is a game of Disney that is set in the Magic Kingdom. It has music by Yoko Shimomura, interesting enough, and it's going to be the day after the Super Mario RPG remake comes out. So we play on this show, I swear to God, even though I didn't know that they were going to be releasing that the day of. It is a short game. It is actually something of a semi-infamous one in terms of how difficult it is. I remember my brother Inherit Knocked. He rented this game for us when we were growing up. He had memories specifically of stuff when it came to, what was it? Like the sorry, you have to try again thing going through like Thunder Mountain and cases like that. In fact, I even asked him when we did World of Illusion, I said, do you remember this? Like, no. I said, you're suppressing those memories, my friend. But either way, we're going to show this off. It is a short game, though, so actually I have another game we're playing with that. We're going to be playing Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, which I'm familiar with. Actually, that's the one I rented growing up, specifically for it. I don't know if you played either one of those.
No, I haven't, no.
Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers does have a modern port, by the way. It is in the Disney Afternoon Collection on the PS4 and the Xbox One, and I think it was on the PC as well. We're going to be showing both of these off at once because it's going to be our third annual pre-Thanksgiving Disney game show. I realized by total accident that every year I've been doing this show, I've had a Disney game the weekend before the Thanksgiving weekend. And I said, we're going to continue it. These are short games. That's why we're doing both of them at once. You can finish them in about an hour, if that. Adventures of the Magic Kingdom is the game we're going to need the most practice of. With Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, I've technically already practiced it for the most part. But that's the one I just want to be sure I'm going to be set on. It's basically a mini-game collection as far as what this is. You get all the keys you need to open up the Magic Kingdom, including a quiz about Disney stuff. Going pretty deep, so yeah, bring your Disney knowledge for the purpose of that one. That'll be a 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time show on November 18th. And November 25th, Dolly Finn is in chat. We're going to be playing with the Switch again. We're going to be playing our Switch Puzzle Showcase. We have 31 games we're showing off with a little bits and pieces, basically kind of a little bit bite-sized elements. Look at a bunch of games. Games of chat you've wanted to see, games of Dolly Finn's want to see, game I know you want to see. You want to see Tetris Effect Connected, specifically, which is by the people mid-res.
Yes. It's
worth pointing out. So we're going to show that. We're going to show many other ones. Some we've announced for the show, some we haven't. One of them, as I mentioned, is going to be Strange Horticulture, which we're going to be doing a full play of in December, on December 23rd. And I think December 29th, as far as that. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for both of those. Because Dolly Finn pointed me to that one. Said, I want to play this game. I said, okay. And I said, let's also show it off for the puzzle showcase. Definitely some interesting stuff for sure we got. I'm going to cover a great element of that for our 4th annual Thanksgiving showcase. One of my favorite shows to do every year. Because it means that we get tons of games to show off in genre. Usually, although next year's not going to be genre. It's going to be a bit of a grab bag for delisted Xbox 360 items. Which, all this stuff that's not backwards compatible with the later systems is going to be gone by then for next year, so I'll have feasibly a lot to pick from. But for this year, we have our puzzle showcase running through the Switch. You're definitely not going to miss that one. That's going to be a 5 p.m. show as well, because I asked Dolly Fans what time do you want on this one. She said 5. So yeah, 5 p.m. for next week, and then 2 weeks after that, but 7 in between. So 7 tonight and 7 in 2 weeks. And then we'll get to December, where December 2nd, we'll come back to this game for part 3. We will be continuing from here, I promise. I'm going to make that promise right now for sure. Hence why I got the stuff for the save states set for the purpose of it. And then we're coming back the week after that, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to the other RPG I'm playing, which is Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. We are at part 6. We had to put it off for a couple of months, but Protorov is coming back for the purpose of that one. Nocturne's going to be able to be in on that one. I did talk to her on that. And I got to figure as far as Blood Spiced Moon, because she's been in on the parts as it's been. And then December 16th is going to be a show of myself solo once more for the other game that's next to Adventure Magic Kingdom over there. That's Tetrasphere. A puzzle game for Nintendo 64 that Electverse wanted to see. Because as I mentioned, Mr. Punk Kid, we take viewer requests. I do at least one of those a month in one capacity or another. Actually, the puzzle showcase is going to technically be that viewer request, I guess. Although, by technically, I guess you count as the viewer request for this one, because we're going with EarthBound still. Sort of with Mega Man Legends 2, I guess, with Nocturne. But especially that puzzle showcase for that. But yeah, December's entry for that is going to be Tetrasphere. I just got to scope out how we're showing off all of the modes of this unique and very difficult but interesting and satisfying puzzle game when you get used to it. I don't know if you ever played this. It came out in 1997. I didn't know what I was doing when I was younger, but I think I'm set as far as knowing what I'm doing at least. I just have to practice it more and understand the scope of what it's going to be, how we're going to show off everything, because that's what we do. For the viewer requests, we show off everything we can on the game in the way you'd want to see it, for sure. To thank you for coming by and making the request and saying, you want to see a game, we're going to do the game exactly the way that you want to see it. We're going to basically put you all on the couch with us, specifically. And then, as I mentioned, the last 2 weekends of the month, the first was going to be a Saturday for part 1 of Strange Horticulture, and then part 2 on the Friday, so that's the 29th. And that's also going to be a case if we finish that game quicker on the 29th, because it's only going to be 2 parts, I know that. We'll have a little bit of an extra surprise. I've got some ideas as far as something. Actually, I think I might potentially do what I did last year, which I might preview to a game that we'll get to eventually. But either way. And then we get to January, where I said last week we might need to have a Friday show for that month. We might for the first weekend. I was wrong as far as the rest of the month. It might be for the first weekend, so I might have this on January 5th instead of 6th. I'm gonna figure this. We're going back to Sonic Heroes. I played it before, but we were playing it again because I have the super hard mode unlocked, which is actually really hard to unlock unless you have an Xbox Magazine disc. So I'm gonna be running through the OG Xbox, which is over there. It's in the closet, or in the, underneath the printer I have over there. In that cabinet over there is the OG Xbox. So I put that in there, have the disc for the save for it. We're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna celebrate that game's 20th anniversary, which is on January 7th. Can't believe it's been that long as far as, and we have not touched Sonic the Hedgehog at all this year as far as, which is shocking out of me, specifically, but we're gonna come back to that as far as it, and then for, January, what's your preference on, EarthBound when you want to do that? Because I said last week, I thought maybe I have to have a Friday show. I don't think I'm going to need to. It's gonna be, I believe it's gonna be on in, February, early February, I think. So for January, you have your pick on weekend. It's the only game. Yeah, the only cases I have to balance between you and Protorov. I think with Protorov, he'll probably want the last weekend. I'll figure that specifically. I'm actually going to talk to him tomorrow, or today, as it's going to turn out now, as far as time is concerned. You have your choice on what weekend you want. So it can be the 2nd or the 3rd, maybe the 4th, depending on how it is. I'll let you know when I see you on Monday as far as work, or Tuesday, whenever you're in for work next.
Yeah.
I'll get that, but yeah, it is going to be your choice.
Okay.
So have a think of over on that, and we'll figure that, because we will have the next part of EarthBound. By that time, we'll have the next part, which will be the finale of the PlayStation version of Lunar. That's going to be probably the last weekend. That'll be 3 p.m. for him, 7 p.m. for you for EarthBound, if that's still what you want.
Yeah.
But if it changes, let me know. Feel free to tell me if it ever needs to change. Or if you want me to push it up, if you want me to push it up to 8 or something, or 7:30, whatever. It's your choice. Yeah. Let me know. You know how flexible I'll be for that. The other weekend, we're going to start Metal Gear Solid 2. I've been wanting to start this game for a while. I said, okay, what are we going to do on this? we're gonna start it. Alec first wanted to see that. It's also one I've been wanting to come back to. I think we talked on Metal Gear Solid. You played the original, am I right about that?
Yes.
Yeah, 2 is a great game too, and we're gonna show it off. We're showing it off the original way. We're putting it on the PlayStation 2, although we're gonna be showing it off with Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, which has a bunch of extras to it. It also has Metal Gear Solid Skateboarding. I bought it explicitly because I want to show Metal Gear Solid Skateboarding. That's the only version of it that has it, including that new Metal Gear Solid Master Collection, which I'm now learning that, along with the issues with the Switch version running at a frame rate worse than that PS2 version for Metal Gear Solid 2, on the Xbox Series X, weirdly enough, the Metal Gear Solid HD Collection that came out in 2011, that is backwards compatible with that, as well as the Xbox One. It looks and runs better with that old collection from Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 than the new one does. So,
Wow.
Konami, get your shit together. You've been doing good stuff as far as collections with stuff like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection, all the Castlevania collections you've done. You gotta fix this. Also, I'm gonna say this for Kazum22. He's not gonna be happy if you fuck up Suikoden 1 and 2. I know he's not. And I won't either, only because I'm like, wait a second. That'll be in a case of saying, wait, if there's something wrong with it, it's gonna fool people. It's like, wait, is there something bizarre off on this thing? But point is, we're running it on the PS2. That's gonna be the original way. I guess I realized with Metal Gear Solid, we're basically gonna be playing most of them on the PlayStation systems, probably until we get to 5, and also until we get to Metal Gear Ghost Babel, which is on the Game Boy Color. I don't know if you ever played that. Unfortunately, please re-release that one, Konami. That game, and don't screw up the port, because it's amazing. It's a fantastic game. It was on the Game Boy Color. You'd think, Metal Gear Game Boy, how's this gonna work? Terrifically. My god, it's fantastic. And I want to show it at some point, but most of it I think we're going to be doing on PlayStation, because when we get to 3, I'm going to do Subsistence. I have 4 on the PS3, which is only on the PS3 as of now, and then 5, we'll figure. That's going to go down the road. But then in February, the other stuff we got is, next part of this, again, your choice. There's going to be a Friday night show we're going to have for one of those weeks. But for whenever that is, I'll be doing the next Metal Gear Solid 2 part for that. One of the other weeks is going to be a 3 p.m. show. I think that'll be the third weekend, I think. Assuming this is how this is going to go, we'll figure. For Lunar, again, we have one more shot. We're on the PSP game. We showed PSP last week for Run of Blood. But I'm showing it again as far as this version, because we talked about the differences of versions, because like 4 different versions of this game. I think I mentioned this, because you saw me like for about couple months playing that game as far as practicing. Like, yeah, kids is holding his PSP everywhere playing this thing and Run of Blood as it was. But we'll be set as far as that. We're going to show off some greatest hits. It's going to be an intentionally short show at only about 2 hours. So it's going to be a 3 p.m. show for that. So we have our whole Lunar crew on. Protorova, myself, Blood Spice Moon, and Nocturne to go into stuff about that and close out the book as far as that version of the game. And then the last weekend of that month, we have Nikki and Edwack coming back. Nikki is her next Humongous Games 2 for she's playing. She'll be playing Putt Putt Goes to the Moon and Pajama Sam, No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside. And we're going to be playing both of those as far as she'll lead us, because she's, like you are to EarthBound, the Humongous Entertainment stuff. She's our resident expert. We have our resident experts when it comes to various elements of anything gaming-wise, or anything else, really. And she fills that niche, specifically when you fill this niche and other ones as well. So yeah, she's going to be playing that. There's going to be a Friday night show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just to go into that. And then the only other stuff I know right now is going to be next parts of EarthBound for, and Metal Gear Solid 2 for March. Figured date. March 2nd is going to be the start of Snowboard Kids 2 for Nintendo 64. That's going to be with Nocturne. She loves that game, as do I. I don't know if you've ever played the Snowboard Kids games.
No, I haven't.
They're like Mario Kart on a snowboard, and they're absolutely fantastic. We're playing the second one, which is celebrating 25 years, more or less, on that weekend. And then I have an open week. I gotta figure what we're gonna do as far as scheduling, if we're going back to Game Dev Tycoon or Pokemon Gen 9 as far as the next part. At the end of the month, we're doing Justice League Task Force for the Super Nintendo for our April Fool's Day show. And then whatever we have running long form to start for April, we'll have. And I'll figure stuff with viewer requests and stuff as we go along, for sure. And of course, anything else after we get to that point of whatever you want to be your next project, to say the word, and we'll figure it.
Sure.
All right. So there you go. I think we are set with that. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you so much for our return to EarthBound. Thank you so much again, Gemini96. It was great to have you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything, for sure. And everybody out there, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Nocturne for the finale of Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation. Till then, keeping awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.
Good night.